Interlude 3. Scarol was bringing another plate of bread and water to Lord Luth's cell. The Demon Lord was warming up to the half-harpy, or so Scarol liked to think. Maybe he was just being over-optimistic. Scarol stepped into the cell with his usual announcement, "How's my fellow Demon Lord doing today?" As if on cue, he immediately ducked as a pebble flew over his head at blistering speeds. It splintered into dust the moment it hit the wall behind him. "Well, then, that was pretty rude," he exclaimed. The half-harpy looked back at the Demon Lord with a glare. "Where'd you even get that? You shouldn't be allowed to bring anything in here." "It was apparently in the bread you gave me yesterday," Luth replied. "If not for the fact that I'm the Demon Lord, I would have broken a tooth on it." Scarol looked at the bread on the plate he was carrying in. Surely they couldn't possibly be leaving pebbles and rocks in the bread, could they? Before you say anything else, I think they're intentionally baking rocks into the bread you give me because I'm the Demon Lord," Luth continued. "There's probably a rock in this one, too, but I'll take it anyway." "Food is food." "They're really baking pebbles into your bread?" Scarol asked. "Yes, they are." "Let me give you proof. Just bring that bread over." Lord Luth gestured the half-harpy over, to which he immediately grabbed the loaf of bread that was offered. He immediately fished his fingers into it and began plucking out the pebbles. "Here's one, and another." It didn't take long for him to find at least 3 in that loaf. Lord Luth picked one up, and proceeded to crush it with his fingers. Scarol felt a shiver go down his spine at the display of strength. "Wait, you're still capable of doing that?" "I thought the chains would have prevented that," the half-harpy said. He wasn't sure how he said that entire sentence without a single stutter. "The chains only inhibit any magically enhanced strength," Lord Luth replied. "I'm capable of being a lot stronger." "But why haven't you broken out or hurt anyone?" was what Scarol wanted to say, but he didn't want to give the Demon Lord any ideas. However, when those apricot-colored eyes glanced over at him, it seemed as though Luth knew exactly what he was referring to. "Because these chains are too strong." "The hero isn't an idiot," Luth said. He raised an arm to show the magical glimmering shackles. And the only person I can realistically hurt here is you. Which I won't, because you're the only one actually giving me anything to eat." Suddenly remembering what he came there for, Scarol glanced down at the loaf of bread which had been torn up to look for the pebbles. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry about this," he said. "I'll tell them not to." "Don't bother," Lord Luth jutted in. "They hate me, it's expected." "Instead, can you grab me some of the other bread?" "What they'd normally eat. I don't expect them to spike their own loaves with any of this stuff." "Do you want a new loaf, then?" Luth already had one of the pieces up to his mouth when Scarol asked that. He raised an eyebrow. "What is this, room service?" "Never expected you to be this hospitable." "It's fine, I won't let this loaf go to waste." The conversation between the two died down as Lord Luth munched on his loaf of bread. He took a few sips of the water as he ate. "Are you just gonna sit there and stare?" Luth asked. "Oh, Scarol replied. "Didn't mean to be rude. I just wanted to talk." "About what?" The half-harpy leaned his head back and glanced at the ceiling. "You, not sure." "Maybe. Do you want to talk about your sister?" Lord Luth's answer was immediate. Zip it. "I would not talk about her even if divine intervention fated it." Scarol frowned. "I can't convince you." "Nothing will." Now, on to a different subject. As if on cue, a ray of light suddenly shone right in front of Lord Luth. Both he and Scarol shielded their eyes from the light, before it shimmered down. The Demon Lord was staring, his mouth agape, at the rectangular-shaped illusion in front of him. "What's this?" Scarol asked. Luth blinked, then looked between the screen and the half-harpy. I didn't think it still worked." Scarol glanced over at the illusion that had been thrown up. "I thought I severed all the long-range magical connections you had," the half-harpy said. Lord Luth sighed. "Whenever she's in trouble," he said, "I can know what's happening with her. It basically allows me to spectate her, to know exactly what's happening." The Demon Lord's apricot-colored eyes flickered over to the pigeon harpy. "You're not going to cut this one off, are you?" There was a weariness in his voice that had Scarol paused. By default, he would say yes, but both his curiosity and encroaching pity for the Demon Lord had him reconsider. The half-harpy glanced over the illusion. "I don't see any harm in letting you watch this." "So as long as I can watch, too," he finally said. Lord Luth's head snapped to give a dangerous stare at the harpy. "You're just watching to tell the hero later, aren't you? I'm not gonna tell the hero if it's not a pressing matter, alright? Scarl retorted. You're taking my side? He asked. The sincerity in his voice caught the harpy off guard. Oh, look, I'd rather work with the hero than with you, but I'm not Betty or heartless. And anyway, I'm curious about the relationship between you and your sister to begin with. Lord Luth glanced from between the illusion cast up and the harpy. Fine. You can watch. Just don't make me regret giving you permission to. Scarl nodded, then glanced over at the illusion. What immediately caught both of their attentions was that Sola was on the move, within something that Lord Luth could best describe as a wagon. But, much faster. What's she riding in? Luth asked. That's an odd-looking carriage. Oh, that? Scarl asked. It's one of the new rail engines, I believe they're called. Magic-powered? Oh, not at all. Powered through boiling water. Lord Luth shook his head. Truly? Humans are weird. Boiling water? PSH. The half-harpy shrugged. It works, otherwise they wouldn't have invented it. Meanwhile, both of them could hear a conversation between Sola and another individual on the carriage, someone she was sitting next to. My name? Sola asked. She had a moment of pause. My name is Sola. What is your name? Mine? It's Junil. I'm the healer of the hero party. Junar, a healer of their party, right? Yes, that's right. Lord Luth gripped the horns on the sides of his head. No, Sola, don't talk to her. She's the healer. If anything, Scarl said. They seem to be rather friendly to each other. Is this your first time on the rail engine? Asked the healer. My first time, yes. Going on this rail thingy. It's fast and I can see everything moving by so quick. It's fun. Lord Luth was holding his breath, but gradually brought his arms down from his horns. Okay, maybe this won't end as terribly as I thought. The healer's not that dangerous, and I don't see the hero anywhere. So, said the healer. Where are you going, Sola? I know we're going to New Frontierland, but do you plan on going elsewhere? I'm going to the capital place. You're going to the capital? Yes. Both Scarl and Lord Luth blinked. What is she headed here for? Lord Luth stated. On second thought, where in the world is Forge? Forge? Scarl asked. General Forge. He's supposed to be looking after her. What are you going there for? Junil continued. Work. I'm guessing it's a bit of a trip to travel if you're just looking for work. I'm going to meet my older brother. Lord Luth realized where the conversation was going. Wait, Sola, no don't. There wasn't any communication back to the demon folk girl. Unfortunately, he was only able to watch. Your brother? I see. He works at the capital. Work? He doesn't work. I don't think so. He doesn't, though. What do you know about him? My brother, Luther. He's the greatest brother ever. There was a pause between Junil and Sola. The demon folk girl continued speaking. Oh, he's a good brother. He brings me things always, and he even made me shova. Scarl stared at the carefree demon folk girl through the illusion. She's not one for subtlety, is she? Luth? The half-harpy glanced over at the demon lord. He was curled up on the ground, beating the floor with a fist. It's over, he said. It's so over. She's going to get found out. All that work to protect her, for nothing. Scarl didn't know what to say to the demon lord, but he continued watching. He raised an eyebrow as Sola pulled a fancy-looking shovel from beneath the seat in front of her. Luth, I don't think things are as bad as you think of them. Then, the healer spoke. Luther, you said that's the name of your brother? Yes, but he got in trouble for some reason, and people are mad at him. But it's fine, because I'm going to go meet him. The cat was now entirely out of the bag. Luth, I think you should be watching now. Scarl exclaimed. If Junil was with the demon folk girl, that meant Ron was somewhere nearby too. Damn it, you're the demon lord. Get your head up, you need to see this. Scarl had to grab Luth by one of his horns to lift his head up. Things are escalating, and not in the good way. That was only confirmed when the two heard one particularly familiar voice. Junil, get back. That was the hero. The demon lord seemed on the verge of tears. Ron? What's wrong? I said get back. The healer was pulled out of sight of the illusion, leaving a rather confused Sola to watch the commotion at hand. Sola, you need to get out of there. Now. Lord Luth exclaimed. You need to. Oh, Scarl. Why in the world are you making me watch this? I can't even do anything. Scarl scowled at Lord Luth. Because she's your sister. I know this situation's not good, but the girl's at least smart enough to tell if she's in danger, right? The Demon Lord stared at Scarl and gave a short, concise, no. Oh, that might be a problem, then. Lord Luth glared at the particularly unhelpful answer. Well, at least let me do something. Undo the blocking spell that stops me from talking to her. You can do that at least, can't you? Scarl shook his head. It's not as simple as that. Then think of something. My sister is at stake. The two had been talking over the argument between the hero and the healer, and were only snapped back to attention when they heard a loud clank coming from the illusion. Both pairs of eyes immediately snapped back to the illusion. They could see that the hero's broadsword had been brought down on the demon folk girl. She had blocked the weapon with her shovel. She had parried the hero's attack with a gardening tool. Everyone on the rail engine remained still. Even Lord Luth and Scarl were silent, breaths held in anticipation. Then, the demon folk girl immediately scrambled away from the stunned hero, through the middle aisle of the carriage. The demon lord started to shout directions at her again, as though she could hear it all. Sola, get off that rail engine. No, not that way. You need to go back. She continued scurrying through carriage after carriage, her shovel in hand. She paused to look back, to see that the hero was now in pursuit of her. The girl stopped, and immediately took a step back to narrowly avoid the hero's broadsword being swung at her. Lord Luth gave a cry of surprise. Due to the sound of wood and canvas crashing and being sliced, neither of them could make out some of the words exchanged between the two. Your journey ends here. The war is lost, and continuing to shed blood now will achieve nothing. Lord Luth gave an exasperated sigh. Does he truly still believe that my younger sister is a threat? Just look at her, that hero. I swear. Sola muttered something under her breath. Neither Luth nor Scarl heard that, but they could catch the hero's next words. To Sola, second coming. Do you hear me? Immediately followed by an outburst from the demon folk girl. That is not my name. Oh, I can't watch. Lord Luth exclaimed, falling onto his back. Something terrible is going to happen to her. I can feel it. She's more worried about the hero calling her the second coming than the fact she's being chased. Scarl replied. She doesn't seem all that concerned. I told you, she's not all that bright. That girl doesn't know the difference between a hard day's work and danger. Scarl, you've got to stop the magical blockers that prevent me from contacting her. The half-harpy shook his head. I can't. I can cast blockers, but I wasn't ever really taught how to dispel them. Why? Lord Luth began. Are you not able to dispel the own spells you cast? Because it's only demon folk who ever use those weird communication spells. Scarl replied. There's no consequence for casting it on a human, Q's nothing does happen if it's cast on a human. The two were immediately distracted from their arguing by the sound of metal banging on metal. Both their eyes snapped to look at the illusion, to see that the hero had just swung his sword onto a coal-carrying carriage, one that Sola happened to be standing on. The demon folk girl had jumped up as the pieces of coal were scattered about. The side of the carriage in question had been sliced through, and the black rocks tumbled out of the metal carriage to litter the landscape as it moved. What was that about her not being concerned about being chased? Lord Luth snarled. Can you say that now, huh? Scarl grimaced. Well, not at all. But that's a loaded question. I get it, she's in danger. The demon lord was keeping an eye on the illusion again. Scarl noticed that he was paying attention for some reason. He glanced over, to see that the demon folk girl was. There was something happening to her. Her arms shuddered, as the skin up to her forearms began to darken. They turned a dark gray in color, the same as her horns, as the whites of her eyes reddened. She flared, Lord Luth stated. Scarl blinked, then looked over at the demon lord. She went manic? He asked. Lord Luth wanted to correct Scarl on the terminology, but it felt as though his words were getting caught in his throat. Sola's never flared before. Scarl, let me contact her, at least once. Lord Luth pleaded. Just for a moment, dispel the blockers. I told you, I don't know how to. Then get studying. You can't just expect me to watch this. The two witnessed Sola scurry right between the hero's legs, almost knocking a surprised healer out of the way. She went down the ensuing carriages, but soon ran out of carriage to scamper down. The demon folk girl was effectively cornered. The hero was demanding her to surrender. Second coming, there is no escape now. I would recommend you surrender, but you are manic at the moment. I told you already, that isn't my name. My name is Sola. Sola, even when she's manic. Scarl started, and then, her feet slipped on the edge. The demon folk girl tumbled off the last carriage. Just as the train was traversing a bridge that went over the canyon, she proceeded to harmlessly landed smack in a barge that just so happened to be passing below the bridge. A cloud of dust kicked up the moment she landed, signaling that her fall had been broken. They could see the demon folk girl was now out cold, laying in the tarp-covered grain of the bulk cargo vessel. Well, at least she landed on a barge. She's safe, right? Scarl asked. Luth's reply was short. I hate you. And the hero can't follow her without jumping off the bridge himself, so she's totally out of his reach. I absolutely hate you. And, well, even if... Shut. Not another word. Remember that you're still in arm's length of me. Scarl skittered back, out of the reach of the demon lord's arms. Alright, I get it. I'll just leave you to yourself for now. Maybe you just need some alone time, right? Out. The half-harpy blinked. Alright, I know you've been through a lot, but there's no need to be rude. Scarl ducked as a handful of pebbles, from the loaf of bread he gave earlier, sailed over his head at frightening speeds. The cell door slammed shut as the half-harpy decided that it was better to retreat than to test his luck with the demon lord's current emotional state. Chapter 14. Clara. A few more planks of wood were tossed into the firebox of the rail engine. Timber. We need more timber. The train conductor, named Clara, exclaimed. Ron, Junil. There's definitely more in the carriages, go fetch it. Junil nodded and stepped over the destroyed coal car to the carriage right behind it. Most of that carriage had been dismantled already, the wood from the carriage going directly into the firebox of the steam engine. Ron was working on disassembling the last half of it with his sword. The edge of the hero's blade glowed as he hacked away at the walls of the carriage. Do we have any more? Junil asked. Ron nodded, then pointed to a stack of roughly cut wooden planks laying on the floor of the carriage. The healer scooped it up and immediately ran back, tossing it over to the conductor. She then returned to Ron. I don't see why I have to be the one that fetches the firewood. Junil exclaimed. The train will not run otherwise, not after what happened to the coal stores. Yeah, and whose fault was that? I apologize. At that moment, I had considered the strike necessary to capture the second coming. Well, you didn't capture her at all, did you? And for that, I apologize. The two were interrupted when the conductor yelled from the rail engine. Hey, what's the hold-up? I need more timber. We need more wood, Junil said to the hero. Ron, cut some more. I've heard him already, he replied. A few more planks of wood clattered to the ground, after Ron sliced them off the roof of the carriage with his sword. Just as Junil was about to grab them, he stopped her. I can carry them much easier than you can, he stated. The hero didn't waste a moment. Hoisting several large planks of wood over his shoulder, he carried them over to the rail engine. The man proceeded to deposit them right in front of the conductor. This should be enough to get us back, Clara said, looking at the mess in front of him. It better be, Junil replied. She sighed, dropping the own pieces of wood she carried at the pile. Finally, we're done. I'm exhausted. She stepped over to the carriage that had mostly been broken down and fell backwards right onto the floor. She remained laying there, sprawled out and staring at the sky. At least nobody got hurt, she continued. I didn't need to use my healing magic. Don't get your hopes up, Clara replied. If I need more timber, I'll tell you. Oh, damn it. How much stuff does this rail engine burn? Clara adjusted his cap, which was stained in black dust. It burns better with coal, but your hero friend here knocked it all off. For that, I apologize, Ron stated. Clara shrugged. I'm just paid to run the rail engine. It's the manager who you'll need to apologize to. Got to admit, the bit of excitement I saw today made up for the inconvenience. The conductor leaned in a bit. And, I'm curious, who's that gal you all were chasing? Was she a fugitive, associate of the demon lord? I don't usually see the hero party out and about doing this kinda confidential, the hero said, cutting him off. Clara blinked. You better pay the rail manager good money to keep his mouth shut. No point, Junil replied. Everyone on board saw it. The news is gonna spread like rats in a grain silo. Ron leaned in to whisper to Junil. Regardless, they will be unaware of the motives. Our true objectives will remain obscured. Obscured? You think that's the thing I'm concerned about? Junil hissed, under her breath. You see yourself apprehending the demon lord's sister. Everyone else saw you attacking a defenseless demon folk girl. How do you think people will perceive this? They have done nothing nor said anything so far, the hero retorted. That's because you're the hero. Of course they won't, not immediately. This isn't good for your image. My image is irrelevant to the outcome of the mission. Junil gave a loud sigh, realizing that he was not going to budge on this position. So she decided to just drop the conversation. As we have time to burn, I have a few questions to ask, Ron continued. His voice was at a regular volume again. Questions about demon folk anatomy. You are a medical student, correct? Yeah, I am. And I know a few things, so go ahead. Ron nodded. I recall you once said the demon folk have good balance. Why did she stumble, regardless of that? Junil blinked. Well, yeah, they have good balance. That's because of the tail. But the tail doesn't help much when they lose their footing and plunge into a ravine. She turned over onto her side. And she was manic, too. I know a fair deal about their manic phase, but we don't know everything. Do tell me more, Ron insisted. The healer glanced up at them. There was a slight pout on her face. You've fought them before. Shouldn't you know? I know how to fight a manic demon folk, but I've never studied the intricacies of their manic state of being before. Would you be so kind as to teach me? Letting out a breath, Junil placed a hand on her forehead and rubbed the sweat off. All right, so they're mostly incomplete theories, ones we've carried over from humans to reapply to the demon folk. So a lot of this is new, especially considering that the demon folk haven't been too cooperative in studies. Tell me what you do know, though. Well, I'll use an analogy. In times when you felt threatened or knew a battle was coming up, you felt anxious before, right? I would not say anxious. Rather, I feel as though my limbs are bursting with energy before a fight, even if I felt physically exhausted otherwise. Yes, that. It's an incomplete theory, but our bodies store and use up stimulants as energy. When you feel nervous, your body is getting ready to use them. It's called the flight or fight response. Yes, the demon folk, in theory, are very similar to that. Except, since they're usually physically stronger than humans, not as much can threaten an individual demon folk compared to a human, right? So they might not have a need for it. Yes, except for cases where something terrifying comes in that can actually threaten them. In those cases, a little injection of energy won't really help. So, instead of injecting energy, it's some type of... Well, we're not sure what it is that does it, but it speeds up their body's healing, blood clotting, reaction speeds. Everything across the books go up. Not only that, but the skin on their arms and legs toughen, their nails and hair grow quicker, and a second layer of teeth temporarily emerges from behind their main set. Junil stopped, and glanced at Ron. Do you understand this? Please continue, he said. The healer took a deep breath and began to speak again. We found that it comes with its own side effects. The hardened skin on the arms and legs doesn't stay forever. It peels off after an hour, and the area that was underneath is sore and vulnerable to injury. The jutting of their teeth also creates areas in their mouth that have been cut through, which isn't too pleasant. And their eyes remain bloodshot for up to 5 hours after going manic. So, there are after effects to their manic phase, Ron continued. I had my suspicions, but I was not entirely sure. How much impact would this have on their performance? Like a sore body, Junil continued. Pushing themselves further after that is possible, but they'll injure themselves. But they can continue pushing themselves. Yes, you can. It's not very healthy, especially when extended, or, that's what we guess, Junil continued. She picked up a wood chipping that was in front of her, before tossing it off the side. We can't figure out much. No demon folk wants to work in our medical trials. Perhaps, Ron suggested. You are being too aggressive in approaching demon folk. Aggressive? Junil asked. If anything, I think you're the one aggressive. Am I? To the demon folk girl, Junil said. I was expecting you to stop, try to reason with her. But, well, I didn't hear everything you two were talking about, but it didn't sound like much. Junil finished her sentence, and waited for Ron's response. 15 seconds passed before she glanced over at the lack of response. Ron? The healer asked. He seemed to be staring out into the distance. However, the hero acknowledged Junil and turned his head at her. A demon folk going manic cannot be reasoned with, Junil, he stated, matter-of-factly. Junil blinked her eyes a few times, in surprise. I haven't heard this before, the healer replied. It is what I have deduced, based on personal experience and observations with fighting demon folk in their manic phase. Instead of showing interest at this new piece of information, Junil frowned. She gave a sigh, rubbing the side of her head with a hand. Ron, well, I don't think that's true, she said. I believe it is. The second coming did not surrender, even when cornered. That is irrational behavior. Junil shook her head. No, I think otherwise. That's why I tried to stop you. She was still very lucid, even when manic. Junil, I have told you already, a manic demon folk is not an individual you are capable of reasoning with. They are not lucid, they are in a trance. I have attempted to do so myself. In the past, it has only resulted in injuries to myself and others. If there was anything that Junil weighed more than her own intuition, it was the hero's personal experiences being relayed to her. She decided to give up her line of argument. Fine, they aren't reasonable. When manic, Junil admitted. But what if they were? Ron seemed to muse over that for a second, but he shook his head. Not even 5 seconds after Junil asked. An impossibility. If I ever do encounter such a situation, you can witness my answer. For now, I have no suitable response for you. From that point, the conversation had died down. There wasn't much left to talk about anyway, not like there was time left. The rail engine was slowing into the new Frontierland station, and both Ron and Junil could see the look of surprise on the faces of those who were waiting for it to arrive. Considering the sorry state of the entire rail engine, that was not surprising. Ron and Junil were the first to disembark from the torn-down carriage. They simply walked past the group of maintenance workers, who simply stared at them. Stepping up to the ticket booth, where the ticket seller stood, Ron deposited a bag full of coins onto the table. This is for payment, Ron stated. It took the ticket seller a moment to realize what the hero did. Oh, right. What is this for? This is for the cost of damages, Ron replied. If this amount of funds is insufficient, please do not hesitate to contact my estate. The ticket seller blinked. Now, wait up. I cannot. I have urgent business to attend to. You may bill me for additional financial damages stemming from my unintentional impact on your earnings. There. The cost of damages? The ticket seller asked. Wait, was that why the rail engine pulled into the station like that? As I said, Ron began. He stopped walking and turned back to stare at the ticket seller. I do not have the time. An invoice for damages may be sent to my estate. Have a nice day. The ticket seller stood there, flabbergasted, with the bag of coins in his hands. Junil glanced back at him, just as Ron started walking again. She stood there before turning to look at the hero and skittering up back to him. You could have spared a minute to explain to him, couldn't you? The healer asked. We do not have such time on our hands, Ron replied. Unfortunately, every moment from now onwards is another second. The second coming has to prepare. Junil gave a sigh. That's true, but I'm worried about all that. It's not going to blow over. Once the damages are paid back, there is no reason for any form of animosity. That's going to be a lot of money, Ron, Junil replied. That does not mean I will not pay them back. Junil scoffed. At least you're responsible. But, should I pay my share, then? I had directly caused the vast majority of the damage. I shall incur the expense. Junil rolled her eyes. More like all of the damage. That is true, yes. Anyway, where are we going? Don't tell me we're walking aimlessly. We shall be heading to the library to collect information, Ron replied. Junil said, do you have an idea where to start researching? I know the geography well. That river has a stop at Fort Logger. Fort Logger? Junil scratched her cheek. It sounds familiar, for some reason. Have we been there once? Yes, we have, Ron replied. We'll be going there again. Before we do, however, we must perform some research. Chapter 15. Ristle. When Sola woke up again, she found herself nestled in warm blankets. She blinked the grogginess out of her eyes and peered around at the unfamiliar wooden structure she was in. It took her 30 seconds to figure out that she was on a boat. The demon folk girl could feel the entire vessel rocking back and forth. There was the sound of the splashing of waves. Accompanying that was the cool, yet humid air, as if she was near a body of water. Hey, finally awake, are you? Sola immediately glanced around to see where the voice was coming from. It was rather evident. There was only one person nearby that made herself apparent to Sola's presence. The first person Sola saw was another demon folk, an older lady. She had short, dull red hair and heterochromia eyes, one the same dull red as her hair and the other a pale off-gray color. You all right, girl? I saw you had flared earlier. After landing on my barge from that bridge, too. Sola blinked the sleepiness out of her eyes. She brought a hand up to wipe her eyes, but winced when the skin of her hand made contact with her face. Careful, The skin on your hands is still probably sore from flared. Solar asked. You know, humans call it going manic, but I don't like that term. Sounds like we go insane or something along those lines. Manic? The red-headed demon-folk woman shook her head. Well, that's never mind. Are you doing fine? You were in a pretty rough spot earlier, I can assume. Solar stared at the demon-folk woman. Who are you? Oh, forgot to introduce myself. Sorry, I'm Rissel. Rissel extended her hand out to Solar. Nice to meet you. What's your name? Solar stared at the woman, taking the hand in a slow and steady handshake. My name's Solar, the demon-folk girl replied. Well, welcome aboard, Solar. Odd circumstances to be boarding my barge, but I've seen weirder. What were you doing falling off that bridge, might I ask? Bridge? I fell off a bridge? Rissel frowned. Huh. Sounds like you were in a pretty rough spot, then. I wasn't in a rough spot place, Solar replied. I was on a rail engine thing, and I was chased. There was this guy with a very big sword. Solar raised her arms, in an attempt to somewhat act out what was happening. And then he tried to hit me, but I jumped away and got away, and then. She paused. Solar placed a finger on her cheek as she tried to think. I don't know what happened next, she admitted. Rissel frowned, then held her hand up to pat the demon-folk girl on the head. That's ain't a problem, the woman reassured. Answers one of my questions, actually. So they have a rail engine up there? Rissel looked out the window, glancing up as though the bridge would be right there. It wasn't, as she had gone rather far down the canyon. I was wondering what that bridge was for, she continued, looking back at Solar. But you're completely fine, right? Not injured anywhere, I hope? Considering you flared up. Solar shook her head, yet again. No hurting anywhere. Don't worry. She then glanced back at Rissel. Her gaze gravitated towards the woman's right eye, which was gray. Why's your eye like that? Solar asked. Rissel blinked. My eye? Yes. One eye is white, and the other is a regular color. Oh, that, Rissel said. The war took my eye, you see, had a pretty good gauge of distance and such. I used to use a bow. Solar cocked her head. Who stole your eye? The girl asked. No clue. Magic attack hit it. Was my good eye too, unfortunately. Rissel sat down and leaned back in her seat. After that, I left the demon-folk armies. Got my severance pay, right as the war ended. Lucky enough to leave just in time to not become an indentured servant, and used my money to buy a barge. The older woman glanced back at Solar. Sorry, this is all probably going over your head, ain't it? Solar shook her head. No, it's not. It's going to my head, it's going right at me. But what is severance pay and indentured servant? Rissel chuckled. You like asking questions. Girl, we'll be here for a while if you want me to answer everything, but it's not like there's anything much to do. The woman placed her hands behind her head, resting them. Severance pay is when you leave a job and they pay you whatever they owe you, plus some more. Amount they pay you depends. I was rather skilled with my bow, and since I had a lot of expensive equipment that I had to leave behind, they compensated me for that. Rissel was looking up at the sky. I wonder how they're doing now. Solar watched the demon-folk woman in anticipation. What about indentured servant? She asked. Do you know? Oh, right, Rissel replied, after the reminder. I know what they are. Most demon folk who fought had to pay back in labor. It's like. She was trying to figure out a way to best explain it to Solar. So, imagine you damage something, she continued. You have to pay them back when you damage it, right? Solar nodded. That made sense. Thinking back, she realized that the human probably was going to need to pay back the damage to the rail engine that he had destroyed when chasing her. Well, imagine you cause so much damage that you don't have enough money, Rissel continued. What do you think happens? Solar scrunched her eyebrows and looked up. What would happen? You need to make more money? She asked. And pay it back with that, right? Rissel gave a thumbs up. You're close, really close. But the middleman is cut out. You have to work directly for the person that you owe money to for a certain amount of time. Solar nodded, but she still had a question. What's a middleman? The woman rubbed her forehead. This was going to be a little harder for her to explain. A middleman is, well, the person in the middle, Rissel started. The money goes from one person, to you, to the person you owe money to. What if the money went from the one person to the person you owe money to while you worked? Makes things a lot simpler, right? So the money goes to the person you owe? Solar asked. Rissel nodded. Yep, you've got that right. The demon folk girl leaned left and right as she sat. I still don't get it, she admitted. Rissel scratched the back of her head. Ah. Well, it ain't an easy concept to understand. And since you're not an indentured servant, I'm guessing it's not something you should concern yourself with. Are you? Nope. The demon folk girl exclaimed. I was it was She placed a finger on her chin, trying to figure out the word she was looking for. A ladle? No, a lab. Lab something. Labor, I think. I'm not sure. Sola shrugged. Rissel had an idea what she was trying to say. A laborer? Sola's face lit up in a smile. Yes, that thing. The laborer. I was one. Really? Yeah? Seems like that job might be hard. Wasn't it? No, it was easy. The girl replied, even though Farah and the others felt tired. I didn't. Rissel blinked. You have a lot of energy, then. The woman then stepped back out of the little cabin. Anyway, I'm starving. You hungry, too? I've got some broth. Sola hadn't had much to eat since that morning. She nodded her head happily. Yes, please. Rissel smiled. All right, sure. Follow me. I've got a little kitchen set up on the deck. The demon folk girl got to her feet. Her legs were a little shaky, and Rissel helped steady her as she took a few steps forward. Thank you, Rissa, Sola said. The woman smiled. Rissa, we on nickname terms now, gal? Well, I ain't complaining. It took a few more steps for Sola to regain her balance. Soon, the two had stepped out of the cabin of the barge onto the large deck. The middle of the barge had a depression in it that was supposedly filled with grain and completely covered up by a tarp. Rissel stepped over to a small setup she had next to the cabin of the barge. A tarp hung off from the sides and was being held up by a few wooden poles on the end, allowing it to shade a small makeshift kitchen. A gaslit lantern without the surrounding glass sat beneath a small pot of simmering soup. Sola cocked her head upon seeing that. Why do you use a lamp to make food warm? She asked, pointing to it. Because I can't really set a big fire up on this boat, Rissel replied. Otherwise, it might catch the whole boat on fire. Lamp, easy to extinguish, gives just enough heat. Looking into the small pot, the woman continued speaking. I've used up most of my portable soup rations, so the soup might be a tad watery since I got to portion it for both of us, Rissel admitted. That fine with you? Sola nodded, because she wasn't one to really turn down food when she was hungry. Then, thinking for a moment, the demon folk girl remembered something. I have my own food, Sola exclaimed. Grabbing at her small bag, the girl rustled through the assortment of items in there until she grabbed hold of a package made of butcher's paper. This, she exclaimed, pulling it out. Rissel raised an eyebrow at the item that the girl procured. What you've got in there? She asked. Dried beef jerky, Sola exclaimed. Since it's dry and you say the soup is too much water, we can put the dry in there and it'll become dry again, right? Rissel went from contemplating to confused. Then, her eyes twinkled in amusement. Ha ha, oh boy, she exclaimed. That's not how it'll work. But you've got an idea there for sure. Sola, on the other hand, hesitated. Is that wrong? A little bit of both, Rissel said, through chuckles. Dried beef is dry, sure, but it ain't gonna just soak up all the moisture like that. Although, the woman tapped her chin. You want to put the jerky in the soup, right? She continued. Yes. Here's my idea, the older demon folk proposed. Rip it up to shreds, it'll give the stew a bit more body. Sola nodded, and immediately got to tearing up the beef jerky into shreds. Stepping up to the pot of simmering soup, she dropped the shredded up bits as Rissel continued stirring the pot. Oh, and I also have bread too, Sola exclaimed. We can eat the soup with that. No worries, I've got my own, the woman reassured. Think it's ready? Actually, Rissel glanced over to her utensils. She only had one bowl. You can have the bowl, the woman said. I'll just be eating out of the pot. Using a ladle, the demon folk woman scooped a little less than half of the soup into the bowl, then handed it to Sola. She also handed a fork to the demon folk girl, too. Tell me what you think, the woman said. Sola took a sip, then her eyes glimmered. The broth by itself was good, but the addition of the strips of dried jerky only added more rich flavors to it. It's good, she replied. Does it? Well, seems like it ain't a bad idea. Here, let me grab some bread we can dip into the soup. The woman grabbed a package wrapped in wax paper, one that was stored in a drawer within one of the tables. Unwrapping it, the woman grabbed at the top loaf, which was particularly large and wide, and wrapped the rest of the bread to store again. Rissel then tore the loaf in half, and handed one half to Sola. Here ya go, a bit stale, I bought it a day ago when I was resupplying up the river. But it should do. Sola nodded, giving her thanks to the woman. She watched as Rissel immediately got to eating, dipping the bread in the stew to soak it in the broth, before tossing that piece in her mouth and chewing. The girl immediately mimicked those actions, and after dunking her bread, she chewed on the particularly delicious result of the softened and moistened bread. The two ate together, and when Rissel began using her own fork to spear the strips of sliced dried beef that had been simmering within the stew, Sola did the same. Both of them watched as the canyon the river flowed through gradually sloped down to even more flat land. In the distance, they could see that the river was gradually snaking to the base of a large hill that overlooked the surroundings. "So," Rissel asked, "where were you planning on going? Considering you fell off a rail engine and all." Sola paused her eating and began to think. "Farah said that we were going to a place called New Frontland, I think." Rissel raised an eyebrow. "You mean New Frontierland, the port city?" Sola immediately nodded. "Yes, New Frontierland." "I see. Any reason you going there?" "Work, travel. Vacation of sorts?" Sola shook her head. "I'm there to find my brother. He's in a place called the capital, which is where I need to go." The woman grunted, then took another bite of stew. "Ah, I know the capital. That's where the demon folk armies were sent to work after the war." "You say he's there?" Sola nodded. "Yes, and I need to go there." "Well, look there for me for a moment, will you?" Rissel asked, pointing out at the scenery. Both of them gazed out at the hill. "That hill right there," the demon folk veteran said. "Right on the other side is New Frontierland. We're heading right to the base of the hill. But you can't go around it. You gotta go up it." "I can't go around?" "Why?" "No trails that go around, and the woods are dense. You'd get lost trying to go through. And anyway." Rissel placed her stew on the table and pointed right at the peak. "The very top of the hill is Fort Logger. 'Twas an old lookout post during the war. Now they chop lumber. The walk up is gonna take a while, so you can stay there for the night till you can come back down." "And then I go to New Frontierland?" "Yep. Right on the other side of the hill, not too far. I know some folk in Fort Logger. They're good people. They'll take care of ya." Rissel picked her soup up again and continued eating. "Is Fort Logger like a city?" Sola asked. "A city? It's a fort. It's in the name. More the size of a small town. But the place there's fortified, even after the garrison left. Last I've been that they've still got the wood spike walls up. Ain't removing 'em anytime soon, I bet." Sola didn't understand half of what Rissel was referring to, but she nodded. She glanced over to see that Rissel had a sly, nostalgic grin. Humans was always good at finding the best strategic locations. Fort Logger saved them the war. Couldn't get within 40 leagues of New Frontierland with any sizable army before they'd spot you from air. "Did you get close to it?" Sola asked. "During the war thing?" "Before the surrender?" "Only once," Rissel replied. "Then we had to retreat." "Find it funny now, I can get as close as I wanna get up there now." The woman then downed the rest of her soup and stuffed the last bit of bread in her mouth. Through a muffled mouth, she said, "Tough opponent they were. I ain't the one to say our defeat was inevitable, but there were things we could have done differently." Rissel then stretched her arms out. She glanced over at Sola, who was still staring over at the large hill. They were now almost at the base of it. To look up at it would require one to crane their necks a little. "We're near," Rissel said. She stepped over to an area behind the bridge, where the barge's wooden steering wheel was located. "What are you doing?" Sola asked. "Steering the barge. Gonna be nearing the dock soon." The barge continued drifting down the river as Rissel grabbed a hold of the wheel. She gave a few short, subtle steers, to allow the boat to drift towards a wooden dock that was just around a bend in the river. "Keep clear, I'm steering the barge toward the dock," Rissel stated. After turning the wheel and eyeing the movement of the barge, Rissel grabbed at a length of rope that was tied to the barge. She stepped over to the side, closest to the docks, and then tossed a loop of the rope. The rope slid onto one of the wooden bollard posts on the pier. She immediately pulled it, tightening the loop of rope, before grabbing another rope to do the same thing. As she did so, Sola could feel the entire barge itself gradually slowing down as the rope strained under the tension. Another mooring rope later, and the barge had come to a complete stop. After tying off the last rope, Rissel stood up and wiped her hands off. "All right, now we're anchored, safe to step off." Sola blinked. She took a last sip of her soup, and placed the empty bowl on the table. "Why did we stop?" she asked. "I'm stopping here to drop off some supplies," Rissel said. "You said you wanted to go to New Frontierland." "Yes, Sola said. Farah said I needed to go that way to see brother. Well, Rissel replied, scratching the back of her head. I can't accompany you the whole way. You'll be needing to head off by yourself. The woman then pointed off at a particularly well-worn dirt trail that headed up the mountain. That way will get you to Fort Logger. But Rissel glanced up at the sky. Dark storm clouds were beginning to form on the horizon. Rain's coming, she said. You sure you want to go up that hill? Sola nodded vigorously. You said to go to New Frontierland that way, right? The demon folk girl pointed in the exact same direction that Rissel had pointed earlier. Yeah, it's the way to New Frontierland. The trail goes directly to Fort Logger, and New Frontierland is downhill from there. But I don't recommend it right now. Rissel then looked up at the sky. Weather's gonna be harsh for sure. I can do it, Sola exclaimed. I'm strong. Farah said so. Rissel closed her eyes, then opened them with a smile. Guess I can't convince you. But before you go, let me give you something. Rissel stepped to look in the cabin of her barge, rustling through several things. She then grabbed something and stepped back. Here. Rissel handed to Sola a cloak made out of thick burlap. It's cheap, I can just get another one. Should keep you dry in light rain. But try to get up to Fort Logger as quickly as you can. Okay. Thank you. Sola took the cloak and turned around. She immediately took a few long strides over the wooden surface of the loading port, her foot making thumps on the sun-worn planks below. Oh, and Sola. The demon folk girl stopped and looked back. She cocked her head at Rissel. Don't forget to tell the guys up there that Rissel sent you. I've got friends up there, they can protect you. Sola nodded. Okay, I will tell them, Rissel. She turned back around and set down the trail to Fort Logger. Rissel watched as Sola's form grew distant, before her silhouette vanished around a grove of trees. Why would someone be after her? Rissel muttered. She's dumb, but she's damn lovable. Gah. My worry's gonna keep me awake at night, even though she seems like a strong gal. Chapter 16, Dealer. The hero and the healer headed off to New Frontierland's library, mostly for a map. While Ron's memory was very good, he wasn't going to rely on that entirely to traverse the way to Fort Logger. It didn't take long for the two to find some maps and diagrams of the place. The librarians were more than willing to help the hero gather the existing maps they had, and laid them out on a large table for Ron to look over. Some were outdated, dating as far back as to before the war itself, but they managed to find a very up-to-date one to survey. Splayed out in front of Ron and Junel was a large map of the surrounding towns and cities. However, the areas of most relevance were the areas that Ron was pointing directly to. This map appears to be a little dated, but it will do, he said. Here we are, at New Frontierland. And this. His finger slid over to a nearby landmark, labeled Fort Logger. Is where we are going. Fort Logger is atop a particularly tall hill, connected directly to New Frontierland by a narrow raised canal. Did I hear that correctly? A canal? Junel asked. Yes, though it is more a waterslide than a canal. It is used for timber rafting. They bind up wooden logs together to float down the canal. Junel blinked, looking down at the map. That's rather ingenious. Indeed. But our main concern is this. Ron's finger moved from Fort Logger to a canyon that was located between Grand Elm and New Frontierland. A river runs down the canyon here. It's a major transport hub for grain barges. They typically make stops right here. His finger traced down the river until it stopped at a labeled point on the map, right at the base of the hill that Fort Logger was located atop. That river leads to a small unloading dock at the base of Fort Logger's hill. From there is a direct trail that goes all the way. His finger traced up, to Fort Logger. Right across from Fort Logger, of course, is New Frontierland. She has a direct path to the capital from there. Junel looked down at the map with wide eyes. Make no mistake, she absolutely saw how the demon folk girl could make her way to the demon lord. This all has to be a coincidence, Junel said. She couldn't possibly have thought this all on her own. A coincidence has to happen by chance. This was all planned by her, really? The healer asked. She didn't seem all that bright when I talked to her. Ron simply stood there, and stared at Junel. The healer suddenly felt uncomfortable where she was. You are being fooled, he said. People are very well capable of acting unintelligent. Junel frowned. Yes, but she sounded so innocent. He asked. Remember, this is the Demon Lord's sister we are speaking of. There is little reason for me to believe that Lord Luth has no plans regarding her. The healer bit her lip. As much as she wanted to say otherwise, Thinking of her little conversation with the demon folk girl, Ron had a point. That girl, Sola. She could be faking the impressions of being a simpleton. Then, I suppose it wouldn't hurt for us to be safe, she finally admitted. But the idea that it's all planned, really? Isn't that more far-fetched or whatever? If it just so happened to entirely be a coincidence, it certainly is not one in our favor, Ron replied. He stopped talking and continued to shuffle through some more pages of the record book in his hands. It appears that these records only show Fort Logger audits. Junil, may you check the other record booklet of Fort Logger? Junil picked up another record book that was in front of her and began flipping through it. What am I looking for? The name of the individual who is currently the head of the logging operations at Fort Logger. Junil flipped a few pages, then stopped on one. She glanced over it swiftly, seeing that this page was a list of individuals managing the location. It looks like the current head of operations at Fort Logger is Tila. Junil looked up at Ron. The hero had a hand on his chin, in thought. Tila, you said the name was? It sounds familiar, he stated. Give me a moment to think. Is she someone you know? Most likely. However, I've met many people over the duration of the war. They all undoubtedly know me, but sometimes I am unable to reciprocate my awareness of them. Must be a challenge to memorize so many names, Junil added. Names are, unfortunately, not my specialty, Ron continued. However, I am far better at remembering faces. I will likely recall who it is once I meet them again. The hero had placed on the desk a fresh sheet of paper, of which he used to visually copy a small section of one of the maps that led directly from New Frontierland to Fort Logger. There are also a few additional steps we require to prepare, Ron said. I shall send them a messenger pigeon so that they are aware of our arrival. We may also require a resupply of, Junil asked. Food provisions, water and potions, in the event we may require healing, the hero stated. Additionally, the weather appears to be turning. We should obtain rain-resistant gear, too. Sounds reasonable. Except the potions. Those will break the bank, Junil said. I don't have as much of a fund as you do for that. You may simply take out of my fund for the potions, then. The healer shook her head. With the price they are now? 1, at most. 2 if you wanna go broke. We will buy, at minimum, 1, Ron continued. Junil glanced up at the hero. Do you really carry that much cash on you? She asked. Considering that you paid a lot of it up front to the rail engine's ticket booth for damages. Indeed, I do, Ron replied. I will withdraw more from the local bank if I see fit. However, I do not believe we require any additional funding. Junil rolled her eyes and sighed. Whatever you think we need, sure. After taking a few minutes to roll up the maps and stash away the books they pulled off the shelves, the two stepped out of the library. Ron had written a message on a note that he attached to one of the legs of Scarl's pigeon, before he proceeded to allow the pigeon to lift off from his hands. It didn't take long for them to gather the supplies they needed. They went to a local New Frontierland bakery, to Junil's disdain, to buy some hearty bread and dried jerky. Junil chewed on one of the loaves. Yeah, stale as always. Typical New Frontierland food service. Bet this was baked 2 days ago. If it fills your stomach, do not complain, Ron lectured. The stuff on the frontier is fresher, Junil retorted, and cheaper, too. Next came buying the potion. Junil was the one who personally haggled with the merchant. Even the presence of the hero right behind her didn't get them to bring the price down any further. Junil regretfully handed over the money as the potion seller hesitantly handed to her the potion she was purchasing at below market rates. What a waste of money, Junil muttered. She walked away from the merchant with Ron by her side, as the healer handed the glass bottle over to him. For the same price, you would have been able to get a dozen potions before this mess. Markets fluctuate, Ron simply said. This is mostly Frowl's fault, though. It's not like potions naturally became that much more expensive overnight. Regardless, the hero continued. We must weather whatever issues we may have. If we have the money to purchase the potions, even if they are expensive, we purchase them if they are necessary. Next were the raincoats, which the two purchased at a local clothing store. Due to their somewhat dwindling funds, Ron decided that the cheaper yet equally functional straw coats were a preferable alternative over the burlap ones. Logically, we will likely only use these ones, Ron stated, and we can likely resell these up at Fort Logger to recoup the cost, should the rain stop by then. The burlap ones cost more. To compare, Junil frowned. She had the straw coat wrapped around her body and head, and was trying her best not to scratch at it. "It's ridiculously itchy. I can feel it poking through my clothes," she complained. "You tightened it too much round yourself. It should be hanging loosely." "Let me help. I know how to handle my own clothes, Ron." It wasn't long before the two set off to Fort Logger. There was a dirt trail that headed up the particularly steep hill, some areas so steep that the walk looked more like a climb than anything else. Fort Logger, despite being relatively close to New Frontierland, was difficult to get to from there. Most of the supplies and personnel there were brought in through the river barges, on the other side of the hill. The side facing the port town was much steeper and rockier, and to get around it was to go through a particularly dense forest. The two didn't really converse much as they started to traverse up the trail. It went downhill for a bit, before sloping back up and meeting the particularly steep section of hill that went directly to the fort. As he walked, Ron glanced at his broadsword and rubbed at the area that was chipped. The earlier clash with Sola was on his mind, and he had noticed that her spade managed to damage his weapon. Juno looked over, and frowned. "What's wrong with it?" "The Second Coming has managed to chip my blade," he said. "It appears that I will eventually need to take my sword in for a repair." The healer blinked. "I thought you had that made by some of the best blacksmiths around. The Demon Lord's weapons are of much higher quality than weapons made by even the best of humans. Are you saying your sword is bad?" Juno asked. She grimaced for a second, scratching at her side as some of the straw raincoat poked at her. Ron glanced down at her. "I am not saying that human blacksmiths and artisans produce poor quality products. However, for one-off custom-made tools and equipment, the demon folk tend to be much more refined in their process." Juno looked up into the sky, in thought. "Really? I didn't know that. I just thought they sometimes seemed more powerful because of magic." "The magic, too," Ron added. "But their weapons are of extraordinary quality. They are typically handmade and custom-tailored to the user." Juno flicked her wand out of her sleeve and raised it up. "But our weapons are custom-made too, aren't they?" "Ours are exceptions. Custom-making a weapon is prohibitively expensive. Human armies all use mass-produced equipment. We, as the hero party, have the funding to procure our own. And I'm guessing that custom-made weapons are better in every way. They are geared for the user. Your wand and staff are designed specifically for healing. Fral's staff is designed to exploit her immense magical reserves. Salkin's crossbow is made to efficiently utilize the lesser amounts of magic he can harness." Juno nodded. "Huh. That makes me wonder. You should go to a demon folk to get a better weapon, then." There was silence for a few seconds, as the two continued walking. "And you should have gotten better raincoats, too," the healer complained. "Anyway, why don't you?" "Better weapon, custom-made just for you?" "Doing so would not be the best of ideas," Ron replied, promptly. "Well, if you have enough money, payment is not an issue. Rather, it is the issue of the human's hero asking a member of the demon folk to personally craft him a weapon. The potential implications could be troublesome." "You could keep that a secret," Juno suggested. "You said it yourself, we're not at war anymore." "What's the problem?" "In the legal sense, there is none," Ron confirmed. "But there are other factors that must be considered, such as public perception." Juno shrugged. "Then keep it a secret." "Actually. But you'd probably consider that dishonest, wouldn't you?" "It is not dishonest, admittedly," was the man's immediate reply. "However, it would be difficult to keep it a secret while answering truthfully. Should someone ask a question?" Juno's eyes flickered back over Ron's broadsword. "Who'll ask you a question about that, though?" "There is always a possibility that line of conversation could come up." "Ron, in all the hero party mixers that I've had to accompany you to, I've never heard them ask a question about your sword. It's always about your technique, how it was to fight in the war, your magic. Stuff like that." "That does not mean it could not happen," Ron replied. "Additionally, an audit would turn particularly ugly should they figure that I am attempting to mask my own spending." "It's your own money," the healer exclaimed. "Why should they care how you spend it?" "You're the hero, for goodness sake." "The law applies equally to all. I am no exception." Juno sighed. She couldn't argue with Ron over the legality of anything. He was a stickler for that. "Fine. Don't think I can convince you, but I might look into getting a demon folk-made weapon myself." "Miss Juno, what are you gonna do? Stop me from spending my own money?" "It's not like I'm gonna grow horns the moment I cast magic with it." "There might be a risk," Ron quickly added. "I have not heard of any case studies of humans utilizing demon folk equipment before." Juno glanced up at Ron, then scoffed. If I become a demon folk, I mean, as treasonous as this may sound, might as well. I'll be able to experiment on myself for the demon folk medical trials then. The ones that no demon folk would willingly sign up for. That sounds like an incredibly irresponsible course of action, Miss Junil. Hey, what do you know? Give me a stupid premise, and I'll give you a stupid response. Chapter 17. Flaker. Sola's shoes dug into the muddy trail. Keeping an arm in front of her face, the demon folk girl braced against the rain and wind that was picking up. Drops of water slapped against her arm, bringing with it a shivering chill. The burlap coat had gradually soaked through with the heavy rain, but the demon folk girl kept it on to shield her body from the ice-cold drops that rained down. Cold, she muttered. Her body shivered. Despite this, she was going to go onward. She remembered one of the generals saying that being in a hard situation built character. While the demon folk girl wasn't too sure on what building character was, she was sure it was a good thing. Regardless, the cold didn't help. Sola kept her eyes on the ground ahead. Water ran down wagon grooves on the trail itself, which at least gave her a direction to follow when walking. She gave another step forward, and the mud gave way. She almost slipped, but her tail shot out to balance her again. Slippery, she commented. After catching herself, the demon folk girl continued. She stepped underneath a groove of trees next to the trail, shielding her from the rain for the time it took her to pass it. Then, she stopped. The demon folk girl could hear something. In fact, the ground was rumbling. Sola could feel the shaking of the surface through her shoes. Then came the hissing and clacking of metal, not too dissimilar to the rail engine that she had been on. But there weren't any tracks around, so where was the sound coming from? Looking at the ground, the demon folk girl could even see her shadow being cast by a light source shining directly behind her. A loud, shrieking sound of metal followed, before Sola heard the voice of someone right behind her. Wait, stop the hauler. Sola turned around as quick as she could, just to see who or what it was. She squinted her eyes at the bright light in front of her, taking a few steps to the side to get the glare out of her eyes. It was a large machine. The metal surface glinted with the rain that had fallen on it. It was like the rail engine that she had been chased off, much earlier in the day. However, this one was much longer, and didn't move on rails. It rolled forward on two front visible wheels, before finally coming to a slow, heavy stop. The entire machine hissed upon stopping. However, the person sitting at the front had caught her attention. Sitting on this seat at the very front was a boy, holding a wheel to steer the large front wheels. Rain dripped from his mid-length white hair and down his pale, slightly blue skin. His clothes were as soaked as Sola's, but despite that, he did not seem bothered by the rain at all. His ice blue eyes peered through a pair of goggles, watching the demon folk girl. What's a lass like you doing out here?" he asked. Sola stared at the white pale young man. "Ain't gonna answer?" he asked. "Well, either way, you're drenched. Lassie, you shouldn't stay out here for too long, you're gonna get sick." "But you're staying out," Sola said, through chattering teeth. "That's 'cause I'm a snow spirit," he retorted. "Cold don't bother me." "Unlike you, pretty sure demon folk don't really like the cold, either." Sola wrapped her own arms around herself, in an attempt to warm up. "See cold builds see character. It's good." "Who put that in your head?" the snow spirit asked. "Sure, a tough guy can handle the cold. But it ain't all a good thing for you." Sola was about to reply, but a woman's shout from the rear of the mobile machine interrupted her. "Hey, Flaker." "What's the hold up?" The snow spirit, who was apparently named Flaker, grunted and then turned around to shout back. Wait up, there's a lass out here in the cold. Just lemme talk and I'll send her your way." After that, Flaker scoffed. "Driver has no patience, but you should go up back. We can give you a lift." Sola simply stood there. "Come on, lassie, it's cold out. Get up back. The boiler'll keep you warm." "Don't want you getting ill." The demon folk girl cocked her head. "Go up back?" she said. "You're going to Fort Logger, right?" Flaker replied. "Well, I hope you are. This trail goes directly there. If you're not, you're going the wrong way. And it's a long walk back down." Fort Logger?" "Yes, I'm going there," the demon folk girl exclaimed, while stuttering. "Alrighty, get to the back of the traction hauler, before you freeze to death." Flaker pointed to the back of the machine, where the cabin of the traction hauler was. Sola's eyes followed where he was pointing, to see that it was lit from the inside by a warm, orange glow. "Go on," Flaker said. He then turned back and yelled again, Oi, demon folk gal here coming up front. Sola's shoes splashed through the mud as she walked towards what appeared to be a visible sign of warmth. The lights flowing from the windows of the machine were flickering a warm orange. Sola stepped up beside it, and the cabin door opened to reveal a human woman, wearing the same goggles as Flaker. "Hey, there," she said. "You're the one that Snowflake up front was referring to?" Unsure of what to say, Sola nodded her head. "All right," the woman continued. "You look drenched. Hop in, unless you wanna freeze out here." She reached her arm out to Sola, who grabbed onto it with her own two cold hands. The demon folk girl was pulled into the glowing cabin, where a blanket was wrapped around her by the woman. The inside of the traction hauler was very warm. While it had not been very roomy, Sola nestled herself in the corner of the interior. Directly opposite of her was another person within, a young man with two distinguishing horns of the demon folk. His hair was a solid gray in color. He was the first to speak up. "We're picking up a hitchhiker?" he asked. "What was that ice-brained spirit thinking?" "Shush and continue shoveling your coal," the woman replied. She then glanced over at Sola and smiled. "Name's Tila," the woman said, introducing herself. "Grumps over there is Circlo. We're part of the Ford logger crew." Sola nodded, still shivering in the blanket. Tila then proceeded to ring a bell that was near the front of the cabin. "Hey, Snowflake, we're starting up the engines again. Get ready to steer." A shout from the snow spirit could be faintly heard over the pattering of rain and wind. Tila nodded, seemingly understanding that, before she started to spin a few valves around. "Anyway," the woman asked, "what's your name, demon folk girl?" I'm Sola," she replied. The demon folk girl scooted over a little closer to the blazing fire that Circlo shoveled more coal into. "Don't get too close, fire's hot," Circlo said. "What's a kid like you doing out here?" The demon folk man paused his shoveling to glance at Sola. She promptly smiled and responded. "I'm going to New Frontierland," she said. "To see my brother." Circlo blinked, the orange glow of the fire shimmering off his eyes. "New Frontierland? Well, sorry to tell you, you missed your chance." Sola frowned. "What do you mean?" she asked. Meanwhile, Tila frowned at the demon folk man. "Circlo, don't just put it like that. But yes, he's right." She glanced back over at Sola. "There's a path that heads down the other side of the hill, but it's hard to traverse in bad weather. Gets all muddy and everything. We can't let you go down that way. You'll need to wait a few days for it to dry." The demon folk girl pouted as she deflated a little. But I want to meet my brother," she exclaimed. "Rissa said I can go to New Frontierland from here." Before Tila could talk Sola out of whatever hasty plan she might have had, Circlo spoke up. "Rissa?" asked the man. Sola nodded. "Yay, the lady with the boat." "Down there?" The demon folk girl pointed in the direction of the river, or, at least, in the direction she thought it was. "You mean, Rissel? You met her?" Circlo asked. He paused his shoveling when he spoke to Sola. "How's she?" "Don't hound the girl," Tila tried to say. Sola, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind the questions from the demon folk man. "She is really friendly," Sola exclaimed. "She told me how to get up here fast and said, oh, she told me to tell me about you." Circlo had an expression on his face that seemed blank. Then, he turned back to the flames and began shoveling. "Well, that's Rissel for sure. If she thought you were good, I'll give you a pass." Tila sighed, then shook her head. "Never see new content unless you were talking about Rissel, Cirque. You never really elaborated what you owed her, though." "Is it my business to tell you?" he questioned. "That is between me and her. If she was willing to help me in the past, I am willing to help her in turn." "Suit yourself." The traction hauler was making its steady way up the hill. The inside rumbled over rocks and pebbles as it steamed forwards. The constant hissing and chug, chug, chug combined to form a cacophony of noise that, if anything, prevented Sola from falling asleep. She was starting to get tired. The day had been a particularly interesting one for her. The demon folk girl saw so many unusual people, and went to new places. Sola yawned, and decided to ask a few questions. "What is this thing?" she suddenly asked. This effectively cut into the conversation between Tila and Circlo. "The metal thing," Sola continued. "It's like the rail engine thing, but bigger, and louder." "This?" Tila asked. "It's Ford Loggers traction hauler. They gave it to us recently. We use it to haul lumber." "Lumber?" Sola questioned. "Yeah, lumber, wood, for building stuff. You know. Things like furniture, houses and all. Things are a little easier with this thing around. Sola stared into the fire that Circlo was tending to. How does it work? She asked. Tila's facial expressions faltered at that question. Well, I'm not sure. I think Circlo knows better than I do, even though he's a demon folk. The demon folk man grunted, giving a glare to Tila for throwing him to the task of explaining the inner workings of this machine. I don't know either, he said. I just run the dang thing. Don't lie, you maintain it also, Tila replied. Circlo huffed. Fine. Sola, your name was? The demon folk girl nodded. Well, listen up. I don't want to explain it again, he started. This thing heats up and boils water. You hear me? He glanced over at Sola, to see that the demon folk girl was nodding. Yep, it just heats water. That's why I throw coal into the fire, to keep the water boiling. You know boiling water at least, right? Sola smiled, then nodded. Yes. When you put fire next to water it begins making bubbles and is very hot. Something like that. Anyway, as this thing boils water, it makes steam. Like the little wisps that you see above boiling water. Sola nodded. She was entirely attentive to the man. And when you have enough steam, it can push things. How? Circlo stopped at the interruption. What do you mean, how? He asked. How does it push? Sola asked. I'm not sure, he admitted. It just does. Like magic. Except it doesn't use any magic. Human witchcraft. I just maintain this thing. Okay? Sola retreated back when Circlo got a little defensive. Okay, where was I? The demon folk man asked. Well, you need water to make steam, so this thing runs on both water and coal. Or water and wood, whatever burns well enough. It just needs to get heat from somewhere that's hot. Hot stuff? Sola asked. How hot? I know the sun in the sky can feel hot. Circlo shook his head. Yeah, good luck boiling water with that. No, you need fire, since that's hotter. So something really hot? Sola asked. Being so close to the warmth of the fire was making her groggy. What about the magic hot fire? Circlo raised an eyebrow. That can work, but that ain't gonna be easy to keep up. Maybe have them do more fire. She muttered. Do more fire? I don't think that's how fire works, lass. Sola gave a grunt. The demon folk man he glanced down at the girl, who was gradually leaning to the side as she fell asleep. Both of his eyebrows shot up when she basically toppled over directly into the coal pile, the one that he was supposed to be feeding into the fire. She was now snoring, quietly. Circlo's eyes flickered over her, then he looked up at Tila. She fell asleep in the coal pile, he said. Tila glanced over. As expected of a member of the demon folk, huh? Circlo asked. What's that supposed to mean? I'm half convinced you demon folk can sleep anywhere. Circlo shook his head. I prefer a bed. Of course, you're one of the rare civilized ones. If you weren't my friend right now, I'd knock you out. The demon folk man muttered. You consider us friends? The traction hauler continued chugging over the muddy trail as rain pelted the machine on its way to Fort Logger. Chapter 18, Fort Logger. Of course the rain has to hit, the healer exclaimed. Both Ron and Juno were now trudging through the mud as a steady trickle of water rushed past their legs. It wouldn't be long before the water was going over their feet, and soaking their footwear in the process. The rain was already starting off heavy, battering the straw raincoats they were both wearing. The shabby coats were enough to keep their top halves dry, for the time being, but their shoes and socks were getting soaked. The muddy water beneath their feet was starting to splash on the bottom half of their pants, essentially guaranteeing that their shoes would be soaked through and through. This is cold, the healer said, through chattering teeth. How much further do we have to go? Not far, Ron continued. We may need to climb a section, and then we will be at the front gates of Fort Logger within a few minutes of walking. Climb? Juno asked, incredulous. Climbing, in this weather? Indeed, Ron replied. I have stated that there is some climbing required. Their rain, while unfortunate, should not hinder our efforts. We have gone through worse, after all. That was undeniably true. However, Juno entirely expected this mission of apprehending the Demon Lord's sister to be a quick campaign. Now, she was shivering underneath the cheap raincoat as the heavy rain began to soak through the inadequate straw waterproofing. Finally, they reached the climbing section. However, due to the heavy rain, it was less climbing and more trudging up muddy slopes that had formed due to the rain in question. If there had been any more water, Juno swore she would have had to swim up the cliff. It had gotten to a point where Ron had to unsheath his sword to stab into the ground, to use as a walking stick. Juno likewise used her short staff similarly, digging the end of it into the mud for grip. The first time I've used this in months, and it's as a walking cane, the healer muttered. Eventually, it got to a point where they had to grab tree roots to even hold onto the water rushing past them. Juno almost tripped once, but Ron swiftly grabbed her by her forearm to prevent her going face first into the mud. This is excessively harsh weather, Ron stated. You think? Juno was less than amused. The rain was beginning to let up. The trail was still a muddy mess, but the lessened rain meant that not as much water as before was going to sabotage their trip. Eventually, they could see a glimpse of some of the outer watchtowers of Fort Logger. They were tall yet simple structures made of untreated logs, with a small wooden platform on top that wasn't even covered to protect it from the elements. You said this was a lookout post, right? Juno asked. As she trudged through the mud, she looked to her right to see that one of the posts in question had been toppled. Based on how sunk into the mud it looked, it seemed to have been that way for some time. Hugh, why is this place so poorly maintained? The area around Fort Logger has always had particularly harsh rainstorms during this season, like the one we have just gone through, Ron said. Establishing a permanent residence has not been easy. Hardy materials are difficult to carry up. Really? Juno asked. Considering how much you said this place was important, I'd thought that it'd look a little better. Let's just say Fort Logger was indeed important during the war, Ron clarified. However, this fort has only ever seen use 2 times. The garrison was pulled back shortly before the war had concluded. Why? The front line had pushed so far into the demon folk territories that holding a garrison here was considered an unnecessary allocation of resources, he replied. Juno nodded. She was still shivering a little, from wearing the sopping wet straw raincoat. At least it wasn't poking into her clothes anymore. Squinting her eyes, the healer looked up at the sky. The healer could see the rising smoke pillar of what appeared to be a campfire or fireplace. It was particularly close, difficult to see at first due to how well it blended into the cloudy sky. However, it was undeniable that they were close to Fort Logger. Soon, the two reached a large wooden wall bound together by ropes and made of sharpened logs. Juno was glancing up and down the wooden spike wall, a spark of recognition in her eyes. This place definitely looks familiar, she said. A palisade, Ron said, in reference to the technical term of the wall. Indeed, we've been here once, in the past, but that had been earlier in the war. I somewhat remember coming here, Juno admitted. This place rings some bells. Our visit was years ago, Ron admitted. It was immediately after New Frontierland had fallen under attack from the Demon Lord's armies. I guess there's a history lesson that comes with that? Juno continued. Indeed. But we do not have much time to go over it, considering the confrontation we will be headed into shortly. The healer glanced up at Ron. A what? We shall be expecting a fight at any moment, he said. Considering that the second coming is likely to be here. If she is not, we can travel down the trail on the other side of the mountain. In response, Juno whipped out her wand. Should I be prepared? Yes. She may have compromised the security of Fort Logger. The two were walking forward steadily. There wasn't a guard posted at the front gate at all, which was closed shut. Ron glanced over at it, before raising his voice. Hello, he exclaimed. I am the hero, with my healer companion. Might there be anyone within the walls of Fort Logger at this moment? There was no response. Ron tensed up a bit, and Juno's nervousness grew. The healer's ironclad grip on her wand tightened. The hero waited for another 30 seconds, before he called again. This is the hero party at your front doors. Please answer us, otherwise we may need to forcibly enter. Not 10 seconds later came a response, a loud male's voice twinged with annoyance. All right, just took me a second to get back here. Now what's it you need? Coming into view over the wall was a pale young man, his skin a very light tinge of blue. From that alone, along with his white hair, Ron could deduce that this individual was likely a snow spirit, and he was probably one of the workers here, considering the goggles he wore over his forehead. Seeing that there was at least someone alive within Fort Logger allowed Juno to release her breath, in a sigh of relief. We simply request entry into Fort Logger, Ron stated, for official business relating to the hero party. May you please open the doors? Official business? The snow spirit asked. Never heard anything from Tilo about this. Hold on, let me fetch her. Before Ron could say another word, The snow spirit stepped away and began calling for Tila in question. This effectively left both hero and healer by themselves, right outside the walls. "Seems like Fort Logger's fine," Junel said. "I didn't expect to see a snow spirit this far to the north, though. A lot of non-human prospectors have been headed to these lands, as far as I am aware." "He is likely part of that group." A minute of silence passed, with the only sounds being the light pattering of rain. The snow spirit in question then reappeared again, peeking his head from over the wooden wall. "Sorry for keeping you waiting," he said. "Tila's gonna be with ya in a moment. Please, take your time," Ron replied. Junel grumbled about how she didn't want to stay in the rain any longer. Then, next to the snow spirit, a familiar woman stepped into view. She glanced down at Ron, and shot him a grin. "The hero." "It's been some time since I've seen you," she exclaimed, waving down at him. "I can recognize that armor anywhere, even through all that mud covering you." "Yeah, hardy ha," Junel scoffed. "Open the gates. We've been trudging through rain for the past hour." Junel couldn't see clearly from down where she stood, but she swore that Tila raised an eyebrow at her statement. "All right, Missy. Don't be so impatient. I'll open the gates." Tila disappeared behind the wall as she stepped back. Seconds later, one side of the large wooden gate swung open. Junel and Ron promptly stepped through, to see that Tila was pushing it open on her own. After closing the heavy door, the human woman then stepped up to Ron, and offered her hand for a handshake. "Hello. You probably know me already, since I know you. Just in case you don't, name's Tila. I'm the lead of the camp." Ron took her hand and shook it in turn. "Indeed, I do remember your name." "You've been at Fort Logger for some time, have you?" "Yep, been here for years so far," Tila said. "I never expected to see the hero and healer up here." "I'm guessing you're up here on some urgent business, considering that I'd been given no notice." "I did give notice," Ron replied, "through a messenger pigeon. Has it not arrived?" "Probably blown off course. I've got nothing," Tila said. "The weather could be like that." "Not your fault." Tila then glanced over the two, raising an eyebrow. "Where's the other two?" "The arbalist and the mage." Both of them had been preoccupied with other tasks, the hero responded. "They could not accompany me." Tila frowned, then snapped her fingers. "Drat. I was hoping to get the mage to pay me back." "Frau owes you money?" "She technically owes all of Fort Logger money," the lead of the fort grumbled. "Said that she had some great business idea and promised to pay us back, plus more." "That was a few months ago, and I haven't heard a peep from her." "How much was the amount?" "Well, we gave her a grand total of 4 large electrum coins, 2 great electrums, 1 ridged electrum," Tila replied. "The 4 larges were me. The 2 greats were from my demon folk co-worker, Circlo. Then there's this dumb snow spirit, Flaker, who managed to scrape up the ridged electrum somehow." Junel's hat rustled as she tilted her head. "Weren't the ridged ones phased out years ago?" "Yeah, they were," Tila replied, shrugging. "As I said, dumb snow spirit somehow saved one up. Supposedly they're still accepted as legal currency." "My apologies for the lost funds," Ron added. "I will ensure that I discuss with Frau to ensure she pays off her current outstanding debts." "You better." "I planned on moving out of this heap shack," Tila said, pointing to one of the few cabins in Fort Logger that wasn't run down. "Maybe get a place in New Frontierland, or even the capital. But those plans are rather on hold, let's just say." "Do you plan on obtaining a place for you and this demon folk co-worker of yours?" Ron asked. "What? No, not at all. I'd never bunk with one of them if given the chance. I just want the money so we can finally go our separate ways." "As I'm aware, Circlo has his own girlfriend who manages a barge." From across the fort, all 3 of them could hear a shout from a man. "I heard that, Tila." That was probably Circlo. The 2 stepped over to a shaded area next to the cabin, to get out of the rain. Junel glanced around the inside of the admittedly run-down fort, her eyes flickering to the piles of rotting wood and old equipment strewn about. "What a mess," the healer muttered. "Look at all this stuff. I see some old ballistas, trebuchets." "This equipment looks old. Why is it all piled off to the side?" "Who knows?" Tila asked. "They left it all behind when Fort Logger was no longer a fort. We've been using it for firewood." "Don't you chop wood here?" the healer asked. "Why burn perfectly good equipment?" Tila scoffed. "It's junk now. The war is over, and newly cut wood is moist. Won't burn." "The old lumber here? Perfect for a cozy fire." Tila pushed over an old wooden wagon with her leg, to make way for the two members of the hero party. The wagon in question fell apart, the wheels sliding off as the chassis crumbled. "No offense, but this place is a dump," Junel said, staring at the remains of the cart. "Don't you guys provide a lot of New Frontierland's lumber? I expected a bigger operation here. In fact, how many of you are there?" "Ha, a lot of New Frontierland's lumber? Where'd you get that idea?" Tilo asked. "Well, for this rotation, it's just 3 of us. Me, Circlo, and Flaker the Snow Spirit. We usually get more people during the summer, when the weather's better to log in." "Just 3 of you? How do you even chop enough wood for the town?" "Painstakingly," was the woman's short reply. "Flaker doesn't sleep at all. As for me, I'm running on 3 hours of sleep and 5 cups of black coffee. ... No wonder you want to get out of here," the healer sighed. "Exactly." Ron then added his own question. "Should you choose to leave Fort Logger, who'll continue the logging operations in your stead?" he asked. "Beats me. It's not my problem once I leave, though. Logging company can handle that. I'm just paid to cut trees." Once they were inside the rather warm cabin, Tila offered both of them a seat. All things considered, the inside was rather neat. A fire burned in the stone fireplace off to the side, and some food and drinks were set up on an empty table. "All right, so what are you two here for?" Tilo asked. "Something good? Something bad?" "I'm betting it's the latter, considering this is on short notice." "Bad," Ron stated. "We do not have much time, admittedly. I have a question to ask you. Have you seen a demon folk girl with orange hair, orange eyes, and horns that curl backwards?" Tila's smile faltered, and she hesitated. Huh? Yeah, I've seen her. In fact, we just picked up a demon folk gal exactly like that not too long ago." Ron, who had just sat down on his seat, immediately stood back up. "Where is she at this very moment?" he asked. Tila was surprised at Ron's straightforwardness and reaction time. She blinked twice, then continued. "Well, she said that there were people after her. She was headed to New Frontierland, and we figured that having her go down the trail wouldn't be safe. So we decided to send her down the log flume instead, on a boat." The head of Fort Logger gave Ron a nod, as though expecting him to be reassured by that information. Ron didn't say anything, but clenched his fist a little. The lack of response made Tila a little uncomfortable, so she continued asking questions. "You're here to protect her, right? I'm guessing she's a VIP of sorts?" "Don't worry, the log flume should be safe for her to go down." "Where is she at this very moment?" Ron asked, more insistently this time. The human woman frowned a little. She's... Well, I told you, she's been sent down the log flume. Building itself is located on the side of the walls facing New Frontierland. Tila then pointed in the general direction of the log flume. "I think one of my other guys are over there. I will be headed there immediately," Ron said. Before he left, however, he paused and placed a small pouch of cash onto the table. "I shall pay off Fral's debts for you. Consider them resolved." This should likely be enough cash, in addition to accumulated interest payments. "Wait." Tila could only say one word before he rushed out the door. The head of Fort Logger then glanced over at the healer. Is he still so rushed even after the war?" she asked Junil. "I think I know why he's so rushed," the mint-haired healer replied. "Can't really tell you why, though. I'll have to go with him so he doesn't do anything stupid." Again, Tila couldn't say anything else before the healer, too, left, leaving the flabbergasted human woman alone in the cabin. Both Ron and Junil were now headed for a building that was located right against one of the walls of Fort Logger. There was a particularly large water tower that stood just to the side of it. "Are we really going to follow her?" Junil asked. Yes. The opening to the log flume itself was mostly open-walled. Several cut tree trunks lay on their sides next to the log flume. They could see a demon folk man standing next to it, probably the circler that Tila had mentioned. "Is the demon folk girl here?" Ron asked. "Who? The one with orange hair?" Circlo asked. "You just missed her. She just hopped down." Both Ron and Junil were staring daggers into the demon folk man. "Hey, what are you looking at me for?" The Solar Girl wanted to get to New Frontierland as quick as possible, not that she could go on foot during the rain. "We did her a little favor." "You should not have done that," Ron said. "Is it because it's dangerous?" "I've been down this a few times myself, only got a little scuffed," the demon folk laborer replied. "Course, I'd prefer walking down." Ron held his tongue. He did not wish to reveal the demon folk girl's status as the second coming, especially not to another member of the demon folk themselves. She is, indeed, an important individual. He continued. Are you, in any way, shape, or form, able to stop the water flow on this? The demon folk guy yawned. Nah. Things go down, nothing goes up. Only way to get to her is to go down yourself. Then we shall do that, Ron stated. Yeah, you do. Wait, you plan on doing what? By then, Ron had grabbed an additional flume raft and was placing it on the flume itself. The wood creaked beneath the weight of his armor as the hero steadily placed the raft on. Juno, hop on, he said. Wait, isn't this a little rash? The healer asked. I'm not going down there on my own. We shall slide down this together, he stated. Wait, Circlo said. These weren't made to slide down more than one person per boat at a time, even if they look like so. Hold on. The demon folk man attempted to grab one of them by the arm or shoulder, to stop them, but he was just a moment too late, as Ron basically tossed Junal into the raft, before hopping in himself. Circlo could only watch in disbelief as the raft was immediately swept away by the fast-flowing water. He stood there, mouth agape, simply looking at the place the two used to be moments ago. Are you kidding me? He muttered. Chapter 19, Circlo. Wake up, demon folk gal. We're at Fort Logger. Sola groaned, and wiped her eyes. She winced and whimpered a bit as she had accidentally rubbed some coal dust directly into them. A splash of, admittedly warm, water hit her directly on her face. The demon folk girl's eyes shot open to see that Circlo had splashed her with the small bucket. And that's why you don't sleep in the coal pile, he muttered. Anyway, let's get out. Fire's gonna die soon on this traction hauler, so it'll be chilly. We'll be moving over to the cabin. Sola tilted her head. Go into cabin? She asked. Another unfamiliar word. A cabin. You don't know what a cabin is? The demon folk girl shook her head. Alright, whatever. Just follow me. Circlo hopped out of the open side door of the traction hauler. She could see that Tila, the human woman, was already outside and examining the traction hauler. Meanwhile, the snow spirit that Sola had met at first was no longer steering the front. Instead he was glancing over the rear of the traction hauler. Sola took a look back, to see that the traction hauler had apparently been dragging a few large wooden tree trunks behind it. Mud was splattered all over the timber, and was even making its way into the chains that wrapped around the logs. Think we've dragged back more mud than timber, Flaker said. He rubbed a single finger across the dirt-coated chains, turned his finger up to examine the grime, then wiped it off on his shirt. And I'll have to clean it all. We'll leave it for tomorrow, Tila said. The sun's almost down. She was still examining the traction hauler. Sola shifted her attention from Flaker to the woman, to see what she was looking at. It seemed she was paying some attention to the unusual gear system that was located on the oddly shaped wheels of the traction hauler. Oi, Circlo, take a look at this. Think some of the gears are gumming up from all the dirt and muck, Tila said. She glanced over at the demon folk man, expecting him to say something. As you said to Flaker earlier, leave it for tomorrow, came Circlo's immediate response. I'm beat. Maybe you should have been shoveling some of the coal instead. I run the valves and pipes that make your coal shoveling useful, Tila retorted. Whatever. Let's get something to eat. Circlo gestured to Sola for her to follow him, as Tila stepped over to a particularly medium-sized cabin that was within the area. The demon folk girl, as she walked forward, looked around to see that the area was lined with several wooden walls. So many walls, she whispered. Tila opened up the door, and proceeded to light an oil lantern to hold in front of her. I'm gonna get the fire started, Tila said. You, get the food. Alright, Circlo replied. I'll be breaking open a new barrel of salt pork. That alright, Tila? What of the salt beef? The woman asked. Circlo's face twisted in disgust. Today was a hard day. I'd rather eat the pork. Whatever. The salt beef isn't going away. We'll need to use it up at some point. The salt beef is better used for stews, the demon folk man replied. We haven't made a stew in a good while, now that you mention it. Stew? Sola asked. I like stew. It's usually salty. Yeah, no really? Circlo asked. Give me a moment, I'll be grabbing the salt pork from the storehouse. The demon folk man stepped out, before turning back to Sola. Oh, and you, Sola, stay inside. Tila's gonna get the fire up. It's gonna be a bit chilly till then. Sola nodded, then stepped inside. She glanced around the sparsely furnished cabin, and noted that it seemed to be one room only. There were a handful of beds to one side, and a few tables and chairs scattered about. The demon folk girl's focus on the room was interrupted when a hand gently pushed her to the side. Looking over, she could see that it was the snow spirit who was making his way into the room. Flake, she asked. Ye? The snow spirit asked. Why is your hair and skin this weird white-bluish color? Solar asked. Flaker stopped in his tracks. He didn't expect such a question, so it took him a good 10 seconds to think of a response. That's because I'm a snow spirit, he replied. Why are you a snow spirit? 'Cause I was made that way, he replied. Like how you're a demon folk. But why are you different from me? Solar insisted. She was insisting on a question that Flaker didn't really know how to answer, so he just shrugged. Well, I ain't the right person to ask, he admitted. Then who is? And snow spirit expert. I don't know. Tila spoke up. There's a lot of things you don't know, Flaker. You don't need to say that again, Flaker replied. Solar finally decided to step into the room. As Tila prepared the fire, she pushed a few of the still warm coals around with a hot poker, then threw in a few handfuls of dry grass. They quickly ignited. Flaker, give me a hand here, Tila said. She grabbed a hammer with one hand and began smacking at the legs of a half-broken wooden chair that was laying next to the fire. The snow spirit gave a few lazy steps over, and glanced at the chair. You're not doing it right, he said. Tila looked up at him, from where she was crouched next to the fireplace. I'm not. You're supposed to do it like this. The snow spirit picked up the chair by its backrest, and then brought it over his head behind his back. Then, he brought the chair down and proceeded to smash it on the floor. Tila shielded her face as pieces of wood splintered from the debris that used to be a chair. I'd complain about you ruining the floor, but this place is a dump anyways, Tila muttered. Warn me next time, at least. Won't be. Tired already, the snow spirit replied. I might go take a nap. The snow spirit yawned, then stepped away. He slouched onto an unbroken chair next to one of the tables. Tila rolled her eyes and began picking up after Flaker's mess. She tossed most of the smaller wood chips into the growing flames, and then threw in a few of the more sizable pieces. Meanwhile, Sola bounded up to Tila and glanced at the shattered pieces of the chair on the ground. She looked nearby to a disorganized pile of damaged furniture that had been piled in the corner of the room. Can I break the chairs, too? She asked, pointing to the pile. What? Tila asked. You want to break chairs? Her eyes followed to where Sola was pointing, and she blinked at the assorted broken pieces of furniture. We're using that as firewood, the human continued. You can break them if you want. Sure. Just don't toss them at me. Sola was grinning ear to ear. So I can break them? She asked. What did I just say? Yes, you can. The demon folk girl bounded over and immediately grabbed one of the chairs. She mimicked Flaker's earlier motion, bringing the damaged chair over her head before bringing it down on the ground. While Flaker shattered the chair into a few pieces, Sola put so much force into her own attempt at disassembling the chair that the wooden chair, quite literally, splattered. This time, Tila really had to shield her own face from the flurry of wooden splinters that flew in all directions. It only lasted a moment, the human woman lowering her arm to see what had just transpired. There was a little pile of wood fibers and sawdust where the chair had landed. Sola was still holding on to what remained of the back of the chair, in her hands. Sola, do it more gently, Tila exclaimed. She ran the fine sawdust through her fingers. I can't toss this into the fire. Oh, oops, sorry, Sola said, her voice meek. Let me try it again. The demon folk girl dropped the remains of the prior chair, which clattered to the ground. She picked up another chair, this one missing two of its legs, and held it up. She didn't bring it over her head, but rather raised her arms to smash it against the hardwood floor. The wooden chair broke again, but this time it smashed into several small pieces rather than turning into wood splinters. Yay! Is this good enough? Sola asked. Her wide-eyed gaze met Tila's. It's fine, yeah, Tila muttered. She picked up one of the pieces and tossed it into the fire. Mind doing it a few more times? Okay. Sola did the same thing, picking up another chair and smashing it against the ground. I step in and the first thing I see that girl is doing is smashing chairs on the floor, Circlo said. The demon folk man had stepped back into the room, with two small barrels over each of his shoulders. It's fine. Told her she could smash it into firewood for us, Tila replied. You bring the food? Yeah, some salt pork, Circlo replied. He closed the door behind him and stepped in. I also decided to grab some beer, too. Another chair was smashed apart, courtesy of Sola. Tila and Circlo glanced over at her for just a moment as she joyously disassembled yet another piece of broken furniture. The demon folk man rolled his eyes, then stepped in, kneeling down to place both barrels on the ground. He pried open the barrel with a cast iron crowbar that was on the table nearby. "Want a drink?" he asked, to nobody in particular. Tila nodded. "I can do with one." "Sure." "Me too," Sola added. Flaker remained quiet in his chair. He had placed an old straw hat over his head, making it difficult to tell if he had already fallen asleep or not. Meanwhile, Circlo dipped a wooden mug into the barrel to get a cup of beer. He then handed it over to Tila. However, the man raised his eyebrow at Sola's request. "It's beer." "I'm not sure you'll like it," he stated. "What's beer?" Sola proceeded to ask. "Something good to drink?" She sounded so hopeful that both Tila and Circlo almost didn't want to break the news to her. "To me and her?" Circlo asked, pointing to him then to the human woman. "Yes, but to you?" "Nope. You won't like the taste." "Can I try?" Both the Fort Logger laborers stared at each other, debating whether they should or not. "I don't think," Circlo began. Sola immediately frowned. "But I want to try," she exclaimed. Tila took a sip from her beer. "I'm not letting her touch my cup." "She can use mine," Flaker said. It seemed that the snow spirit was still awake, despite lounging on the chair. He raised the edge of the battered straw hat on his head, blue eyes peering from beneath the brim. "No, the question was whether we'd even allow her to drink it at all," Circlo replied. "I'm not so sure about it." "Why not?" Tila asked. "You demon folk could probably drink a lot, considering how hardy you all are." The snow spirit proceeded to push over his own cup, which was on the table. "I don't plan on drinking any today either. Got my fair share of liquids in the rain. Just get her a little bit. Maybe she'll like it, I don't know." Circlo cautiously grabbed the wooden cup and dipped it slightly into the keg of beer. He then looked over at an expectant Sola, before handing it off to her. "Take a small sip," he instructed. The demon folk girl looked at him with her wide eyes. She nodded, then proceeded to disregard his advice by chugging the mouthful of drink in the cup. She promptly reeled back and spat all of it back out, coughing and sputtering it directly into the cup. "I'm buying a new cup after this," Flaker complained. Sola continued spitting out everything in her mouth, in an attempt to wash the bitter taste off her tongue. "Bad. Terrible. I don't like it," Sola exclaimed. "Warned you," Circlo replied. "Was it the fizzy feeling, the bitterness, or the alcohol burn that you don't like?" "Probably all three of them," Flaker added. Tila gave an insightful nod. "I'd be laughing right now, but this seems a little pitiful. I thought you demon folk could handle alcohol better." "Like you, Circlo furrowed his eyebrows together. "I don't even drink that much." "A shame. I stocked up a lot of beer specifically for you, too." Circlo shook his head, and muttered, "What is that supposed to mean?" He turned to the small barrel of salted pork and grabbed an iron skillet off the table. The demon folk man stepped towards the fire to begin cooking. "Sola, want some water?" Flaker asked, reaching out with an arm to hand her a water skin. The demon folk girl didn't need to be asked twice before she swiped it from the snow spirit's hand. She proceeded to down all of it in one go. After Sola vacated all the terrible flavors from her tongue, she sighed. "I hate the beer flavor," she muttered. "Why do you drink it if it's not tasty?" "It gets tasty if you drink enough," Tila replied. "But for demon folk, I thought they would have come with an inherent liking for it." She was looking at Circlo as she said the last line. He ignored that jab. Sola then interrupted her. "I have a question for you, Tila," she exclaimed. "Huh?" "Tila?" the woman asked. She was puzzled over Sola's personalization of their names. "My name's Tila. Where'd Tyler come from?" "Because all names end in R," Sola exclaimed. "Like Flake R, or mine, Sola." Tila shook her head and took a sip of her drink. "I'm not sure where you got that, but I won't bother arguing." "What's your question?" Sola clenched her fists and gave a concerned look towards Tila. "Why are you so mean?" she asked. Tila blinked, and frowned. "I'm mean?" "Yes," Sola exclaimed. "You and Circla don't talk nice to each other." Tila shrugged. She brought a hand up to brush her hair, as if trying to figure out an answer to that question. "Well, if I gotta be honest, don't really like demon folk," Tila admitted. "They're boisterous, loud, not my style." "Hate you, too," Circlo replied. He was cooking some of the salt pork over the fire. Tila pointed to Circlo. You're an exception, because at least you can work the traction hauler, and know how to banter, and aren't an utter drunkard. Perhaps I am, perhaps I'm not, Circlo replied. What about Sola here? Tila glanced over at the demon folk girl. Circlo continued to speak. She's not smart enough to do either of those. You dislike her, too? Tila shook her head. If I have to be honest, she's not smart enough to be angry at. She also doesn't like beer, which means more for me. Enough about the beer, Circlo grunted. What do you mean, she's not smart enough to be angry at? Can't you see it? The way she acts? She's not the brightest of anyone, really. The demon folk man. He glanced over at Sola again. Her attention was now on the other half-broken wooden chairs. She grabbed one and began to loudly beat it against the ground. This had the effect of shattering the chair into several pieces. You might have a point, he replied. Tila frowned. She had her own questions, too, but wasn't sure how to ask Sola, so she decided to be straightforward. Sola, she exclaimed, I have a question for you. The demon folk girl immediately glanced up from the chair she was disassembling with her bare hands. What? She asked. You're a simpleton, aren't you? Sola took a moment to process that sentence, but she perked up. The demon folk girl distinctly remembered that word which was used, simpleton. Farah said that simpleton word was a word that was for me. Sola exclaimed, with enthusiasm. But he said I can't use it on other people. Tila stared at the demon folk girl, blinking twice. Well, that answers that, Tila said. She admitted it outright. Who's this Farah fellow? He traveled with you earlier? Sola didn't know how to ask or explain who he was, but there certainly were a few things she could say about him. General Farah. Sola suddenly remembered some of General Forge's words. Pretend that we're cousins. I'm his cousin, she exclaimed. Like, one of those cousin things. She spread her arms out as if giving some earth-shattering revelation. Circlo looked up from the salt pork that he had been cooking over the fire, his attention grabbed by Sola's words. Wait, General Farah, as in General Forge? Sola nodded. Yep. He calls himself that, but I like calling him Farah. Circlo proceeded to lean back in his seat, sipping from his own mug of beer. There were a few beads of sweat running down his forehead which he wiped off, due to the heat of the fireplace. Really? General Forge himself? Hard to believe. But I'm not lying, Sola exclaimed. Circlo decided to humor her. Perhaps she did know who General Forge actually was. How is he? Circlo asked. Healthy, safe. He's working, she replied. As a laborer. And I was, too. Nice to see he's still up and kicking, the demon folk man muttered. I was wondering where he went after the war. Weren't the generals captured? Tila asked. The only one who was actually brought into custody was General Riol, and she's currently the provisional leader of the demon folk territories. But wait a moment. Circlo then peered at Sola, and narrowed his eyes at the girl. He had a finger on his chin. I've worked with Forge before, Circlo replied. I don't see much of a resemblance. Tila shook her head and was about to say something. Sola interrupted her. What's a resemblance? She asked. Nothing important, Tila said, waving it off. I've never met any of the demon folk generals myself, probably for the better. She muttered the last part to herself. But cousins don't need to share a resemblance. She could be cousins with him, once or twice removed. Or she takes more after her, the family member that's not directly related to him. Sola cocked her head. She knew they were talking about her, but a few of the words were ones she didn't understand. Circlo snapped his finger and pointed it at Tila. Fair point. Sounds like you know a lot about this. I have a big family, Tila continued. They're utterly insufferable to be around. Circlo nodded. He said, in a tone suggesting doubt. The conversation between the group sizzled down. This was the moment that Flaker realized he could interject. The snow spirit pulled the straw hat off his head. He stood out of his seat and walked over to Sola. Sola, I've got a question for ya, Flaker said. Sola almost jumped up at the sudden voice of the snow spirit. She turned around to glance back at him. Flake, aren't you sleeping? Sola asked. I only needed a short nap, the snow spirit replied. I feel rested enough already. I'm curious, do you like ice cream? The demon folk girl tilted her head, in confusion. What is ice cream? Flaker's eyes widened. You don't know what ice cream is? Flaker, enough of this ice cream talk, Tila muttered. It's just flavored ice. It's more than just that, Flaker exclaimed. Technically, what I can make is just shaved ice. We can't really bring milk up here to make genuine ice cream, so this is the closest I can get. What's so impressive about it? Everything. I need to make some actual ice cream eventually to show you, but for now I only have sugared ice. Sola was still confused at his lack of explanation. Tell me what ice cream is, she demanded. Oh, I can. It's like this cold treat that's sweet, great for hot weather. Sola thought back to the last thing she ate that was sweet and cold. It was the fruit that General Forge had given her. Is it like fruit? She asked. Well, a little. You can use fruit to flavor it, sure. Sola gave a thoughtful nod. Farah gave me some fruit earlier. I liked it. General Forge again. He likes you? Circlo asked. Sola nodded. Yeah, he does. He gives me some money and makes me buy food and sometimes gets treats. Circlo and Tila glanced at each other. They weren't too sure what to think of Sola at all, or her relationship with one of the demon folk generals. If he was with you, Circlo asked. Where's he now? How did you even get here? I went with Rissa. Sola exclaimed. In her barge thing. Sure, you were with Rissa earlier. That's how you got to Fort Logger. But I'm guessing you met her at the barge docks upstream? The demon folk girl shook her head. The barge what? No, I met her when I fell off the bridge thing. The silence in the room lasted for about 10 seconds. What? Flaker, Tila, and Circlo uttered that simultaneously. But it was Tila who continued speaking. Say that again. You fell off a bridge? Sola nodded. She stood up with one of the broken chair legs in her hand, to demonstrate what happened. Yep. There was this big man who had metal armor stuff on him, and he was swinging this sharp sword thing like this. Using the chair leg in question, she demonstrated the side swipe that she claimed to have narrowly avoided. And then like this. The demon folk girl then brought the chair leg onto the ground, as though hitting the floor with a hammer. Then, I was on this carriage thing with black rocks, and he hit it like this. She swung the chair leg around to hit it smack against the side of one of the damaged tables. The sheer amount of force she put into that swing shattered part of that leg, which she dropped onto the ground. And then, she continued, it spilled the black rocks everywhere, and I got a lot of energy. She grinned at the last statement. And I got away. Circlo raised a hand up. Hold up. Where does falling off the bridge play into this? I ran to the back of the rail engine, she exclaimed. But he kept on following me, and I reached the end. So logically, you jumped off the bridge, Tila finished. However, Sola shook her head. I didn't jump. I fell. There's a big difference. Okay, you fell, Tila continued. Where was this General Forge who was supposed to supervise you? Sola gave a shrug, with both her shoulders. I don't know. He said he was going to get. What was it? His thingy. Mandrel. I don't know what it is. Mandrel. Circlo muttered. That's the name of his halberd. Okay, he went off to get his weapon, Tila continued. That doesn't explain why he just up and abandoned you. Sola tilted her head. He just needed to get it. But he didn't get on the rail engine, though. We're not gonna get a straight answer out to her, Tila, Circlo sighed. Sola, the next big question, why did someone swing a sword at you? I don't know. I think he was angry at my shovel. Your what? The demon folk man continued. Sola revealed the shovel that she kept on her back, of which neither human, demon folk, nor snow spirit had ever seen before. She was carrying a shovel this entire time? Flaker asked. Apparently so, added Tila. Why would someone be mad at you for that? I don't know. Sola exclaimed. He just got mad and said that I was in trouble. But he didn't get me. The demon folk girl proceeded to bound around the room, her voice becoming almost sing-song. He didn't get me. He didn't get me. Despite her attitude over the incident she had allegedly been part of, the three weren't so gleeful over the idea. There's person going after her, Circlo said. For sure. Nobody just attacks someone out in the blue. You think? Nah, I bet they were just greeting her, came Tila's biting response. Besides, maybe it could just be, I don't know, a one-off attack. Don't take this lightly, Circlo chastised. I don't think it could be a one-off thing, either. A random attack on a demon folk girl on the frontier? I'm not saying it's not a bad thing, the human woman replied defensively. And, well, I'm just trying to throw out reasons to rationalize it, you know? Circlo, on the contrary, shook his head. You can't rationalize something like this. You said it yourself. Even you can't be angry at her. That's just my perspective. Other people would probably find her insufferable. But attacking her with a weapon? The bickering between Circlo and Tila continued. Meanwhile, Sol's attention had shifted to Flaker, who was now gathering a small pile of snow in his hands. Flakes appeared to materialize out of thin air as it settled on his palms. Whoa! Where does it come from? Solar asked. This snow comes from the air, Flaker replied. Snow's made up of water, and there's water everywhere. In the air? Solar asked. She looked up, as if expecting to see it hovering around. But why can't I drink it? Nah. You can't drink air that's in the water. After some back and forth between Tila and Circlo, the demon folk man looked over and immediately called Flaker to attention. Hey, Flaker, what do you think? The snow spirit shifted the goggles to his forehead. What do I think? Of what? The situation with Solar, of course. Flaker blinked. Not much, I suppose. Expected of a snow spirit, Circlo muttered. Flaker glared at Circlo, but continued. If you want my opinion, I ain't got one. If you want to help her, I'll help her. If you don't. Actually, I do have an opinion. I think we should help her. You changed your mind rather quickly there, Tila said. Not changed. Just realized what I wanted to say halfway through speaking. And of course, the snow spirit can't make a straight decision, either, continued Circlo. Well, Flaker retorted. Do you have an opinion? 'Cause it sounds like you do have one. I do, Circlo admitted. I'm more leaning towards helping her. Demon folk stick together, you know. It's someone else I'm more worried about. Both the snow spirit and demon folk stared at Tila, waiting for her answer. They both knew that the human woman didn't like demon folk all that much and were waiting for her judgment. Oh, are you really gonna do this to me? She asked. Talk about peer pressure. Fine. I was sort of against it. But now I'm just barely willing to help her. I trust her because I'm confident in Rissel's judge of character. Tila shook her head. There you go again, going on about Rissel. Flaker rested his head on the top back of the chair he was sitting at, with his arms together. She can't walk down, of course. Hill's muddy going to New Frontierland. She can take the log flume. But the water's saved up for the logging operations. And that costs money to refill, of course. Tila replied. Even though we had a pretty heavy rain recently, Circlo added his 2 cents. A guy with a sword is chasing her. At this rate, New Frontierland is probably the safest place for this girl to be. Money? Solar asked. I have money. The demon folk girl grabbed the bag of clinking coins from her hip, the coins that General Forge had given her, and ripped the string from the top. Then, she proceeded to dump it right onto the table. A variety of coins spilled out. Several were dull gray, others were a dull yellow gold in color, and a few were a brighter silver. That's a lot of money, Tila said. Wait, are you serious in paying all this? Wait! Solar exclaimed, lifting a finger to stop any further conversation. She sorted through the piles of coins and picked out all the small, dull gray ones, and only the dull gray ones. She then pushed the rest of the coins towards the 3. These, I can pay. All 3 were baffled. Circlo spoke up first. You only took out the tin coins, he replied. Aren't those the least valuable of any coinage? I only need these gray-looking ones here, Solar said. She pointed to the pile of small tin coins and large tin coins she made. It comprised only about a quarter of all the coins. You can have the rest. Are you sure? Tila asked. Yep, I'm sure. Are you really sure? According to Solar's logic, she's only ever used the tin coins to purchase anything. She has never witnessed the other types of coins used, with exception to the brass coins which were paid out to Mr. Billers at Grand Elm. However, she didn't know any Mr. Billers to pay to, and the tin coins were what she used to purchase food. Therefore, the only useful coins were the ones she knew how to use. The ones that she used to buy food. Yes, take these ones. I don't want them, the demon folk girl said. She shoved it in the direction of the 3 fort logger workers. This is at least a great electrum coin's worth of money. Tila muttered. This is too much, Circlo added. We shouldn't take it. Unless, Flaker interrupted. Ya need to bribe an inspector when he comes up here and asks why our water tanks aren't full capacity after the rain. Tila looked from Circlo to Flaker. The ice spirit had a point. Fine, I'll take it, Tila said. She swiped the coins off the table. What genius idea do you idiots have? I said earlier, the log flume, Circlo continued. It's not safe, but it'll slow down. It's just an oversized water slide, that is, water slide. Solar asked. I want to go. Yes, it sounds fun. Circlo almost recoiled at her enthusiasm. It's a bit dangerous. So, based on the look Solar was giving the demon folk man, he wouldn't be able to talk her out of it. Fine. Sounds like you wanna go rafting, so guess we will. Chapter 20. Tinel. Solar didn't know what to think when she first saw the raft that was going to send her down the log flume. She's seen a handful of different boats before, most of them smaller boats, and even model boats that her brother would bring her. Rissel's barge was the first boat she had ever actually been on. That one had been pretty big. This raft was rather small. It was essentially a hollowed-out tree log with a seat on the inside, reinforced with some metal ties wound around it. It's like a flute, Solar exclaimed, pointing at it. A what? Flaker asked. What's like a flute? She's referring to the boat, Circlo replied. And it actually does. Somewhat. If you squint your eyes. The snow spirit shook his head. I don't even know what a flute is. It's a musical instrument, Circlo grunted. But that's beside the point. Help me get the log flume ready. Tila, meanwhile, was preparing the chute that the raft was going to be sent down. Water levels are good. Seems like the valves are working, too, she stated. I can't believe this shoddy piece of equipment still works, somehow. You're welcome, Circlo muttered. Oh, and those valves open like that. You have to open them in a certain order, or you'll undo all my patch job work. Wait, really? Tila asked. Why so complicated? Just the way water works. Put too much pressure in the wrong valve and it splits open. Becomes an absolute mess. From his hip, Circlo procured a tool which began to glow in its center. The tool looked like some type of wrench, about as long as someone's forearm. What is that? Solar asked. She glanced at the unfamiliar piece of equipment. This? Circlo asked. It's my Tinel. Useful multi-purpose tool I had custom made. Lets me put things together. Tinel. Oh, like shovel? The demon folk girl exclaimed. Yeah. Like your shovel. As Tila and Circlo worked on getting the log flume to work, they could hear some distant shouting. Flaker glanced up, tilting his head to get an angle on the direction of the noise, as the demon folk man and the human woman paid no heed to it. Sounds like someone at the front gates, Flaker said. Want me to check? Yeah, might as well. Since you're not being useful at all, Tila replied. Flaker rolled his eyes. I guess I'll start being useful so you don't complain. The snow spirit skipped away to the front gate. Tila pulled the log raft into the flume using a rope, giving a few grunts as her feet dug into the muddy dirt. All right, she said, letting go of the rope. It should be ready. I think you can get in. Unless you want me to lift you in. I can get in, Solar exclaimed. With a surprising amount of dexterity, she leapt up and directly into the front seat of the log raft. Tila glanced at her in surprise. Still surprised at how athletic you demon folk are, she muttered. Get comfortable in there, Solar, and make sure you keep your arms and legs in. The ride down is bumpy but it's safe. Okay, Tila, the demon folk girl exclaimed. She gave a thumbs up to the woman. The snow spirit returned not too long after, interrupting the two. Hey, Tila, it's supposedly the hero and the healer. They wanna meet you, he said. The hero and the healer? On this short of a notice? The human woman asked. We would have gotten a message if they were arriving. Hold on, Solar. Something about this makes me suspicious. After you, the snow spirit replied, gesturing her to take the lead. I still need to ensure Solar can get down. Give me a second to set up the flume. The human woman replied. I can do it, Circlo replied. I know how to operate the logging flume. Tila gave a nod to Circlo. All right, you can handle it. She then glanced over to the demon folk girl they were helping. And Solar? Yeah? The demon folk girl asked, looking at the human woman with her wide eyes. Stay safe down there, all right? Tila didn't know what else to say, so she gave a wave to the demon folk girl. Solar waved back, right as the woman disappeared around the corner to greet the newcomers. Circlo placed his hands on the lever that would release the raft into the flume. He glanced at the demon folk girl, and added his own words. Yeah, stay safe, Circlo said. New Frontierland's got plenty of folks down there. Demon folk, too. The demon folk girl pouted. Everyone keeps saying I should stay safe, Solar said. But I think I know already. Circlo gave a short chuckle. Well, I'm just making sure. You ready to go? He asked. I am. Without a second's hesitation, Circlo pulled the lever, releasing the raft into the flume. The boat splashed into the fast-moving water. As the current picked it up, Sola held as the raft slid out of the loading station. She gave a goodbye wave to Circlo before he quickly disappeared from view. And now, she was headed down the rather steep hill. The demon folk girl could see the lights of New Frontierland in front of her. Down at the base of Fort Loggers Hill, the raised canal that made the flume was raised, zigzagging down the hill in a manner so that the incline wasn't too steep. The wind was rushing past her face. Sola couldn't help but grin at the absolute thrill of going down the world's largest water slide. Unbeknownst to the demon folk girl, the hero and the healer were right behind her. They had just arrived right at the water flume as she had left. They were in their own raft, too, one that they had commandeered quicker than Circlo could stop the two. However, the raft wasn't really made to carry the combined weight of the armor-laden hero and the healer. "I see her," Ron stated, loud but stern. "Do you, Junil?" Junil shook her head, as water misted all over her face. "I don't, not yet." The raft that the hero and healer were on was slowly moving closer to Sola's raft, due to the extra weight added by Ron and his armor. Eventually, the healer managed to spot their target. "There she is!" Junil exclaimed. She pointed to the raft in front of them, almost hidden by the spray of water it was kicking up. "How do we get to her?" "I have one plan in mind," Ron said. The hero picked up Junil. It took her precisely 5 seconds to figure out what Ron was thinking. "Don't tell me that you're thinking." A situation that required quick thinking also required quick action. So, Ron flung the healer directly at the raft Sola was on, before the healer could voice her objections. Junil simply stared, her eyes blank, as she flew from Ron's arms to the raft that the demon folk girl was on. And then, she smashed face first on the back of the raft, where all the water was churning up. So she also got a few good mouthfuls of water, too, as her arms desperately latched onto the back of the raft. Sola jumped up as she heard something hit the back of the raft. The demon folk girl turned back to see what it was. "Gah!" Junil exclaimed. She tried to say anything else, but water continued to get splashed onto her face and down her mouth. Her raincoat caught all the mud that was stuck in the crevices of the flume. She gurgled as her fingers gripped hard onto the log-shaped raft, in an attempt to hold on. Sola's perception of Junil's seemingly life-or-death situation right behind her did not appear that way to the demon folk girl. Instead, what she was witnessing was best described as a mud-stained made of straw figure rising out of the water to grab at the side of the boat. The demon folk girl's lack of experience in the world had her not fear much. Swords, blades, and fire did not deter the girl. She couldn't really figure out if someone was threatening her or not. However, she still had a healthy instinctual drive, one that immediately told her that the figure crawling onto the boat was most certainly not a good thing. The bumpy ride wasn't one to make her flare. This sight, on the other hand, was. Sola gripped her shovel tightly. The sclera of her eyes went red for a moment as her body's natural fear instincts gripped. She looked down at the shovel in her hands. As her vision blurred, the blade of the spade glowed as she poured her magic into her trusted tool. "Ghost! Scary ghost!" Sola shrieked. There was one clear line of action to take in this particular situation. The demon folk girl proceeded to batter her shovel directly into the face of the ghost. Repeatedly. The shovel was specifically crafted by the demon lord himself to ensure that the sharp magically enhanced cutting blade couldn't hurt any living things. This meant that it was about as dangerous as a regular shovel to the healer, which, consequently, meant that it was still as dangerous as a regular shovel to the healer. Poor Junil had the spade end of the shovel continuously smacked across her face, left and right. But she held on, the fear of letting go and splashing around outweighing the pain of the farming equipment that was bruising her face. Unfortunately for her, Sola would aim a little low with her next spade slash. The demon folk girl thrust her shovel forward, the spade of it glowing, before the glow disappeared. The reason it disappeared was that the spade had sunk into the raft, severing the log boat in half. Due to the fact that Junil was still clinging desperately, the back half that she held onto began to physically separate from the front half, where Sola was. Her clothes dragged in the water, as her almost destroyed straw raincoat caught on the rough wood of the log flume. The rear half of the log raft slid back, as Junil's dragging on it caused both her and the rear half of the log raft to roll underneath the raft that Ron was on. It basically ran her over. This managed to turn into a chain reaction as the front of Ron's raft bowed up, then down right on top of the healer. In most other situations, the log flume was designed to keep logs and rafts in. However, the raft was overweight due to Ron and his armor. That moment of instability, caused by Junel's involuntary trip right beneath the log raft, was enough for the entire log raft to teeter to the side of the flume. But they didn't fall out, not yet. The designers of this flume had the foresight to engineer the flume in such a way as to ensure that an overweight, teetering raft wouldn't fall over. The engineers, however, did not anticipate any raft to be still going so fast directly into a turn. Sol's lighter raft had no trouble with the bend. The raft that Ron and Junil were on, however, did. So the moment it hit the end, it immediately flipped on itself, tumbling completely out along with both the hero and the healer. The two fell a good several meters as Ron was catapulted up. Junil wasn't catapulted with the hero, but was still stuck on the bottom of the log raft. The raft in question tumbled through the air, before crashing loudly onto the rocks of the hill below. Meanwhile, Sol's eyes faded back to their original colors, as her flared state gradually undid itself. Her breathing stabilized again, and she sat down in the seat on the half of the boat that still remained. Weird scary thing is gone now, she muttered. Her excitement had been abruptly cut short by the fright, as she held onto the handrails of the raft. A few more bumps jostled her in her seats as the lights of New Frontierland grew closer and closer. The slope of the log flume gently curved to be shallower and shallower, until the wooden log raft was now basically crawling through the level water. The log flume entered a building, a lumber mill, near the edges of New Frontierland. Sol glanced around at the wooden structure, as the raft drifted in, before it bumped against a few other wooden logs that were still in the flume. She glanced forward, then smiled. "I'm done," she exclaimed. The demon folk girl then glanced around, to ensure that she had everything accounted for. Her shovel was still mounted on her back, and she still had her knapsack with the crown in it safely. Sol then leapt right out of the log raft, then glanced back at it to see the severed raft shake. It then bubbled up and sunk halfway into the flume. The demon folk girl opted to ignore that, turning her head back slowly and taking some steps away from the raft, until she considered herself sufficiently far enough to not be associated with the mess. She then began skipping, bounding away through the sawmill. "That was fun," Solar exclaimed. "Except for the ghost part. I should tell Tila, Circlar, and Flackar to get rid of the ghosts for next time." The demon folk girl immediately glanced around for an exit. She saw that there was a window, up near the top of a ramp of lumber. Solar scrambled over a few logs to get to the window, before leaping out onto the streets. By this hour, it had gotten rather dark. Her eyes took a moment to adjust to the warm orange glow of the gaslit street lamps. She glanced down at the empty, stone brick streets. "I'm in New Frontierland," Solar exclaimed. She leapt down from the window, landing on her feet. Her tail twirled to balance her from the landing, before she managed to get stable on her 2 feet. The demon folk girl then glanced around. "Where is everyone?" she asked. "Do I need to find them?" Solar headed off into the quiet town as the earlier conversations she had with Tila, Circlo, and Flaker escaped her mind. Speaking of Tila, Circlo, and Flaker, the three were having their own conversation with each other. Namely, all three sat around the table within Ford Logger's cabin, staring at the neat pile of money that was now in front of all of them. It was both Solar's payment to them, combined with Ron's cash that he was using to pay off the money that the mage owed them. "I never actually expected to get this money back," Tilo admitted. "Better than nothing," Circlo added. He peered over the cash. "Is it enough to cover all of us?" "Enough, plus plenty more after that," Tila said. "No, this is twice the amount." "Quite a lot." The woman thought for a few seconds, before glancing over at the demon folk man. "Hey, Circlo." "Yeah? You know I hate your guts. That'll always remain true," she said. "But, well, I think this is enough for all of us to retire. You can, perhaps, go to work with the Rissel woman you've always talked about." Silence, for a few moments. "That's not a bad idea, even coming from you," Circlo muttered. He placed a finger on his chin while he was at it. Tila then glanced over to the snow spirit. He was also sitting at the table, twiddling his thumbs. "What are you thinking of doing, Flaker?" Upon being asked that question, his eyes lit up and he smiled. "This much money? Well, I'm thinking of opening a shop," he exclaimed. "A shop, huh?" Tilo asked. "What kind?" "An ice cream and soda shop," he exclaimed. His answer was immediate. Tila had an immediate urge to berate his idea, but bit it back. Despite the snow spirit talking about ice cream a fair amount, she's never actually had it before. Dairy was difficult to ship up to Fort Lager, after all. Well, you do you, she muttered. You have a plan in mind? A general idea, sure, Flake reassured. Tila nodded. Sounds like you two have set what you wanna do. Either way, next time we go back to town, drinks are on me. Interlude 4. So, how's my favorite demon lord? Scarol asked, peeking his head into Lord Luth's cell. I've brought you something else to eat. Lord Luth did not reply. He was still sulking in the corner of the cell. Hey, come on. Scarol exclaimed. You're acting like you're dead right now. Wish I was, the demon lord muttered. Scarol furrowed his eyebrows. Is this about your sister? He asked. I'm sure she's safe. Hey, let's talk. I managed to swipe something actually good for us to eat. Go away, Lord Luth muttered. Scarol, contrary to the demon lord's advice, did not go away. He stepped into the room with a tray in his hands. I've managed to get us some pastries, the harpy said. You like milk with them? I hope so. Lord Luth's head perked up at the mention of food that sounded actually palatable. He looked at Scarol, who was holding the tray with a glimmer in his eyes. I like pastries, sure, he said. But demon folk can't drink milk. Oh, Scarol said. Really? Not adult demon folk, anyway. The half-harpy looked at the tray, then switched the cup of water he was going to drink with a cup of milk. Milk for me, I guess. Sitting down right next to the demon lord and placed the plate with the pastry next to him. Eat, Scarol said. I order you to. Lord Luth's bright orange eyes flickered over to him. On what authority? Luth challenged. On mine. Now eat. The half-harpy proceeded to stuff the pastry into the demon lord's mouth. Luth, in question, gagged on the pastry, before pushing Scarol away. After getting the pastry out of his mouth, Lord Luth glared at the half-harpy. Are you looking to die? Luth asked. No, Scarol replied. But you've tasted the pastry, right? How could you kill me after tasting it? Even though Luth took the pastry out of his mouth, he could still taste it. Smacking his lips, the demon lord could taste a hint of honeyed fruit, along with the signature sweet brioche of the pastry. It's actually pretty good, Luth said. He looked down at the plate, where he had placed the pastry. Scarol nodded, grinning ear to ear. Knew it. The harpy exclaimed. I actually baked these myself. Ha! How do you feel now? Lord Luth, however, simply took another bite from the pastry. He actually took his time to savor the flavor, chewing slowly. It's good, he said, his voice muffled by the foodstuff in his mouth. You actually made these? I'm surprised. Scarol had been pointing at Lord Luth, but his hand drooped down at Luth's simple statement. I was expecting a stronger reaction, Scarol admitted. The demon lord simply shrugged. It's good food, he said. If someone has good cooking, I'll give them that, even if I dislike them. Unless you poisoned it. The demon lord was now looking at the pastry in his hands, even though he had already eaten a third of it. You wouldn't poison something this good, would you? Nah, none of that, Scarol reassured. Look, I'm eating mine too. He took a bite out of his own pastry. So why would I poison it? Lord Luth nodded. Fair point. He took a swig of water from the cup. She liked pastries, too, the demon lord said, examining the baked sweetmeat. He took another bite, then promptly burst into tears. Oh, now you're just reminding me of her, Luth exclaimed. There were still tears streaming from his eyes, but he took another bite of the pastry anyway. That wasn't the strong reaction I was looking for, Scarol said. He didn't know how to console the demon lord. Okay, look, let's just talk about her then. How about that? The harpy asked. I'm curious about her. And, I promise not to tell the hero anything about our conversation. Lord Luth gave a wary glance at the half-harpy, even as he wiped the tears from the bottom of his eyes. I'm not so sure about that, he said. Everything we talk about here is just between you and me, Scarol replied. I promise. The way the demon lord looked at Scarol was a little less skeptical now. But, still skeptical. Harpies typically value their promises, so I suppose, Lord Luth muttered. Promise? If you don't. Well, I can't do anything if you don't, but my mouth goes shut the moment you tell the hero anything. Understood, sir, Scarol exclaimed, giving a mock salute. Never do that again, Lord Luth replied. You're reminding me that I used to be the demon lord. The demon folk man then leaned back in his seat, and took another bite from the pastry. Anyway, he continued, between bites. What do you want to ask? Go ahead, I'll be open to talk. As long as it's not a dumb question. I've been thinking, Scarl said. What's that shovel of hers? Her shovel? You mean shover? Luth asked. Shover? Really? Is that what she named it? Yeah, I suppose. She loves it. What's so special about it? Lord Luth leaned back where he sat, as he recounted the specific details surrounding the tool. I made that shovel for her myself, some time ago, he said. It's technically a special weapon, on par with what the generals carry. But it's modified. She can cut through anything with it, but it's not capable of hurting people. Sounds like it'd be a rather good tool. But why bother? She's my sister. Do I need to say any more? Scarl opened his mouth to respond, then closed it. It seemed the harpy had something to say, but decided not to. The two were quiet for a moment, before Scarl spoke up again. You really love your sister, huh? Lord Luth peered up. Who wouldn't? Don't you have any siblings? Don't know if I have any, Scarl admitted. I'm an orphan. Before you ask, I don't know my parents, either. Me being half harpy, half human might have had something to do with it. Oh, Luth started. Half human? I wasn't aware that was possible. I'm living proof that it is, Scarl said, giving a shrug. Thing is, I can't really relate with having siblings. But I think I know where you're getting at. Junil is probably the closest to a sister I'll ever have. The healer? Luth asked. You saw her as a sister? Well, that makes sense. Both of you are around the same age. You two grew up together? Somewhat. The hero found me early in the war. The hero party raised me. I just happened to be good with communicating with pigeons, so he offered me a position as an errand boy. The demon lord nodded. I see. It's still hard for me to wrap my mind around the fact you're half human. How does that work? Can you fly? Scarl lifted his arm, to showcase the signature arm wings of a typical harpy. His arms looked more like regular human arms with feathers sticking off of them, along with a skin-like membrane where plumage grew off of. Nope, I can't, he replied. Wings are underdeveloped, and I haven't honed my flying magic. Luth glanced at the wings, then looked back up to Scarl. Can't other harpies teach you? Not that any would teach me in the first place, Scarl replied. Any other harpy would see me as a liability. Even if I did manage to obtain some semblance of flying ability, I'd probably be too slow, or wouldn't have enough stamina to keep up. I'm effectively an outcast. Should I give my condolences? The demon lord asked. Don't bother, the half-harpy said. Never liked him anyways. The other harpies, I meant. Not that I've given up on my dream of flying, though. How can you fly if you physically can't? Scarl then punched his arms into the air. That's why I've been building my own magic-powered flying machine. It'll fly faster, higher, and for longer than any harpy out there. We'll see who's laughing then. Lord Luth still stared at Scarl. The expression on the demon lord's face wasn't easy to read, but the half-harpy could figure out that it was some kind of apprehension. The fact that you're half-harpy and half-human makes you really weird, I hope you know? The demon lord asked. Oh, come on. You were fine with me before learning I was a half and half. Not that, Lord Luth replied. I'm just considering the terrifying implications of a half-human, half-demon folk child. Scarl tilted his head, and squinted his eyes. The half-harpy was deep in thought. Would it be that bad? He asked. I don't see any drawbacks other than the bullying and social stigma, which is pretty bad, but can't be worse than what happened with me. Are you daft? Lord Luth asked. A human-aligned individual with the magical potency of a member of the demon folk would have the potential to be ridiculously powerful. All right, I think that's more a matter of perspective, Scarl continued. If they're human-aligned, as you said, that'd only be bad for you. The demon lord. Due to the fact that it's another person fighting against you, Lord Luth gave the half-harpy a blank stare. The human side of them won't mesh well with typical demon folk anger, Luth said. At best, you've got a loose cannon. At worst, they'll turn on you. Well, then why are you saying it's a bad thing? Scarl asked. For you, specifically. Since you say they'll turn on the humans. The demon lord shook his head. No, number. It doesn't work that way. Haven't you heard of that quote before? Now it was Scarl's turn to blank on the Demon Lord. I have no idea what you're talking about. It goes the only thing worse than an enemy is a traitor, Lord Luth stated. If someone turncoats, you can't trust that they'll be loyal to your cause. I wouldn't care if they were as strong as the hero. The headache of having to handle someone like that would be immense. Scarl nodded, as though he was taking down mental notes. Good point, the half-harpy said, pointing a finger at the Demon Lord. Scarl then paused. He could feel that a pulse of magic had suddenly come from somewhere. He wasn't sure from where, but it felt a lot like the conversation that the two were having with each other was suddenly interrupted by a familiar, rectangular illusion that appeared out of thin air. Lord Luth's expression quickly shifted to one of horror. Sola, it's her again, he exclaimed. She's in danger. He rushed over to the illusion, for a first glance at what was happening to Sola. Scarl followed the Demon Lord, glancing over. Luth's eyes flickered over the illusion, to witness whatever danger his sister had gotten into. Only for him to calm down as what immediately came in sight was Sola riding some type of boat, down a slope. She's on a raft? On some miniature canal? Lord Luth asked. What in the world is happening? Scarl looked over his shoulder. I think that's Fort Logger's log flume, the half-harpy replied. You've been there before? Lord Luth asked. Wait, what even is Sola doing there? Scarl shrugged. I'm not sure, but let me think. The Demon Lord glanced nervously at Sola's current predicament. But it honestly didn't look like much of a predicament. She was holding onto the edge of the long raft and was grinning in excitement as it splashed down the flume. It actually checks out, Scarl finally said, a hand on his chin. She falls onto a barge, which was probably headed to a base camp leading to Fort Logger. Goes up to Fort Logger, and the kind folk up there decided to send her to New Frontierland down the flume. Does it really work that way? Luth asked. That's what I can think of. You can probably ask Sola once she gets here, Scarl said. But I don't want her to visit me, the Demon Lord replied. Doesn't she realize how much danger she's putting herself in? The half-harpy then pointed at the illusion before them. Does she look like she's in danger right now? Sola, in the meanwhile, looked absolutely cheerful riding in the raft. It could be dangerous, Lord Luth reasoned. She could fall out, or maybe something's wrong with the slide she's riding down. There's so many things, but, Scarl interjected. Right now, does she look like she's in danger? The Demon Lord gave a long, hard look at the illusion. She doesn't look like she's in danger, the Demon Lord admitted. Maybe I am worrying too much. Why'd the illusion trigger, then? Then, they both saw it. There appeared to be something crawling up the back of the raft. Even from through the illusion, the demon folk and Harpy could sense that it was off. All right, I might be wrong, Scarl said. What in the world is that? Sola, the Demon Lord muttered under his breath. Sola, look behind you. The demon folk girl didn't seem to notice a thing for the first few seconds. However, as she swayed her head left and right, it seemed that she caught the thing in her peripheral vision. She turned around. Her expression was one of slight worry, before she caught full sight of the thing that was crawling up the back of the raft. Sola stepped up, for a better look. Her expression went immediately aghast. In the span of 5 seconds, she fled right then and there. However, both Scarl and Lord Luth had a good look at who it was, too. Their expressions weren't as shocked or horrified. Wait, that's... the half-harpy exclaimed. It was the healer, a ghost. Sola exclaimed, as though she was confronting a terrifying feral animal. The demon folk girl grabbed at the shovel strapped to her back. That's not a ghost, Scarl continued. I don't think Sola was figured that out, Lord Luth said. But if the healer is there, that means the hero is somewhere nearby, too. She's still in danger. The blade of Sola's shovel began to glow. Get her, Sola. Go on, Luth yelled, surprising the half-harpy next to him. As if taking his advice, Sola immediately marched up to the healer, with the glowing blade above her head. Her eyes seemed to glow a little in the darkness, due to her flowering. If you're cheering for Sola, shouldn't I be cheering for Junil? Scarl asked. Lord Luth glared at the half-harpy. Whose side are you on, anyway? He asked. The demon folk girl proceeded to smack the ghost left and right. I don't think she needs any help, Scarl said. She's smacking the healer silly. More than that, the demon lord admitted. The spade of her shovel is glowing. She's pumping magical energy into it. She's genuinely terrified. Yeah, I'm glad that you only made that shovel cut through non-living stuff. Otherwise Junil might not have a face by the end of this. Then, Sola thrust her shovel forward. This had the effect of severing the raft 1/3 the way down, which meant that the part Junil was desperately clinging onto was separating. The severed rear section of the raft was falling so far behind that the two could notice a second raft that had been following. Before the Demon Lord could point out that it appeared Ron was riding that raft, Junil was promptly overrun by it. Both Luth and Scarol winced when Junil was caught underneath the raft that the hero was on. I think she should be fine, Scarol muttered. Sola took a few deep breaths, and seeing that the threat was gone, allowed her flared face to dissolve away. The demon folk girl didn't seem to take notice of the raft that was behind her, nor the fact that it literally flipped off the log flume, bringing all the occupants of that raft with it. Soon, the illusion itself dissolved, and, with it, came one of the Demon Lord's questions to the half-harpy. Can the healer survive that? Luth asked. Oh, that? I betcha, she's survived a lot worse. Wouldn't worry about her at all. Despite the fact that you see her as a sister, you're not putting as much worry in her state of being compared to how I'm over Sola. You're just really protective of Sola. To a ridiculous extent, Scarol said. Just because I see Junil as one doesn't mean I'm always on good terms with her. Not saying she deserved the pain, but... You're not? Lord Luth asked. On good terms with her? I meant to ask. You dote on your sister all the time because she's not smart enough to know otherwise. Junil, however, is the type that you'd rather do the opposite to. Really? The Demon Lord asked. What are siblings for, if not unconditional love? Unconditional squabbles and arguments, too, replied the harpy. But, again, I figured that you wouldn't be the type to argue with Sola. The Demon Lord crossed his arms. If that's the way you see sibling relations, I'm glad you're not in my position. Luth then glanced back over where the illusion had been, a moment earlier. Still, I'm worried. She should be in New Frontierland now, based on what you said about the flume. Without the guidance of General Forge. Speaking of, I didn't see General Forge at all. Did my general abandon her? The half-harpy gathered the plate and cups. Things should be fine, I hope, Scarol reassured. He then held a finger up. Don't quote me on that, actually. The Demon Lord scoffed. I don't think I'd ever quote you on anything, Lord Luth admitted, or ever will. And, if you'd allow me, let me speak to General Forge. I've got an earful to give him. No can do. You know the rules. Not that I can, but... The harpy held his position, so the Demon Lord just nodded. All right, fine. Good. I'll be back later. Without another word, the harpy left the room. Chapter 21, Strolson. A battered hero and healer trudged through mud, once again, as they gradually made their way back to New Frontierland. Their clothes were covered in mud and ripped in various places. They were also bruised and scraped up. Their condition earlier had been even worse, but Junil had used most of her healing magic to tide over the worst of the injuries. The sun was close to dipping below the horizon, casting a shadow over the side of the Fort Logger hill they were walking down. To light the path ahead of them, Junil was shining a green light from the end of her wand and pointing it directly ahead of them. Currently, the two were in the middle of a conversation regarding the events of the past hour. I haven't been able to stock up on any potions, Junil grumbled. You know why, obviously. So I can't heal us past this. I do know, Ron replied. And I am now re-evaluating whether I should intervene in Fral's plans. The healer stomped on the ground as she walked forward. Dang it, Ron, you should have done it 2 days ago. Junil exclaimed. If you have, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation right now. The hero peered down at the healer. Why had you not stocked up on potions while we were at the capital? He asked. I didn't buy any at the capital because potions in New Frontierland are usually cheap, Junil replied. I saw the prices in the capital and they were higher than normal, so I held out, thinking I could get them in New Frontierland for better prices. Contrary to what is actually happening right now. The two continued trudging through the mud. If you want me to, I can get the leeches, Junil said. That might help with some of the bruising. Ron's response was immediate. I am fine. Really? You don't usually refuse treatment. What you have provided is sufficient. Junil gave a sly grin. You don't like the leeches, do you? I simply do not find them to be an optimal form of treatment, he replied, promptly. Junil gave a chuckle, but stopped and hunched over a little the moment she felt some aches shoot through her chest. Gar, I can't even laugh. Everything hurts. The two walked in silence. The only sound that punctuated it all was the uncomfortable squish 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 of their shoes sticking to the mud with every step forward. "We could have just gone back down," Junel muttered. "Walked back to New Frontierland like regular people. Not going down a water slide." "We needed to apprehend the second coming as soon as possible," Ron retorted. "However, we have not succeeded in such a task." "Yeah, and now it was ultimately preferable to attempt to stop her," Ron interjected. Junel scoffed. "Yeah, fine. It's a lot of pain for nothing." "Not nothing. We know where she is at this very moment." "Your goal was to try to get to her before she got into the city." "Of course, that failed." "She's now in the city and we're not." "What do you say of that?" "We cannot realistically expect all of our plans to work without issues," Ron replied. "Of all the plans that could have failed, it was the one that would have given us the most work to do after it's failed," the healer muttered. "Tell me this, Ron. You said we had to go down the water slide to stop her." "We didn't stop her, so now we have to search for her." "How do we search for her?" Ron took a few seconds before he responded. "We'll have to sweep New Frontierland for the second coming now." "Easier said than done, Ron. Tell me this, how in the world are we going to do this discreetly, without alerting everyone to the existence of her?" "It is not a difficult task," he reassured. "We simply need to vet all the passengers who plan on traveling to the capital." "You're making this up on the fly, aren't you?" Junel asked. A vital component of a respectable party leader is the ability to remain flexible. "So that's a yes?" He did not directly respond to that last question, instead continuing with his explanation of the plan. "There are a limited number of vessels that can depart from New Frontierland to the capital every day. We are very well capable of screening a majority of the vessels that leave." "If she isn't departing to the capital already," Junel muttered. The hero shook his head and glanced down at the shivering healer. "The hour is late," he replied. "None of the ships will be running." "You think I don't know that?" the healer snapped. A few moments of awkwardness permeated the silence. "It appears that you are in a particularly poor mood, Miss Junel," Ron stated. "No, really?" Junel snapped. "I wonder how you found out. Maybe it is something to do with the bruises on my face, or the scrapes on my back, or my ripped, sopping wet clothes." "How did you receive so much bruising?" "That demon folk girl," the healer grumbled. "She smacked me across the face several times with a shovel." "With a shovel?" "The same one she used before to damage my sword?" he asked. "It is fortunate that you did not receive any worse wounds." "Your words of reassurance aren't making me feel any less pain, I hope you know." "My apologies," Junel grumbled. "And there was the whole thing with that boat literally running over me, too." "Ron, you're heavy. You need to get lighter armor, or slim down." "My armor is the highest quality relative to its weight," he replied. "If it were made from a lighter material, that would compromise its structural integrity. Also doesn't change the fact that I'm feeling immense back pain from the raft, too." "Again," Ron reiterated. "I apologize, Junel. I had not anticipated such events to unravel so quickly." The healer gave a glare up to Ron. "You didn't, huh? How about asking me before you throw me?" "I've got an earful to give you, but that'll be once we get to New Frontierland, since I'm currently in the middle of formulating a rant for a particular someone." "For whom?" "The moment we get back to New Frontierland," Junel continued, adamant, "I am going to walk right up to Frau and gift that woman a well-deserved black eye." "I would recommend against such an act, Miss Junel." "It's that, or she coughs up the half-dozen or so potions needed to heal us back," the healer replied. "I knew she was a money grubber, but it seems she's only gotten worse." "Maybe some fisticuffs will encourage her to change her mind." "Madame Frau holds a physical advantage over you," Ron pointed out. He knew that magic users typically were not as physically fit as other combatants, but even Junel was physically weak compared to Frau. "I advise refraining from such measures. You will only injure yourself further if she chooses to participate in self-defense. The pain will only make me stronger." "Ron, you can't stop me." "I can, and I will," Junel grumbled. Most would have interpreted that as a threat, but she knew Ron rarely, if ever, meant to threaten anyone. To him, that was no different from stating a promise that he was going to follow through on. As in, he promised to stop her if she tried to give Frau the punch she deserved. "We also need to resupply." "I will need to withdraw more cash," Ron replied. "We will pay for our clothes to be cleaned by a mage. They should be able to do it rather swiftly." Junel glanced back up at him. "That was several tens of large electrum coins you had with you in the capital. Don't tell me it's all gone. It is, indeed, the hero replied. Most of it had been spent for the damage done to the rail engine, and paying off one of Frowl's outstanding debts to the residents of Fort Logger. And that is what also annoys me, Junel replied. They could have been lying, for goodness' sake. They were not, Ron confirmed. Do you not remember that I can tell if someone is lying? Well, no, I forgot, Junel admitted. But that's the first worry that comes to mind if someone claims I owe them money. You should have no worries there, Junel. They were authentic with their grievances with Madame Frowl. I will need to discuss with her about this issue, of taking on debts that she does not pay back. The two stepped through more mud, as the dirt caked the bottom of their pants. Ron continued speaking. Withdrawing our funding needs from New Frontierland will likely empty the reserves of money from their banks. I will need to be fiscally responsible and withdraw most of it from the capital. Junel's eyes snapped over to look up at the hero. Withdrawing there? All right, Ron, I know you want to be responsible, but this is getting ridiculous. New Frontierland already has a potion shortage issue. Compounding a banking issue on top of that is not the responsible thing to do, Junel. We just need to withdraw enough for our current expenses. The healer yelled. You don't need to withdraw a massive lump sum immediately. The hero took a moment to consider Junel's words. His armored, gloved hand stroked the chin of his helmet. You are correct, Junel. It appears that I have not considered such options. Why haven't you considered that option? Junel echoed. Because I simply wish to be efficient. It is, thus, more efficient to take the time to withdraw a single large sum, rather than taking the time to withdraw multiple times. You could, just withdraw all your money and carry it on yourself? Ron shook his head. That would not be secure, Miss Junel. The healer shook her head, and mumbled something about Ron being the security, but didn't say much else. The duo continued walking through the mud sludge as they got to the base of the hill, towards New Frontierland. Most of the mud had washed all the way down here, and the rain had come down so hard that they now had what was basically a river that popped up, that they, of course, now had to trudge through. Allow me to carry you across, Ron offered. The flood otherwise would wash you away. Junel groaned, but didn't contest the offer. Ron proceeded to hoist her over his shoulder and carefully stepped through the flash flood. Water rushed up against his metal boots, but otherwise he seemed to be weathering the flash flood rather well. Don't drop me, all right? The healer asked. I've tasted enough mud for today. No worries, Miss Junel. After making it to the other side, the hero placed the healer back on the dry surface. She dusted some dried mud off her clothing. We'll also need to pay a cleaning mage to clean out our clothes, Junel muttered. She looked at the sky, to see that the sun had already sunk beneath the horizon. And at this late hour, I doubt any businesses are open. I know one that is very likely to be open, Ron stated. An old friend of mine. He will be glad to admit us. Junel glanced down at her mud-soaked shoes. Hope he doesn't mind dirt getting tracked on his floors. The gas lanterns of New Frontierland could be seen, as they approached the town. It didn't take long for them to get to the streets, which were now devoid of most activity due to the night. A few lights could be seen behind windows, candlelight and gas lamps of people who were staying up. The hero and healer walked through the quiet streets, with Junel following Ron. They soon made their way to a storefront at the corner of an intersection, one out of a handful that were still lit inside. The large sign above the store advertised it as a general store. Ron squeezed through the front door, to see that a man and woman were inside. The woman was paying for something, but the moment she turned around to see who had entered, she immediately gawked at Ron. Take no heed, Junel said. Official hero party business. The woman stepped around the mud-soaked hero, before scurrying away into the night with whatever she had bought. The man who was inside took only a moment to recognize who the two were. Ron, he exclaimed, his arms outstretched. How have you been, old buddy? It seemed like he was moving in for a hug, but upon realizing that Ron was still muddy, decided to rescind his approach. I have been fine, Sir Strelson. How have you been? Ron asked. Fine myself, too. But you look a little worse for wear, Strelson replied. Same with your healer here, Junel is her name? Junel nodded. Yes, we've been through quite a bit earlier. And that is what the subject of this visit is about, Ron added. Both Junel and I are looking for a quick cleaning. For Junel, a mending of her clothes. Certainly looks like it. The storekeeper exclaimed. Since you two walked in covered in mud, seems you both are a little battered? Junel finished the sentence for him. Yes, That battered would be a way to put it. The storekeeper continued. Ron nodded. However, the hero said, I must ask you a favor. While I do appreciate your services, I will be unable to pay you for these that I must ask of you immediately. I shall pay you back, but not within a week, at most. Ha, Strulson replied. So you're saying you're broke right now? Indeed, I do not have the sufficient funds on me at the moment. The banks are also closed for the night. The storekeeper raised an eyebrow. Really? First time I've ever seen you short on money, Strulson replied. Are you being financially irresponsible again? Strulson laughed, while Ron joined him with a few chuckles. Although I am financially responsible, I may have under-budgeted in this instance, Ron replied. Really? What did you under-budget for? Strulson asked. Property damage, came Junel's deadpan reply. The storekeeper glanced down at the healer. He laughed, but paused when Junel did not laugh with him. He scratched his head, giving her a puzzled look. What? He asked. You're joking, right? Unfortunately, I'm not, the healer confirmed. Ron here wrecked a rail engine, and he also covered for some of Frowl's debts. Which means we've got barely any cash on hand. Really? Strulson asked, brushing a hand through his grey hair. What are you even doing to cause that amount of property damage? Some kind of rising? That is, unfortunately, something we cannot disclose, Ron replied. However, it is indeed of utmost importance. Are you willing to hold the payment for my expenses until Junel and I are no longer busy? For cleaning and clothing repair? You know, why not? You've given me plenty of chances in the past. I'll return the favor. Strulson shot a grin at the hero, and continued speaking. This one's on the house. But first, let me get my wand. I very much appreciate your consideration, Sir Strulson, Ron said. Regardless, I shall properly compensate you once I have the funding. Suit yourself, Strulson replied. But just know that if you don't pay for this one, I don't mind. The storekeeper pulled a wand from beneath the front counter. It was a light blue, as compared to Junel's mint green wand. He tapped twice on the counter, allowing the tip of the wand to glow blue. I hope you both don't mind getting soaked again? He asked. Nothing can be worse than being run over by a boat while getting dragged through a budget canal, the healer said. Go on ahead. Strulson grabbed a bucket of water from beneath the front counter, of which Junel couldn't help but stare at him for doing that. You just keep your water right there at your feet? She asked. Yes, why not? What if you kick the bucket over? Strulson tapped his wand again. I can simply manipulate the water back into the bucket. Junel nodded. Fair enough. The storekeeper began to charge his magical energy into the wand. After a few seconds, the still water in the bucket began to quiver. Hold your breaths for about 5 seconds, he said. Starting now. He pointed the tip of his wand between the two, and a stream of water immediately shot from the bucket to both of them. However, the moment the water made contact with Junel and Ron, it didn't splash around, but rather snaked around their body. Dirt and grime lifted from their clothes and armor as the water circled its way up their body. Strulson continued raising his wand, until it had reached their heads, and then flicked his wrist back. The water jumped from their heads right back into the bucket. The healer, who had been visibly holding her breath, finally released it. 5 years, and I still can't get used to that, Junel gasped. She pulled at her shirt, to ensure that it was entirely clean. Not a single drop of water from the spell remained. I'm also surprised how dry my shirt is now, she added. It took me 10 years to get the basics of that spell down, Strulson replied. First time I tried it on a person, I almost lifted all the water out of my mentor's body. That would have been unpleasant to witness. The storekeeper gave a thumbs up. Well, it was worth it in the end, wouldn't you say? Indeed, Ron said. Your magic works wonders, Sir Strulson. The healer tugged at a small section of ripped fabric on her clothes, one of many rips and abrasions from her being dragged down the flume. Can you repair my clothes, too? She asked. Of course, why not? First, let me get you a temporary change. And also, tell me what your clothes are made of, I might need some supplementary material. Strulson said quickly. Magically enhanced wool, Junel replied. Those are my cold weather clothes. All my outfits were enchanted to be durable. Strulson grabbed a white shirt and shorts from a drawer behind the counter, before placing them on the table. There's a room you can change in, he said. Hand me your clothes so I can fix them. Right here? Junal asked. Wouldn't my clothes require some type of spell to repair? I have just the tools, so don't worry. The healer nodded, picking up the shirt and shorts, before stepping through the door into the changing room. Once it closed shut, Strulson glanced back at Ron and continued speaking. So, how have things been? Strulson asked. Your healer friend, she's grown up quite a bit since I first met her. Still as irate as ever, it seems. I apologize for her rudeness, Ron replied. We have had a particularly difficult week, due to our current assignment. Strulson waved it off. It's fine, he reassured. Her attitude can be nasty, but that can be excused a little, since she's the best human healer there is. She insists on utilizing leeches and other natural remedies rather than proper magic healing techniques. While Miss Junal is typically stingy with her magic, I have not seen her so sour in such a long time. The storekeeper shrugged, and raised his palm up as he spoke. Well, just look at potion prices lately. Anyone would be angry over having to expend magical energy with the prices here. That is true, Ron admitted. And that is also why I will ensure that you are compensated for your troubles. Strulson laughed, then slapped the counter. Oh, you really don't want to be in debt to me. Whatever suits you. Remember that this is supposed to be on the house. If this is on the house, and I pay for it regardless, Ron said, curtly. Then I suppose I am the house. The hero's dry delivery made Strulson roar in laughter, as a confused Junal stepped back into the room. What's so funny? She asked, holding the bundle of clothes in her hands. She was now dressed in the plain shirt and shorts, and placed her own clothes on the counter for Strulson to attend to. Oh, nothing. Ron just cracked a funny joke, the storekeeper said, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. Junal glanced over at Ron. Him? Making a joke? She asked, in mock surprise. That can't be right. Ron doesn't make jokes. This surely can't be him. I assure you, Miss Junal, Ron said. I am certainly myself at this very moment. Oh, now this for sure is Ron, the healer finished. Meanwhile, Strulson was examining Junal's damaged clothes. He picked up the sleeve with 2 fingers, to examine the multitude of holes and abrasions that went right through it. What in the world happened that caused this? Strulson asked. A pack of wolves? The wolves might have been the preferable option, because at least Ron here could have gotten them off me, Junal stated. I was run over by a boat, that's what caused the damage. Strulson stared at her. Oh, I hope it wasn't painful, he said, in an attempt at consolation. It was very painful. Silence, for about 5 seconds. Then, Junal continued. After I had been repeatedly bludgeoned across the face with a shovel. Okay then, I won't ask, Strulson said, grimacing. I'll be fixing your clothes. Ron, do you usually put her on such dangerous assignments? The hero shook his head. No, we had both been on the same mission. Junal simply happened to run into unfortunate circumstances. Unfortunate because you threw me at the other raft, the healer exclaimed. Strulson opted to just ignore the brewing argument. First, the man spread Junal's clothes out flat on the counter. Then, from a table behind him, he grabbed an interesting magic-based tool, something that looked like a clothes iron, that he placed next to the clothes. That caught the healer's attention, and she shifted her irate focus back onto the storekeeper. What's that? Junal asked. You're not going to try to fix my clothes by ironing them, are you? No. Surely not, Strulson said, shaking his head. I was inspired to make this when I saw them selling magic-powered clothes irons in the capital. What's the difference? This here, the storekeeper continued, pointing at the device, was a lot more expensive to make, but also worth it. Watch. Right above one of the ribs in the wool fabric, he placed a square cut out of wool. Then, the storekeeper ran the clothes iron over it. However, what was most notable was that the iron's metal section was glowing a light blue, rather than the typical red or orange of conventional irons. Once he had swiped it over twice, then 3 times, the seam where the square cut of wool met the surface of Junal's coat seemed to disappear. What? How does that work? The healer asked. Emerging-based magic works on organic material like this. I've also seen it applied in grafting apple tree branches. It's technically derived from healing magic. Extraordinary, Junal said. Strulson continued ironing the cuts and tears away on Junal's clothes, until not a single one remained. Soon, her outfit looked new, rather, it looked newer than new. The enchantments should apply to the mended areas, too, Stralsund reassured. Junel held up her coat, and then her pants, to take good looks at both of them. Flawless, she said. I'm amazed, genuinely. Stralsund smiled. Glad to hear it from you, lass. As Junel stepped back into the changing room to get into her normal clothes, Ron and Stralsund had a final word together. I am very grateful for your services, Ron said. No problem to an old friend. Come around more, I hardly see you anymore, Ron replied. My schedule is booked, which makes it difficult for me to arrange a visit. Stralsund patted his friend on the back. No, silly, not like that. I'm just saying that if you're ever in New Frontierland and happen to be passing by my shop, just step in for a few seconds, say hi. You can spare a few seconds, right? Reasonably? Ron said. Yes, I can. I will keep that in mind. Attaboy. Once Junel had returned, the two gave their goodbyes. The healer thanked the storekeeper, before the two had departed. What now? Junel asked. I feel refreshed, still a little tired. But at least we're not filthy anymore. Ron glanced down at Junel, and his next sentence only filled the healer with dread. We will be looking for the second coming now. Chapter 22, Winsol. Sola stepped through the empty, dimly lit streets of New Frontierland. She glanced left and right, in confusion, at the apparent lack of people that should have been out and about. The streets were washed in a light orange glow from the oil lamps that lined the road. Most of the doors and windows were closed and shuttered. She could see the occasional person walk by, but when she raised her arm to greet them, they'd step around to the edge of the road, to avoid the demon folk girl. Sola frowned. People here didn't seem all that friendly. The demon folk girl had been wandering aimlessly. She didn't know what to do from here on out. The people at Fort Logger told her that she could find help around here, but they never specified anything past that. But then, she perked her head up. Sola thought she heard something. The demon folk girl remained quiet, straining her ears. She then caught it again. It sounded like someone was calling her name. Sola. She stopped at one of the brick road intersections. The demon folk girl turned her head to the left, in the direction of the voice. Sola, where in the world are you? That voice sounded familiar. Hey, Sola. She remembered now, that was the general's voice. General Forat, she exclaimed, running in the direction of the shouts. It wasn't long before the demon folk girl could spot the general, who was also running through the streets and scanning the streets after hearing her voice. The moment he caught sight of her, the two immediately sprinted for each other. Sola stretched her arms out, as if for a hug. General Forge, likewise, raised his arms and grabbed her by the shoulders the moment the two made contact. Sola, he exclaimed. Where in the world were you? I step away for a minute to retrieve Mandrill and you disappear for half the day. The demon folk girl almost cowered at how loud the general was speaking. General Forge realized that he was scaring her, so he released his grip on Sola's shoulders. It's fine, it's not your fault, he muttered. It's mine, I'm supposed to be watching over you after all. The demon folk girl was still a little shaken. It's not my fault? She asked. No, it's not. Where in the world were you? General Forge asked. Everyone said you had gotten on the rail engine, but then I heard something happen to it. I had to walk across the whole length of the rail. Oh, that. Sola exclaimed. There's this hero person who wants me. I don't know why, but he tried to hit me, and I fell off the rail engine thingy. He tried to. Oh no. General Forge muttered. Did he say anything to you at all? The demon folk general stepped around Sola, examining her for any injuries at all. But he couldn't see a single cut, bruise, or scrape on her. The demon folk girl shrugged. I don't know. He just called me Second Coming. But it's not my name, so I told him. He tried to get me, though. Sola, you weren't hurt at all, right? Nope. She exclaimed. I fell on this boat. It was a barge. This lady named Rissa helped me get to. The demon folk girl turned behind her to point at the large hill next to the town. There was a small pillar of fireplace smoke rising from the top, likely from the encampment up there in question. There, she exclaimed. The Fort Logger and the people there helped me get to the New Frontierland town. From there all the way to down here? General Forge asked. You couldn't possibly have walked down. How'd you get here so quick? They put me on a water slide, she exclaimed. On a boat, and made me go down. But there was this ghost who tried to get me, so I hit the ghost like this. Sola grabbed the shovel on her back, in preparation to show a few demonstration swings. However, General Forge could see the edge of the spade starting to glow orange, so he held up an arm to stop her. All right, Lady Sola, I get it, no need to show off to me, he said. The demon folk girl lowered her shover. General Forge sighed and brushed a hand over the back of his head. Well, we know that the hero is after you, for certain, he said. I planned for both of us to get to New Frontierland earlier, so we could book a fast ship to the capital. But it's late right now. At least you have the money on you, right? Sola tapped a finger on her chin. The money? She asked. You know, the stuff we worked for. General Forge paused, then spoke a little slower. You still have that money, right? Sola tilted her head while looking at General Forge. It took another 5 seconds for her to figure out what he was talking about. Oh, the money, she exclaimed. I gave some to these people at the Fort Logger place. She grabbed the small pouch of coins that was at her neck, and held them up, the coins in them jingling. Oh, goodness. You didn't give all of it away, did you, my lady? We still have some left, she exclaimed. I kept the coins that were used the most, like the small grey coins and the yellow Y ones. Oh, Lady Sola, don't tell me you. General Forge snatched the pouch of coins from Sola's hand, and immediately looked inside. The coins jingled in the pouch, before he looked back up at the demon folk girl. Yeah, you did. You gave away all the most valuable coins. He then hit himself on the forehead with the palm of his hand. Stupid me, stupid. I should have taught her the value of money. Of course she wouldn't know what steel or electrum coins are, the general muttered. He then glanced back at Sola. She, again, didn't seem to know why he was acting like that. As long as you're here safely, I guess it was worth it, he said. The demon folk girl nodded. Yep. They helped me get to New Frontierland. They were nice. There was this snow person named Flake R, and Circlar, and Tilla. The two were interrupted mid-conversation by someone nearby opening up their second-floor window. Both of ye, quiet up. I'm trying to sleep here, the person yelled into the street, before they slammed the windows shut. The two stared at the window, before General Forge glanced over at Sola. We should speak quieter, he said, lowering his voice. No good to attract attention. And we need to find some cash, quick. Sola nodded. Okay, she replied, her voice a more hushed whisper. Alright, let's head into one of the side streets. This is a main road, we're bound to be seen. And I don't want the hero to find us. Lady Sola, please follow me. General Forge ushered the demon folk girl, and the two stepped through the nearest alleyway. He held up one end of his halberd, the broken bottom end of it, and used the red glow of the spear-like part to illuminate the path ahead. The alleyway opened up into another street, larger than the one prior. There wasn't anyone around, either. Save for one. General Forge squinted his eyes, to see who it was. It was a young woman, standing next to one of the many gas lanterns around New Frontierland. She held a long pole in her hands, which she was using to poke the top of an unlit lamp. After a few pokes, the lamp lit up. As she brought the pole back down, both of the demon folk could see that her pole had another lantern at the end. Rather than the warm orange glow of the other lamps, though, this one was blue. Her eyes met General Forge's, only noticing the two after some time. Both simply kept up the eye contact, until she broke the silence. Hey, the woman said. It's pretty late. What are you two doing out here? Her voice echoed through the streets. General Forge was now immediately worried over disturbing anyone who might have been asleep right now, so he instead gestured Sola to follow him and then made his way over to the woman. She remained unmoving, her ice blue eyes staying on the two. As he got closer, the demon folk general could make out some of her more interesting features. The outfit she wore was reminiscent of a cloak, a dull blue one, with its hood down. She had long, light blue hair that seemed to dissolve and to mist down her back, and an equally blue mist billowed from her mouth every time she took a breath. She reminded Sola of the snow spirit that she met up at Fort Logger. A wisp? General Forge asked, once he was close enough. You're real, right? The wisp glanced at the demon folk general, seemingly unamused. What tipped you off, the hair? She asked. I'm guessing you're a demon folk. And, again, what are you doing out here? Nobody usually stays out late. Says who? General Forge asked. The wisp raised an eyebrow. Says me. There's technically no curfew in order, not since the war has ended. But it's still suspicious to see two random demon folk out and about at this hour. And you think you can just ask us why we're out here? Precisely. I'm a watchman, it's part of my job. As General Forge scrambled for an explanation, Solar bounded right up to the wisp and pointed directly at her. "You look like Flake." "Ah!" Solar exclaimed, pointing at the wisp. "Do you know him, Flake?" "Who?" the wisp asked. "No, I don't know anyone by that." "Well, I'm Solar," the demon folk girl exclaimed, pointing at herself with a thumb. Her other hand was on her hip. General Forge was tugging on Solar's shoulder, trying to get her to stop giving up information like that. Ironically, Solar's straightforwardness made the wisp smile. "Name's Winsol," the wisp said. "Lamplighter and watchman." "I like you, girl." "I don't like this guy here, though." General Forge frowned as Winsol pointed her lamp pole directly at him. "What's wrong with me?" General Forge asked. "You're too defensive," Winsol replied. "I don't like it when people are defensive. It means they're hiding something, and I'm usually paid to deal with it whenever they make a mess." With every word, Winsol was poking her lamp pole into the demon folk general's belly. He scoffed in annoyance, pushing the lamp pole away. "Well, sure, that's your job," the demon folk general said. "But enough poking people in the chest. That ain't gonna make them any friendlier to you." The wisp shook her head. "I don't need to be friendly to arrest people." "But you two folk are fine, I suppose." General Forge rolled his eyes. "I suppose I should thank you for overlooking us," he said. "Anyway, what even is a wisp doing, going around being a lamplighter?" Winsol placed her hands on her hips. "Is there something wrong with a wisp being a lamplighter?" General Forge shrugged, trying to backpedal. "Well, no, it isn't. But I'd expect a wisp to be working in a graveyard or cemetery." "Aren't you fellas attracted to that sort of thing?" "Funny thing about that," Winsol said. "It's a bit of a story. Here, you two can walk alongside me." "Got a few lamps left to light?" General Forge stepped up to the wisp as she walked over to the next unlit lamp post. She held her pole lamp up to the light, allowing the blue flame on the end to light it. "I actually got this job because the job description said it was a graveyard shift," Winsol said. "Turns out, I don't actually work at a graveyard. It's what the humans call a nighttime shift." "So, why do you still have this job?" General Forge asked. "If it wasn't what was advertised." The wisp brought the lamp pole down again, holding it over her shoulder. "They basically begged me to take it when they learned I was a wisp," Winsol said. "Even promised to pay me extra, too." "Because of your fire abilities?" "Precisely." Winsol held a finger up, and a small blue flame lit up the tip of her pointer finger. Solar looked over at the fire, her eyes wide in amazement. "You can use fire?" the demon folk girl asked. "Of course, I'm a wisp," she replied. "Don't you know that all wisps can use fire?" "I didn't know," Solar exclaimed. "But I can use some magic, too." "Look." The demon folk girl let off a few flashes of sparks with her hand. The sparks fell to the ground harmlessly. "Not too impressive, I have to say," the wisp replied. "And you said you don't know what a wisp is?" "Really? I don't know what a wisp thing is, but you're very blue." "Like Flake." "Ah." "My name's Winsol," the wisp clarified, with an exasperated sigh. "And I don't know who this Flake person is." "He's a snow spirit," Solar exclaimed. "He can make snow and cold stuff, I think." "Snow spirit?" "Never met one before, but yeah, I've heard things about them liking the cold." "I'm not sure that's really my style." The demon folk girl pointed at Winsol. "But you're blue," Solar replied. "And he's blue, too." "I'm a wisp. I don't mind the occasional chill, but I prefer a little warm and damp, muggy feel." "Too cold and the air gets dry." After using her lamp pole to light another gas lamp, the wisp shifted the subject. "Anyway, what are you two doing around here?" she asked. "We're trying to get to the capital," the demon folk general said. "So I can meet Luther?" Solar added. The wisp glanced from Solar to General Forge. "Luther?" she asked. "Her brother," General Forge said, quickly. "Her brother's in the capital." "We're trying to get there." "I see. When?" "As soon as possible." Solar then pointed to the pouch of money that was on General Forge. "But we don't have enough money," she exclaimed. "Solar." "Shush," the demon folk general muttered. Winsol gave a deadpan stare to the two. "Money issues." "Nothing to be ashamed of," she said. "In fact, I think I know a guy who might help you." "Really?" General Forge asked. There was a hint of skepticism in his voice. "His name's Strulson," the wisp said. "He owns a popular general store, Strulson Supplies. You can't miss it. You can probably find a decent, short-term job through the information he usually runs across." General Forge raised an eyebrow. "Really?" he asked. "It's that easy." "He won't do it for free, no." Winsol stared at General Forge, as if expecting him to understand what she was saying. She got the memo after 15 seconds of staring, figuring that he probably wasn't getting it. Just slide him a coin. A small steal is the minimum I'd give. I see. The demon folk general said. You think I can go to him right now? He's sometimes open late at night, but now I wouldn't count on it. Not like the jobs he can recommend are gonna be hiring at this hour, anyway. Well then, what should we do during the night? The wisp immediately pointed to the building in front of them. Both Solar and General Forge looked, to see that it was an inn. Lodging, she said. Get some sleep. I know demon folk probably can't stay up the entire night. Unlike wisps. What? Solar asked. But I don't need to sleep. Winsol pointed to General Forge. He does. Fella looks like he's about to fall over. General Forge gave a nod, and right as the wisp said that, he felt as though an immediate weight had tied itself to his arms and legs. Right, he suddenly felt absolutely exhausted. Did you do something to me? General Forge asked, narrowing his eyes at the wisp. Technically not, Winsol replied. But, maybe I might have. People who don't feel tired but are short on sleep usually feel tired in our presence. You haven't been sleeping all that much, have you? Forge? No comment, General Forge replied. Well, thanks for your help. My lady, let's go. Thanks, Win-ah. Solar exclaimed. Win-ah? Are we really on nickname terms already? The wisp asked. Solar tilted her head. Nicknames? She asked. I just tell people by their names. But not with the R at the end. Do you? Winsol asked. Huh? I just call everyone with I, since all names are like that. Like mine. The demon folk girl replied. Solar. Before Winsol could say anything else, the two demon folk immediately stepped into the inn. She stood there, her mouth partially open, before realizing that she didn't have anything else to say in the first place. Huh, she said. What a peculiar pair. From the way that guy acted. He was some general, or a high-ranking fella, and he's with some girl he holds in high regard. Sounds like something fishy. Winsol continued walking down the street, continuing to light lamps one by one. She did have a job to do, after all. Wonder how much Strilson would pay up for that info. Solar and General Forge, meanwhile, found themselves in the inn. It was dark and dimly lit by a handful of candles. An old man was sitting at the front, his attention caught by the jingling the door made as it opened. General Forge glanced at the door, to see that a bell was attached to it. Are you here to check in so late? The man asked. He squinted at the two demon folk. At it? He continued. We don't want any trouble, just a room to stay for the night, General Forge replied. Well, that's gonna cost ya, the old man said. The demon folk general groaned. Cost us? I don't see how. It's late and it's not like anyone else is coming along to ask for another room. Well, you two are, General Forge grumbled, but folded. Fine, what's the cost? 2 small steel coins. Breakfast included? Go get your own. That was a terrible price. 1 small steel coin and a large brass, came the general's reply. Make the change a large brass and 2 small brass. Large brass, 1 small brass. I'm not going any higher. The two glared at each other. Fine. The old man said. 1 small steel, 1 large brass, 1 small brass coin. All paid up front. The demon folk general fished in the coin pouch for the payment, then slapped it down on the counter. Your room's on the 2nd floor. It's actually the closest one to the windows. Got a good price on it 'cause you was lucky. The old man continued. Oh, shut up. We just need a place to sleep, General Forge grumbled. The two walked up the stairs, easily finding the unoccupied door to the room facing the street. Why did you do different coins? Solar asked, just as General Forge closed the door behind him. I was haggling for a good price. Well, good is relative. He was upselling us. Why do you do the haggle thing, and what does upsell mean? The demon folk general did not immediately respond. Instead, he simply collapsed on one of 2 beds that were in the room. Just get some sleep, Solar. I'm tired. Chapter 23, Frau. To the disdain of an exhausted Juno, Ron decided that the first thing both of them should do was to sweep the streets. Even though it was at a late hour, one that the healer would have preferred to go to sleep at, the hero insisted that searching in the precious hours they had before morning should take priority. She is likely to be planning as we speak, he said. Juno wanted to argue, but she was too exhausted to commit any thought to it. She didn't stop grumbling as they patrolled the empty streets of New Frontierland, Seeing almost nobody in every street they came across, the first interesting individual they ran across wasn't the second coming, but rather, one of New Frontierland's night watchmen, namely, a wisp lamplighter. Oh, a pair of demon folk, and one being an apricot-haired girl? The wisp asked. She held a pole over her shoulder, with a lamp hanging off the end. The lamp was glowing a light blue. Indeed, Ron confirmed. Have you witnessed such an individual within the past several hours? The wisp scratched her head. Maybe, I might have the information, but it's being a little difficult for me to jog it up right now. Her lantern bobbled as she scratched her head with the hand she used to hold the lamp pole. Do you have difficulty recalling it? Ron asked. Yeah, somewhat. But my memory could be jogged if I had a little encouragement, the wisp said. She made it obvious what she wanted, rubbing her thumb and pointer finger together. Ron simply stared her down. Absolutely not, he said. Juno literally witnessed the wisp shrink down from Ron's statement. Why you can't blame someone for trying to make some money nowadays, can't you? The wisp asked, trying to defend herself. This is official business of the hero party, Ron replied. It is imperative you tell us what you know, otherwise I might have a word with New Frontierland's council on your conduct. Now that made the wisp speak up. All right, she said. But I don't remember exactly where I saw them. The streets look all the same at night, and I don't pay much attention to areas that I've already lit the lamps at. It is no matter, Ron continued. Simply point us in the direction they had gone. Well, I met them a few blocks back, she continued, pointing down the street. But as for where they went, I don't remember. I just told them to find lodging for the night. The hero nodded. Very well, he said. I will overlook the request you made for payment. Miss Junil, let us go. After making sufficient distance for the wisp to no longer be in earshot, Junil then asked Ron a question. Did you not pay her out of principle, or because we didn't have the money? A little bit of both, Miss Junil. A grin was plastered on the healer's face. Now you're a little nuanced. I like that, the healer said. Without any interruptions from you, too. You typically interject yourself into a conversation like that, the hero said. Junil frowned. I don't like talking to wisps. They're creepy, the healer said. How do you even handle talking to them? It typically takes time to become acclimated to individuals that are apparitions. From what I have heard, demon folk do not have such issues, Ron said. The two reached the street that the wisp had pointed them to, and, looking down the street in question, and at the very many doors there were, the two quickly figured out how monumental the task ahead of them was. Now is the time to be a little nuanced, too, the healer said. Ron, we're not seriously going to be checking every single one of these inns for blocks down to find them, are we? That would be counterproductive to our goal of remaining discreet, Miss Junil, he said. Waking everyone up will only bring attention to us. Good, you agree with me for once, the healer said. Now, can we? Junil was about to say rest up for the night, but Ron had begun speaking moments before she started her second sentence. Frau is capable of assisting us search for the exact position of the second coming, Ron said. She would have been unlikely to accompany us to search for the second coming, due to her obligations. However, she does not have to leave the city if we merely ask her for a wide area detection spell. We should seek her assistance. Junil groaned, once again. She also rubbed a hand through her hair, in irritation. I'm still going to punch that woman for what she's done to the potions market. Ron glanced down at the healer. Again, I recommend against doing that, Miss Junil. She is far less likely to lend her aid if you antagonize her, and she's also unlikely to lend her aid if we don't pay that money-grubbing mage for that favor, the healer muttered. Despite that, Ron persisted. The two proceeded in the opposite direction, towards the old house that Frau had fixed up to use for her base of operations. They weren't exactly sure where the mage was, but logic dictated that she'd probably be there at this hour. The walk took a few minutes, and Ron knocked on the door to see Frau's assistant slide open the peephole. The assistant recognized the two immediately, but didn't open the door. Madam Frau is busy, Sela stated. How important is this matter? Of highest priority, Ron stated. Can it wait for tomorrow morning? It cannot, unfortunately, Ron said. Sela stared at the two and slid the peephole closed. The next few seconds were occupied by the sounds of her undoing the many locks on the door, before she opened it up. Frau is currently preoccupied, Sela said. She is in her office. However, I will not be the one to interrupt her. May you please take us to her, at the very least? Ron asked. I can. But if she gets mad, you'll be handling her on your own. All three stopped when they heard the muffled yet all too familiar shouting of an angry mage coming from another room. I think she's mad already, Junel said. This was followed by a repeated thumping, followed by the sound of wood shattering, ... and she's probably throwing a tantrum, too, the healer added. Seela decided to melt away into another room, to avoid the inevitable mess that the hero and the healer were going to literally walk into. It wasn't difficult to find the room that Frau was in, due to all the shouting. Ron opened the door to Frau's personal office, to witness the mage shouting at a man. And I can't have those workers just be sitting on me like that, Frau exclaimed. The shipments tomorrow are important. We can't just. I understand, the man replied. However, a lot of the load crew have gotten ill lately. Then have them hire healers, Frau exclaimed. Dang it, Ralek, you're the one who's supposed to be helping me here. They can't cover the costs of magic potions for healers to bring them back to full health. Potions are too expensive. Get the remaining load crew working, then pull from the reserves if you have to. Have them work overtime. I don't care. I do not recommend going. I don't care, Madam Frau, said Ralek. Word is, they are threatening to go on strike. Part of their demands is partial access to your potions for medical purposes. Frau slammed both her hands on the desk. Are they crazy? She exclaimed. They can't be so entitled as to think they can. Finally, Frau took notice of Ron. Oh, wait, how long have you been there? Frau asked. Junel stepped from behind the hero. Long enough to see that you're having trouble with your little hustle, the healer replied. The mage placed both arms on her hips. Well, if it isn't Junel. Neither of you say anything about what you've overheard, alright? I can handle my own problems. We have not come to inquire about your aluminum business, Ron replied. I merely have a favor to ask you. Frau waved her hand to dismiss the man that she had been yelling at earlier. Ron stepped forward, away from the door, to allow him to leave. He stepped out, stoic-faced despite the verbal lashing he had just received from the mage. Once the door was closed, Frau began to speak again. Well? She asked. Spit it out. What favor are you asking for? I don't have all the time in the world. The hero decided to get straight to the point. A wide area detection spell of the entirety of New Frontierland. The mage's eyebrows furrowed, as she did the mental calculations on the effort that would require. That? Really? But it's gonna take up a ton of magic to use that spell, the mage replied. And magic doesn't grow off of trees. They do, with the right trees, the healer interjected. Frau glared at Junel. Junel glared back. You know what I mean, Frau muttered. I'll need to use about 2 of my good potions to cast a spell that covers all of New Frontierland. I am aware that you have been purchasing and stockpiling potions, Madam Frau, the hero said. You should have a few to spare, am I correct? Yeah, I do, Frau said. As if to emphasize this, she opened up one of several small pouches on the sides of her dress to show a multitude of filled potion vials. However, the mage continued. I'm running a tight budget here. Pay the price of 2 good quality potions, and I'll be willing to do it. If Junel had been any less tired, she would have exploded at the mage right then and there. However, Ron held his hand up, to stop her from saying anything. The hero stepped forward. If you request payment for the use of your potions, I will reserve the right to look into your business dealings, the hero stated. What for? Frau asked, narrowing her eyes. If you are running on such thin margins, my accounting skills might be of help, the hero replied. There was a silent standoff between the two for about 5 seconds, before Frau finally caved. Fine, she said. I'll generously give you both of these for free. But no more. You got that? Give me a 3rd potion, Junel said, butting in. Then we can call it even. The glare that the mage sent Junel could have melted blocks of ice. But, she tossed over a 3rd potion that the healer snatched mid-air. Frau then pulled 2 of the potion vials out of the pouch, and popped the cork cap off of one with the nail of her thumb. She downed that potion, and did the same with the other potion. At that moment, Frau stiffened, as her hair momentarily puffed up as though a gust of wind had blown up from under her. The mage's eyes were wide open as she was completely energized by the drinks. She grabbed the staff that she kept on her back, and slammed the foot of it against the floor. A ring of magical runes formed in midair around where she had planted her staff. All right, Frau said. Who is it you want me to look for in this town? Any demon folk with a signature that is most similar to the demon lord, Ron said. Frau did a double take at that. Wait, the demon lord? Is it that serious? The mage asked. The hero nodded. To an extent, it is. We are currently in the search for an individual who has had associations with the demon lord. Continue, Frau said. Who is it? I am unsure if this is information I can disclose, Ron replied. Frau huffed. You can. I'm still part of the hero party, so just let me in on what you know. Ron was quiet for about 10 seconds. Then, he spoke. The individual that Junal and I have been pursuing is the younger sister of the demon lord. She is projected to be his second coming. Frau glanced at the glowing spell on her staff as she gradually conjured the spell. The demon lord's younger sister? You should have mentioned this to me earlier, Frau said. You two went out 2 days ago, right? And now they're already in New Frontierland. Yes, both Junal and I have had witness to it. The spell itself gradually strengthened above Frau's staff. She was concentrating her magic into it, allowing a map that had the vague topographical appearance of New Frontierland to manifest in front of her. So, you said she's similar to the demon lord. I can only guess her magical signature is similar, too, the mage said. We can only assume so. Her magic likely deviates slightly, but not by much. Perform the spell as though you are searching for the demon lord, and broaden your search from there. Ron, this spell is still rather new, so I can't say it'll get her for sure. Do try your best, and take your time. It took a minute before a bright glow began to shine at a very specific point in the magical topographical map that was cast as an illusion in front of Frau. The mage sighed in relief, seeing that the spell worked. One of the central streets of New Frontierland lit up, showing an approximate area that covered about 6 buildings. She's on the in street, it seems, the mage said. Somewhere on that road. Are you capable of narrowing down further where she might be? Ron asked. Frau shook her head. I told you, the spell isn't refined yet. Narrowing it down would require an unrealistic amount of magic potions at hand. How many? Frau began counting on her fingers. About 12 cases to 15 cases of medium-quality potions, she concluded. Ron nodded, accepting the conclusion that he would not be able to realistically convince Frau to consume that many potions for this task. That is all right, he said. Frau, may you accompany us in searching the buildings that the second coming may be in? Ron, don't you know that I've been having a ton of work lately? Frau asked. I can't drop everything and help you with this one little thing. In fact, I've had to turn away my labor assistant, Rylek, to talk with you. Frau dissipated the spell she had out and leaned on the desk in the room. Even if it is the demon lord's sister you're going after, I'm confident you can do it on your own. Considering how strong you are. Right? Wait, the healer said. Ron, look. I'm tired. You're probably tired also. Maybe not, but I'm tired. And the second coming isn't going to be going anywhere, because the fast ships to the capital won't be moving until morning. If the second coming makes her move after we have rested, we will lose the initiative, Ron stated. Aha, you'd think so, the healer said, pointing her index finger up. But I don't think that'd be a problem. Our lovely Frau here can cast that same spell again if she so wished. We simply need to wake up early, have Frau cast that same spell, and we'll be on our way. The hero was now deep in thought, his hand on his chin. Wait, I never said, Frau was about to say, but Ron stopped her. I do believe Junal's line of action is a potentially worthwhile one, the hero admitted. But I can't just waste another 2 potions like that. The mage exclaimed. Potions are expensive. Again, if you claim to have such financial difficulties, I am willing to lend my accounting skills to improve the efficiency of your processes. The benefits would be more than enough to pay for the potions that you would need to consume, I believe, Frau sputtered, trying to think of a retort. But she couldn't, so she just threw up her hands. Fine. The mage conceded. Whatever. Stay here if you want, I don't really care anymore. Just make sure you're out of my hair by tomorrow morning. Will do, Junal said, with a smirk. She gave a thumbs up, which only enraged the mage further. We will take you up on that offer to accommodate us for the night, Ron said, as he opened up the door. Junal left the room before the fuming Frau could say anything else. Once they were out, they made their way up the stairs to one of the guest rooms. I never expected you to indirectly threaten Frau, Junal said. Threaten? Ron asked. I have not threatened her. What are you referring to? When you said you were going to look through her accounting records if she didn't hand the potions over, the healer pointed out. Ron looked down at Junil, as he opened the door to one of the guest bedrooms. I was not looking to threaten her. Did it truly seem that way to you? The hero asked. So you were offering her genuine help, the healer said. Yes. Junil looked up at the hero with an exhausted stare. You're hopeless, Ron. She then opened the door to one of the other guest rooms and stepped in. I do not see how extending assistance to another individual makes me hopeless, Miss Junil, the hero said. Junil scoffed. Whatever. I just think she's doing something legally dubious, and I thought you shared the same opinions too. The hero could hear the healer flopping right onto the bed of the guest room, without even closing the door. He looked over to chastise her for not doing so. Miss Junil? Ron glanced into the room. However, the healer was now quietly snoring. She had fallen asleep the moment she hit the bed. I suppose I should rest myself, then, the hero said, lowering his voice. But I cannot stand by idly as the second coming remains out in New Frontierland. He gave the sleeping healer a pat on the head. I apologize, Miss Junil, he muttered. But I shall head out very early in the morning tomorrow, without you. Then, Ron pulled the door closed, just quiet enough as to not wake her up. Chapter 24, Ralek. Lady Sola. My lady, wake up. General Forge was trying to shake the demon folk girl awake. She groaned and bundled up further into the bedsheets. All right, if that doesn't work, he muttered. The demon folk general stepped over to the window and threw open the shutters. Sunlight shone directly on Sola, making her yelp. Gah! Sola exclaimed. Bright light, bright light. The demon folk girl writhed around on the bed before she rolled right off, hitting the wood floor with a loud thump. The demon folk general winced, running over to her side. My lady, he yelled. Are you okay? He looked over to the side of the bed that Sola had fallen off of, to see that the demon folk girl was tangled in her bedsheets. I'm okay, she said, blinking open her eyes. But you scared me. At least you're awake, the demon folk general said. I'm no maid or anything, so I can't really prepare you for the morning. Least I could do was to make sure you woke up on time. For what? The demon folk girl asked. For the fast ship trip, the demon folk general replied. To the capital, so you can meet your brother. Sola had a moment of recognition. General Forge could see it in her eyes as she recalled the events of the previous night. Oh! She exclaimed. We have to go to get money. Right. The demon folk girl tried to struggle out of the blankets she was tangled in, which prompted General Forge to help her. Be careful, my lady, he muttered. Don't get yourself hurt. I'm not hurt, she said. Still, you need to be careful. After the both of them had tidied up the room and prepared for the morning, they had gone out onto the streets of New Frontierland. This was the first time that they've seen New Frontierland in its full glory, in the morning daylight. Most of the streets that the buildings were built around were ones that were parallel to the coast. The roads that led to the coasts had corner stores, but typically sloped downward directly into the bay. The aroma of freshly baked meat pies made the pair realize they were hungry. So, General Forge went to one of the bakeries to purchase some for the two. Sola nibbled on the hot pastry wrap, as General Forge scarfed his down. He was glancing left and right, trying to remember the conversation he had with the Wisp last night. Strolson Supplies. Strolson Supplies. Where in the world is it? General Forge muttered. The Wisp mentioned that it was a corner store, so it was probably at one of the intersections up or down the block. After a few minutes of walking, his thought process was interrupted. General! Sola exclaimed. Yes, my lady? General Forge asked, turning around to look at her. No, the demon folk girl replied. General, over there. She was pointing at something on the other side of the street. For just a moment, the demon folk general thought that Sola might have been referring to one of the other demon folk generals. However, she was pointing at the next best thing. A large sign was above the corner store. Emblazoned on it was Strolson Supplies, and underneath it was a smaller general store sign. Despite the morning hours, it seemed that not many people were around, either in the store or wandering about. Nicely spotted, Lady Sola, General Forge said. Come on, let's go. The glass windows of the establishment allowed the duo to see the variety of merchandise inside. Lined up were a variety of products, from candles and jarred food to necessities such as flour, salt, and sugar. As General Forge opened the door, a bell hanging to the door frame rang. He held the door open to allow Sola to step through. As he waited for her to step in, the demon folk general glanced around the store, to see who was in there. Two shoppers were browsing or idly looking at what was on display. There was an impressive display of merchandise across the entire store, even with a front counter with what appeared to be a menu for even more products or services on it. An old man with white hair was at the counter. General Forge assumed that it was Strelson in question. He certainly looked like someone named Strelson. "Good morning, welcome to Strelson's Supplies. Looking for something today?" the man asked. "I'm looking for a job," General Forge said. "A short-term one. Someone said I could go to you for one." Immediately, Strelson's demeanor changed. Not in the bad way, but the old man's smile seemed to widen as he tilted his head down. Both his hands came together, almost like he was scheming. "Really? Who referred me to you?" he asked. "A wisp named Winsol," General Forge said. "You know her?" "Winl, huh?" "Yes, I do know her. She buys some equipment from me, and is a good source of information." He said the last sentence in a slightly hushed tone. The atmosphere felt a little tense as General Forge realized that he could interpret that sentence in about a half-dozen ways. Even Sola could feel it. She was tugging on the demon folk general's sleeve. "Fora," she whispered. "I don't like it here." Despite that, the demon folk general persisted. "Well, I'm just looking for a job. Nothing more." "Nothing more? Really?" Strelson asked. General Forge shrugged. "I mean, why else would I be here?" "To buy flour?" Strelson scrutinized the two of them for about 20 seconds. Then, he dropped the demeanor, and grinned. "Well, ain't that a relief?" he asked. "I don't mind helping a pair of fellows just looking to make an honest buck." "Huh?" General Forge asked. "What do you mean?" "And what was that about?" Strelson shielded his face and gestured for General Forge to step closer. "Considering you're one of the wanted demon folk generals, I'd have assumed you were here for some other reason. One that wouldn't have been good for conducting my business," the store owner whispered. Now that had brought General Forge on guard, as the man moved his hand down. His halberd was on his back, the poleaxe wrapped in cloth to make it look like a set of tools. Strelson raised both of his arms, but kept his smile. "Oh, changing your mind, young gun?" he asked. "I hope not." However, General Forge was focused on a different thing. "How do you know that I'm one of the generals?" he asked. "I never mentioned that to anyone. A little wisp brought me the information. Said I was gonna be meeting you sometime this morning," the human store owner replied. "Now, of course, I'm gonna be a little skeptical of a fella like you. Can't blame me, can you?" "No, I can't," General Forge replied. "But I don't think you should be worried about me doing anything. I want to keep a low profile." "You could rob me right now instead of going ahead with the job proposal," Strelson replied. "Would help ya free the demon lord. Or whatever it is you want to do." "Well, let's say I was doing something illegal," General Forge said. "Why would I bring even more attention by doing something like robbing you?" "If I had some ulterior, wide-spanning motives, I definitely wouldn't want to bring attention to myself doing something as petty as robbery." "Fair point," Strelson said, lowering his arms. "I like you. Intelligent young man you are. So, what is it you need then?" "Just a job." "What kind?" "A job that's quick, less than a few hours, pays really well," General Forge said. "Well," the store owner said, his eyebrows furrowing. "There ain't a lot of those types of jobs around, I gotta be honest." "You'd be hard-pressed to get one." The demon folk general felt like he was forgetting something, then realized what he was. He grabbed his bag of coins and fished for one, then flicked it over to Strelson. The old man caught it mid-air, glanced at it to verify its authenticity, then winked. "Good move," Strelson said. He pocketed the small steel coin. "Lean in a bit. I don't wanna just say this out loud, alright?" "Why not?" General Forge asked, leaning in. Sola bound upright behind the demon folk general, mimicking the movement, even if she wasn't sure what for. "The Major's got ears all over this city. She don't like me. Only reason she don't mess with me is because Ron likes me," the store owner admitted. "And, I'll be honest here, I don't like her either. So, take advantage of this, but keep the info to yourself, and don't say a peep where you were told this." General Forge nodded. "Got it." "But, wait, you mentioned the mage?" "You're doing business with her?" Sola nodded with him, then flashed Strelson a smile. "Charming girl you brought here," Strelson said. "She's my cousin," came the demon folk general's immediate response. Soon, Strulsen's voice then quieted down to a whisper as he began talking about what the two were there for. Anyway, number. I'm not working with the mage, but I've run across some information about her. Rumors say that Frowl's short on labor. Her load crews have gone on strike. Going on strike? General Forge asked. What does that mean? Strulsen placed both hands on the counter. Ah, forgot. You're probably from the frontier. They don't do strikes out there. Well, what is it? If it's so important. Not hard to understand, the general store owner said. Simply put, Frowl's workers have stopped working. They're demanding better pay and benefits or else they won't work anymore. So they've quit? The demon folk general asked. Even though they're under the employment of a member of the hero party, it sounds like they're lazy. Solar exclaimed, as quiet as she could exclaim with her whispers. They ain't lazy, girl, Strulsen said. They're still employed. But they've got demands and won't work till those demands are met. Once they are, they'll immediately get back to working. Why doesn't Frowl just hire more people? Forge asked. That takes time and training. But she's trying to. In fact, the lady is paying a ton to anyone who's willing to work for her while she waits this out. Sounds good to me, General Forge said, shrugging. I might as well go and snatch a job. Where should I go? Wait up a second, lad, Strulsen said. She's probably in the warehouse district. But, before you go, I gotta give you a warning. General Forge stared at the store owner. You're saying it's dangerous? We shouldn't go? Make up your mind. Well, you can go. But everyone'll see you as a dirty little scab, so if you wanna build relationships here, I don't recommend it. Forge simply gave Strulsen a blank stare. You don't know what a scab is? Of course not. General Forge exclaimed. Again, I came in from the frontier. I didn't know what a strike or a scab was prior to today. Do you intend to stay here? I plan on taking the first ship to the capital. Once I have the money, I'm out of this place. Strulsen leaned back. Then you shouldn't have any of the issues I talked about earlier. Take the job and get out of the city. Once you do, I recommend getting out quick. Are you saying that being a scab is dangerous? The demon folk general asked. Absolutely not, if you're talking about physical danger, Strulsen said. Law enforcement in the town is superb. Nobody will be attacking you out to the blue. No. What's more likely to happen is that people will remember that you worked as a scab under Frowl, and they'd deny you from working for them. I don't get it, Sola spoke up. Well, put it this way, lass, Strulsen said. Short-term gain, long-term loss. You get a lot of money now, but people won't wanna do business with you later, because you're a dirty scab. You see? But how can a scab thing be dirty? The store owner leaned on his heels, and sighed. She ain't that bright, isn't she? No matter. Just follow what I said. Get out of town once you got your cash. Well, if that's so, it won't be much of a problem for us, General Forge stated. Anything else we need to know? Frowl should be in the warehouse district. That's where she's likely recruiting the labor, Strulsen said. And I can't think of anything else. That should be it. Okay, we'll be going now, the demon folk general said. Sola, let's go. Before the two exited the store, however, Strulsen said something. Wait. The old man said. He grabbed something from behind the counter, before aiming to toss it at them. Hey, lad and lass, he said, take this. Both General Forge and Sola managed to catch the item that Strulsen tossed to them. Immediately after catching it, the demon folk girl glanced at the wrapper. Honorable Cloves, Sola said, sounding out the name on the packaging of the item given to her. It's a candy bar, Strulsen said. You fellas paid me well for information. Might as well return the favor. Those are on the house. General Forge glanced at the candy bar, then back to Strulsen. Thanks, I suppose, General Forge said. And the information is helpful, too. Don't mention it, Strulsen said. Just refer more people to my store, that'd be mighty helpful. Those candy bars were made in-house. If you like can come back for more. The two then exited the store. Sola immediately started tearing into the candy bar, ripping off the paper wrapping and taking a bite out of it. She exclaimed. It's sweet and crunchy. General Forge glanced at his own paper-wrapped candy bar, but pocketed it instead. Let's go, Lady Sola, he said. We're gonna try to get some money from Frowl. Of all people. Frowl? Sola asked, between bites of the candy bar. Who's she? Someone I hope to never meet again, the demon folk general replied. They made their way up the streets, to the warehouse district of New Frontierland. For one reason or another, the warehouses of the city were built further up the outskirts of the city, as compared to most cities that might have their warehouses scattered near the center, or closer to the coast. It was a suboptimal location to put warehouses, especially if a siege were to happen. That's what General Forge thought, mostly from personal experience. The human strongholds that had been hardest to break were ones with well-protected warehouses. But this was after the war. The demon folk general still had difficulty adjusting from that mindset, as his eyes scanned over the design of the buildings. Further from the dockyards of the city, the buildings had been designed rather interestingly. They had firing ports, to shoot bows and crossbows outward, but not inward. There weren't any doors facing away from the docks, either, and the buildings, as a whole, were very reinforced. New Frontierland was placed at a very disadvantageous position. It seemed that the humans considered this by designing the buildings in a way where if they're captured, they couldn't be used against the defenders. This pattern stopped the moment the pair stepped past the low-lying walls of inner New Frontierland, to the outer warehouse districts. This seems like new development, General Forge muttered. I can tell. Solar exclaimed, munching on the candy bar she was holding. You can? General Forge asked. He doubted it. Yes. The demon folk girl exclaimed. There's none of the green plant stuff growing on the walls. He glanced at where she was pointing. The girl was right, there wasn't any moss on the new buildings. Not that it was information that was strictly relevant or important to know. It wasn't long before they entered the central plaza of the warehouse district. There were wagons rolling about, many of them drawn by horses or oxen. Several cranes protruded from second-floor doors of the warehouses, lifting heavy goods off of wagons and carts. There were even a few short silos around, with various men and women hoisting hand-cranked conveyor belts covered in grain. It's busy here, General Forge said. Never thought New Frontierland would be this big of a powerhouse. But there's something going on over there, Solar exclaimed. She pointed down the plaza, where General Forge could also indeed see commotion going on. Is that the strike that Strilson was talking about? The demon folk man asked. There was a sizable group of humans who were holding up signs. Scribbled on the signs were a variety of slogans that said some rather unflattering things about Frau. We demand access to Frau's potion stash. The person up front exclaimed. He was projecting his voice with an acoustic megaphone. Don't work for the mage, unless she gives us those potions. The chanting and clamoring reminded General Forge of the war, and in a bad way. He didn't doubt that he could take on most of them, even with his halberd in its current state. Just remember. The man up front yelled. She'll truss you to the curb like she's done to us. The demon folk general's intuition was telling him that he should still stay away, especially if he wanted to keep a low profile with Solar. Solar, let's go, General Forge said, grabbing the demon folk girl by the shoulder to guide her away. The demon folk general wasn't sure where to even find Frau in the first place. Going down the alleyway, though, he could hear an argument between a woman and a man. The pair continued walking, but slower. The argument seemed to get lower as they neared the next street. What do you mean? The load crew is still on strike, came a shrill female voice. General Forge peeked around the corner. He immediately spotted a wagon and stacks of wooden crates in the next alleyway, accompanied by two individuals. A man in work clothes crossed his arms and shook his head. They're not budging on their demands. That's what they told me. I can't negotiate with that. The woman who was speaking to the man was someone that General Forge could recognize immediately. It was Frau, the hero party's mage. Frau shook her head and continued speaking. These workers are entitled. I'm willing to employ them. And now they go around and do this to me. Healers are more expensive now, the man continued. Because of the price of magic potions now. They can't afford it if they become ill. That's their main point of content. The mage then punched the wall. Confound it. Frau exclaimed. I can't just give them access to those potions. They cost a lot and are necessary to my operations. She retracted her fist from the wall, which was now a little bruised from the punch. General Forge realized the danger of the situation they were in right now. What was he thinking? Trying to get employment from the mage, of all people. However, he needed money. Even if Frau recognized him, he could probably threaten her. He was very sure he could. She was most terrifying at range, but magic users were typically more vulnerable when close up. So much for trying to lie low. General Forge gestured to Solar to step quietly, as the two of them stepped into the alleyway, towards the voice of the woman. "Find me someone who can do it, Rylek," Frau continued. "I need this done by tonight." The man, who was named Rylek, shook his head. "There's no way. Unless someone were to walk out of that alleyway right now and you offered them a healthy sum of money to do it." He had immediately pointed his thumb in the direction of General Forge and Sola, without even seeing the two. Frau glanced over Rylek's shoulder and noticed the two. "Hey, good idea, Rylek," she exclaimed. The woman patted him on the shoulder, stepping past him, as a confused Rylek glanced behind him to see who Frau was even referring to. "Both of you, I've got a jobs for you too," Frau exclaimed, "and I'm willing to give some good pay for it." Meanwhile, the demon folk general froze the moment she called out to him. Because, of course, the person who called out to him in question was the mage. The mage, as in Madame Frau. Frau had a legendary status as a dangerous opponent to fight against during the war. The mage was able to do anything relating to attack magic, from summoning storms to smash forts to debris, to summoning a rain of fire and explosions that could flatten armies. That same mage was currently beckoning the two towards her. "Stay behind me, Sola," General Forge muttered. He, indeed, perked up when she mentioned that she'd pay them, but he was apprehensive at the specific job she had in store. "Hey, what's the hold-up?" the mage asked. "Good pay isn't enough, or what?" General Forge stepped up slowly to Frau. Sola flanked him, almost hiding herself in his shadow. "Hey, look." "I don't bite," Frau said. "Why are you two walking so slowly?" "For obvious reasons," General Forge replied. "You don't mind that we're a pair of demon folk just swooping around the warehouse district?" "The way you put that makes it sound like you're committing some crime," Frau added. "Hold up, let me light this place up." "The alleyways are usually dark." The mage held out her magical staff, as a violet light illuminated the surrounding walls. Some bulbs of the purple light split off from the top of her staff and hovered into the air. However, the moment the light glanced off of General Forge's red irises, the mage gave him a suspicious squint. She began to scrutinize his appearance, her eyes scanning over his face. General Forge was nervous. There was a glimmer of recognition in the mage's eyes. "Hey, you're that, what was your rank?" "One of the generals, right?" General Forge froze. "You still recognize me?" the demon folk man asked. Frau was snapping her fingers, trying to recall the name. "General Fern Fort Farm Forge. That was your name, General Forge." "General Forge?" Rylek, the man accompanying Frau, exclaimed. "Him? Really? Wasn't he one of the most feared demon folk generals to be fighting one-on-one in the war?" "Feared me?" General Forge asked. "I'm pretty sure General Brington has that title." The mage broke out in a grin after Rylek's statement. "This is great, actually." The demon folk general gave a wary glance at the mage. "You're not going to report me, are you?" The only reason General Forge was not turning tail and running was due to the fact that Frau was at least happy at his presence. And he wanted to get paid. "Report you? What for?" Frau asked. "I don't know. For the war, or something along those lines." "You were with the hero party, right?" Frau, in the meanwhile, seemed unconcerned by that. The war ended months ago. Let bygones be bygones," the mage replied, waving it off. "You're a former general. That must mean you're strong, right?" "What is that supposed to mean?" General Forge asked. "I have a job I need done," Frau continued. "My employees had the audacity to get sick." General Forge held out a hand. "Now wait up, lady. I'm looking for a job, sure, but I need to hear the details first. I'll pay you a lot of money." Frau immediately held up a moderately sized sack full of coins. General Forge stopped talking. "You'll pay us that much?" he echoed. "Yep," Frau replied. "I'll pay you. This is only half of it, which is paid up front." "Full of assorted coins, I think." "Not sure what's in it, but you can take it all after the job is done." He peered at the bag of cash. "You'll pay us that right now," he said. His voice was cautiously optimistic. "As in, we get and keep that cash you're holding in your hand?" "Yep. I need this all unloaded by this evening." "Once you're done, you get the second half of it." Rylek tried to intervene. "Madame, I believe it'd be in poor taste and a bad idea to hire these two," he was about to say, but Frau held her arm up to stop him. "Rylek, you are dismissed. Make sure I don't find you questioning me again. Understand? Yes, madame," he muttered, before stepping away into the warehouse. General Forge kept his eyes on the human worker, before he looked back at Frau. "How much?" he asked. "Here, you can see for yourself." Frau tossed the bag of coins at Forge. He caught it mid-air, and cautiously peered inside it. There were a large amount of coins inside, all of various types, as promised. "Oh, and don't try to run off with it." "I've been keeping my magic owned," the mage said. General Forge glanced at Frau again, looking up from the bag. "Who just has a bag of coins lying around?" "I do, apparently," Frau replied. "Probably all my spare change." "It's pocket money to me, so you can take it all." Pocket change. The demon folk general thought otherwise. This amount of cash could feed a family for months. For that, it only made him more suspicious. "What are you even doing that you're offering to pay me this much for? Are you taking the job, or not?" General Forge looked between Frau and the bag of cash. "At least tell me what the job is, first," he said. "Sure. Over here." The mage pointed to a wagon filled with various wooden boxes and crates. "Your job is to unload all this into the warehouse behind me," she said. "Get it done by tonight, so you should have plenty of time." "Boxes of?" Forge asked. Frau twirled her index finger into the air. "You're being paid to not know what it is." General Forge's eyebrows furrowed. "What do you mean by that?" he asked. "That's the only condition," Frau said. "Do not look inside the boxes." "That is all." The demon folk general raised an eyebrow at that condition. Alarm bells were ringing in his mind, mostly because he was trying to figure out what Frau didn't want him to know. The only thing reassuring him was the fact that the mage was the mage. Surely a member of the hero party itself wasn't the type to do something legally dubious. Perhaps she simply had a discreet business venture that she planned to unveil at a later date. It wasn't his duty to speculate what the hero party's members did, so he ignored those internal speculations. "I'm asking because I ain't gonna be the one taking this job here. My cousin is going to." "You have a cousin?" Frau asked. She looked behind General Forge, at the girl who was standing behind him. The apricot-haired girl was quiet, peering at the mage with wide eyes. She had been listening in on the conversation the entire time. "Yeah, her," General Forge continued. Frau looked between the two, before she shrugged. "I don't see a resemblance, but okay." "What's her name?" "Her name's Sol." General Forge stopped. "Ah, it's Sol." "Just Sol." Sol frowned. "Sol, huh," Frau said. "Well then." That was when the demon folk girl spoke up. "That's not my..." She tried to yell. General Forge held up an arm, interrupting her. That act did nothing to alleviate the mage's suspicions. Frau narrowed her eyes. "I feel like there's something you're not telling me. And the way I see it, there's something you're also hiding, aren't you?" the general retorted. Frau stepped up to General Forge. "You claim I'm hiding something? Why else don't you want us looking in the boxes?" The two glared at each other. Fine, I won't question whatever's up with you, as long as you keep your eyes out of the boxes," Frau conceded. "Just so long as you get this job here done." "Get that?" General Forge nodded. "Yeah. Just as long as we get the whole payment, we won't say anything on our end." He reached his hand out to offer a handshake. "Deal?" "Deal." General Forge and Frau shook hands. Frau was the one who broke off the handshake. "Well, I'll be away for other important matters, but don't try to skimp on the job with all that money in your hands already. I'll know," she said. "And I can figure out where you ran off to." "Right, you are the mage after all," General Forge added. "Glad we can get to that understanding. Now, I've got some paperwork to catch up on, deals to close, more people to hire, money to make." The mage skipped away, leaving General Forge and Solo by themselves on the relatively dark street. "So," General Forge said, "she wants us to unload all these boxes into this warehouse here." He pointed from the wagon to the open doors of the warehouse. "That sounds simple," Solar exclaimed. "I can lift boxes easy." General Forge, however, shook his head. "Something about this is off to me," he continued. "Why at night? Why does it need to be done by morning? Why did she just overlook the fact that I'm literally General Forge?" "You ask too many questions," Solar exclaimed. "And I don't know the answers." "We should do the job before the Frau woman gets mad." "Right." Solar was, ironically, being the voice of reason here. "All right, whatever you say, my lady." General Forge immediately picked up one of the boxes. It was somewhat heavy, but not so heavy that he couldn't lift it. Solar was having even less trouble lifting the boxes. based on how effortlessly she could pick up two. The demon folk general walked over to the inside of the warehouse, where he witnessed stacks of similar boxes, then stacked that wooden crate neatly on top of another one. His curiosity was getting the best of them. "Sola, don't you also wonder what's inside?" he asked. "Maybe we should take a." However, just as General Forge started to lift the lid of one of those boxes, the demon folk girl slammed the lid down right on his fingers. "Youch!" he exclaimed, jumping up. "My lady." The demon folk girl wiggled her finger at him. "No looking." General Forge held his pulsing red finger, giving a glare at Sola. "What was that about, Lady Sola?" Frau La said. "No looking." The demon folk general tended to his sore finger as Sola chastised him. "But it's not like she'll know." He tried to reason. "She's not here right now, right?" "Nua," Sola replied. "She knows if we leave with the money. She can also know if we look inside." "So we don't." "Frankly, I don't think she can actually know, Lady Sola. She's just saying that to scare us." "But that's lying." "Yeah, and so what's wrong if we lie, too?" Sola pouted and crossed her arms. "It's wrong." The demon folk general grumbled. "Yeah, it's technically wrong," he muttered. "But a peek wouldn't hurt." Sola immediately pointed her finger at him, and exclaimed, "No looking." General Forge rolled his eyes. "Fine, fine. You win." The two continued stacking boxes. It felt like a handful of hours of work, as the nearly filled wagon soon went from half filled, to a third of it filled with those boxes. Soon, General Forge paused his work, and glanced at the sky. It was getting close to midday. "You can keep working, right? I'm gonna try to book us tickets to one of those fast boats out of here, right to the capital. But we can't leave," Sola said. The Frau La woman said so. "Look, as long as you do the work, it's fine," General Forge said. "I'll get us a boat. We have enough money for tickets." He jingled the bag of coins. "This'll be enough, even though it's only half the payment." "Got it?" "You continue. I'll pick up the other half of the payment." "We'll need money to get back out of the capital once you meet your brother." Sola nodded. "Yes, this isn't hard," she exclaimed. "I can do it." General Forge patted her on the back. "I'm counting on you, Lady Sola." Sola nodded, which was the cue for General Forge to step away from the wagon unloading process. The demon folk girl then glanced over at all the boxes in the wagon. Most others would have been daunted by the task ahead of her, but instead she simply saw this as a task that needed to be done. Not even a challenge, just a task that the demon folk girl was going to complete. It took Sola another half hour of monotonous stacking. Most of the wagon had been emptied, its contents now in the warehouse, placed on atop the other as neat as can be. Sola wiped some sweat off her brow. The time was almost noon. The demon folk girl could see even more people out, which meant that she was close to her deadline. "I need to get it done fast," she exclaimed. She ran up to the wagon and grabbed one of the last few boxes. But, just as the demon folk girl turned around to run that box into the warehouse, a familiar armored figure shadowed the end of the alleyway. It was the hero. He had been passing by, but when the demon folk girl stopped to look at him, he stopped too. The demon folk girl lied around the hero, to see if the friendly Junar girl was with him. But she wasn't. The hero was the first to break the staring contest. "Second coming," he exclaimed. "Surrender immediately." Sola responded to this demand by chucking whatever she had in her hands, one of Frau's wooden boxes, and then making a break for it, directly into the warehouse. She flung one of the doors closed behind her as she did so. The box that Sola threw crashed against the hero's helmet, splitting apart and scattering its contents everywhere. Neither Ron nor Sola paid any heed to the buzz of aluminum that clattered to the surrounding ground. Ron simply unsheathed his broadsword, and took off directly after Sola. Ron went right into the warehouse, his shoulder glancing off the door that Sola had flung closed. It shattered upon contact with his armor. Sola was running, even using all fours to scramble up the stacks of boxes so that Ron couldn't get her. He followed her, nonetheless, smashing through even more of the crates and scattering aluminum ingots everywhere. The demon folk girl, on the other hand, had a general idea as to the layout of the warehouse. She had scrambled up some wooden logs in the sawmill earlier, and knew that the tops of the rather short warehouses had windows through them. So, she immediately spotted one that was open and crawled through it, dropping out the other side. The demon folk girl brushed the dust off her clothes, and sighed. "I'm safe," she exclaimed. Moments later, Ron smashed through the wall right next to her. Sola glanced back in absolute terror. hearing the sounds of shattering wood. Upon witnessing the hero standing right beside her, his sword glowing at its edge, she fled right then and there. "Gah!" she shrieked. Sola's shoes skidded on the ground as she scrambled onto all fours, to get away from the hero. Chapter 25, New Frontierland. Junil woke up. Her sleepy eyes flickered over to the window. Sunlight was streaming through the curtains, illuminating the room. It was already late in the morning. She had overslept. Why was oversleeping bad? It took the healer precisely 5 seconds to remember the events of the previous night to explain why. "Oh, shoot!" she exclaimed, jumping out of the bed. It took the healer precisely 20 seconds to ready herself, using a quick spell to wash her face, grabbing her staff and wand scattered on the floor, and burst out the door of her room. "Ron, sorry, I overslept." "Why didn't you wake me up?" she exclaimed, bursting right into the room that the hero was sleeping in, or rather, allegedly sleeping in. The bed had been completely made. "He left without me?" Junil muttered. The healer lifted the sheets, to feel that they were cold. "That hero woke up early without alerting me." Junil ran out the room and down the stairs. She was going to head to Frowl's office, but noticed the mage's assistant on the way down. "Seela!" Junil exclaimed, pointing at the assistant. "Where in the world is Ron? Did you see him go somewhere this morning?" Seela shook her head. "I didn't see him at all." Junil muttered a string of curses as she made her way to Frowl's office. She bypassed the assistant to open the door directly into the office, only to find that nobody was inside. "Where in the world is Frowl?" Junil yelled out to Seela. "I think she's in the warehouse district," the mage's assistant said. "But she was going down there for important business. You shouldn't bother her." "Don't care, thanks for the help," the healer exclaimed. Of course Frowl would be in the warehouse district. She was stockpiling aluminum or whatever that metal was. Junil basically flew out the front door. Her shoes skidded on the brick-paved road as she made a quick turn, to run in the direction of the warehouse district. The healer pushed past groups of people, of whom she was able to catch bits of conversation from. Aluminum's higher than we've ever seen. Projected to go above the price of platinum. Have you heard? Potions at the port have just been all bought up. More are coming, shiploads. The healer was already hating all the discussion over Frowl's aluminum business. Did the folks here speak about anything else other than that? She brushed past them, having to circle around a crowd gathered in front of a bulletin board. I'm rich. Rich now, I tell you. Hey, where's Madame Frowl? I wanna cash out now. Don't, you're gonna miss out if it keeps on going up. Frowl had somehow found a whole town of idiots to go along with her idiot scheme. Junil felt a little bad for them getting conned like this. On the other hand, the healer would probably lose any sympathy she had if she was forced to stay in those crowds for any prolonged period of time. The healer spotted the walls that divided the inner town from the outer warehouse district of New Frontierland. She ran through it quickly, the streets for the familiar mage, until, "Frowl!" Junil exclaimed. "You are, huh?" the mage asked. She just so happened to be walking down the main street of the warehouse district. "Junil, what are you doing out here?" The healer skidded to a stop and took a second to catch her breath. She doubled over, as sweat dripped from her face. "Well, get on with it," Frowl said. "I don't have all the time in the world." Finally, the healer pointed a finger up to interrupt the mage. Then, she glanced up. "I have no idea where Ron is," Junil exclaimed. "And that is my problem." "How?" Frowl asked. The healer grit her teeth and was about to espouse some unflattering insult. But she paused, remembering what Ron had said earlier. Insults weren't going to bring the healer any further to getting Frowl to help. Junil bit back the harsh words that almost escaped her mouth. "I just need that spell you used. If you haven't seen Ron at all," Junil continued. "The one you used to detect the Demon Lord's sister." "That one?" the mage asked. "Did you forget? It cost 2 high-quality potions to use." "Don't tell me that you want me to just pop another 2, because you're not gonna be able to convince me like Ron." "What?" Junil asked. "This is important. I have no idea where Ron is. He went off without me." Frowl tapped her boots on the paved stone road, and shook her head. "Oh, how bad." "And, unfortunately for you, that is not my problem." The mage started to step past the healer. However, before she could, Junil remembered that she still had one option left at her disposal. "What if I went to the press with your scheme?" Junil asked. Frowl's eyebrows shot up, before her face shifted to a scowl. "Don't you dare even suggest that," the mage threatened. "I can and I will, Frau." "You don't scare me." Frau tapped her staff twice on the brick-paved road. "Junil, as good of a healer as you are, I surpass your offensive magical capabilities by several dozens of times. Not only will we be confronting each other in a public square, but you'll also be publicly humiliated by me." Junil, meanwhile, stashed her wand in a pocket. She rolled up both of her sleeves and punched her fists together. "Who said it was going to be a magical battle? Frau, are you implying you want to duel right here, right now?" It was a bluff. Junil was hoping to threaten the mage into conceding. However, Frau was smart enough to correctly call that bluff out. Namely, by firing a barrage of 4 stinging spells directly at the healer. Junil was just quick enough to bring her wand back out. Another 4 quick-firing spells, fired in rapid succession, blasted from the end of Junil's wand. All the stinging spells slapped against Junil's spells in midair, crackling before dissipating into smoke. Debris on the roads were kicked up by the gusts of wind that came along with the barrage of stinging spells, the dust getting in her eyes. "That's it!" Junil yelled. "I'm gonna sock you in the face right now. Come here." A crowd had gathered to witness the impromptu duel between the mage and the healer. However, before the two could fire off anything else at the other, the sounds of crashing from the buildings behind Frau caught their attention. "What was that?" Frau asked, turning around. Junil used this moment to her advantage and, with a tightly clenched fist, punched the mage directly on the side of her head. "Ouch!" the mage yelled. "Junil, I swear." The healer was already making her way away from Frau, towards the commotion in question. And then, seemingly from out of an alleyway, a familiar apricot-haired demon-folk girl hopped out. She looked left to right, before her gaze landed on Junil. The demon-folk girl's eyes glimmered as she smiled at the somewhat familiar face. "Juna!" the demon-folk girl exclaimed. "Nice to meet you." Junil was about to say something, but the demon-folk girl looked behind her. Her tail shot up in surprise, before Sola scurried away from the alley. "Wait!" Junil exclaimed. Out of curiosity, the healer peered down the alleyway that the demon-folk girl had run out of, for just a moment. And there was Ron, who was literally pushing his way through the alley that would have been too narrow to fit him otherwise. Both walls of the alley were crunched outwards as the hero literally forced his way through the narrow corridor. "Ron? What the?" Junil wasn't sure what she should think at first. However, she soon figured that being in front of Ron while he was advancing forward like that was probably not safe. She sidestepped the alleyway as Ron burst from it. The walls of the 2 adjacent buildings had been crushed outward, and the moment Ron managed to push through was also the moment that bricks and various pieces of splintered wood scattered all over Junil. The hero almost didn't stop for the healer to rub the dust out of her eyes. "Ron, wait!" Junil yelled. The hero gave her a single glance. "Junil!" he exclaimed. "Follow me. We are right on the second coming's tail." "Wait, what are you saying?" Junil asked, as she ran after the hero. The demon-folk girl, Sola, had entered yet another alleyway, directly opposite of the one she had just left. This one was just barely wide enough for Ron to fit through, as he ran straight through a multitude of crates and barrels that had been stashed there. The healer followed him, ducking and jumping as entire crates of merchandise were tossed over her head and flung onto the ground before her. As the chase continued, a particular demon-folk general had been gradually making his way back to Sola. General Forge had just secured tickets to one of the fast ships. In one hand was half-eaten meat pie, and in the other were a few others he had bought. The demon-folk general raised an eyebrow the moment he saw the mess on the street ahead. He looked from left to right, where the debris went from one alleyway to another. "What happened here?" he asked. He would be interrupted from his musings by the mage, who had been attracted to the scene by all the noise of crashing, too. She recognized him the moment she took notice of the demon-folk general. "You!" Frau yelled, lowering a finger directly at General Forge. "What?" General Forge asked. "You're supposed to be working," the mage exclaimed. "Didn't I say you weren't allowed to leave until you managed to get all those crates in the warehouse?" "Wait, hold up," the demon-folk man replied. "I was just out getting some food." "What's wrong with that?" Unbeknownst to the two, Sola had doubled around the next street that the alleyway she was in opened up to. She ran up the street, then into the partially open doors of one of many warehouses. Ron immediately followed her into the building, while Junil struggled to keep up. Sola scrambled over a multitude of crates and wooden boxes, dodging while running. Ron, meanwhile, angled his shoulder to smash through every single one of those boxes. And, in the process, the boxes burst open to scatter bars of aluminum, which spilled all over the ground. Sola had gotten to the end of the warehouse, which faced the main streets. Her eyes flickered from the locked door on that end to one of the windows that were up higher off the ground. She scrambled up the wall, her nails digging into the wood, as the demon folk girl scaled twice her height just to get to the window. The moment she got up there, she pulled herself through, before landing on the other side on her feet. Sola landed just in time to witness an argument between Frau and General Forges transpiring on the main road. And I explicitly told you to keep on working till you were done by sundown? Frau yelled. What, are you saying lunch breaks aren't a thing? General Forge asked. The mage bared her teeth at him. Did I ever say they were? The demon folk general frowned. No wonder your own workers are striking, General Forge replied. Because no self-respecting laborer would even consider working for you. Oh, you. Frau had grabbed her staff, and General Forge had grabbed his wrapped halberd. It seemed like the two were about to do something rash. But Sola interrupted the two. Fora, she yelled. We need to run. General Forge said. He glanced over to her. Wait, you're done already? Didn't I tell you to stay put? Run. She yelled. What? The general asked. Run? From what? He got his answer, as the hero destructively emerged through the doors of the warehouse that Sola had just exited. A shower of aluminum bars and wood rubble scattered all across the ground, littering the streets and stealing the attention of everybody on the street. There was a collective gasp from all the witnesses, not from the insane amounts of property damage, but from the fact that bars of aluminum were being scattered all over the road. General Forge thought he could hear a shout of horror from the mage, but he didn't have time to contemplate that. He needed to get away from the hero now, because the hero looked very angry right now. Oh shoot! The demon folk general exclaimed, as he began scrambling away. Sola, wisely, decided to run after him, away from the bloodthirsty hero that was right behind her. The thing was, Ron wasn't after General Forge. He was after Sola. So, he continued chasing her down the street. The demon folk pair continued running, passing the walls that marked the boundary between the warehouse district and in our new frontierland. However, looking right behind them, General Forge could see that the hero was gaining on them. Sola! General Forge exclaimed. This way, this way. He pointed into another alleyway for the pair to go to. General Forge brought his arm out to catch on a lamp pole. He used his running speed to swing around directly into the alley, and Sola mimicked that action. Seconds later, Ron bowled over the lamp pole. As he turned, his metal boots dug into the paved road below him. Following him was the mage, who gave heaving, tired breaths, and Junel, who was trying to also keep her pace. Ron, wait! Frau yelled, trying to catch the hero who was now already halfway down the street. Ron, all this. The aluminum. The hero couldn't make out her words, as he had been completely focused on going after Sola. He was completely ignoring the poor mage, who was witnessing her aluminum scheme getting revealed to everyone in broad daylight. Frau was torn between trying to stop people from witnessing the mess, and trying to stop Ron from causing any additional damage. The situation was still salvageable, since the warehouse districts wouldn't have as many witnesses as in a new frontierland. But, when the mage saw what was up ahead, she recoiled in horror. Up ahead was an intersection, with a wagon full of crates going through it. And there was the very familiar stamp of Frau's company logo right on the side of the wagon and every single crate on it. Both Sola and General Forge spotted it and continued running at the wagon. General Forge, who was in the lead, jumped over the wagon. Meanwhile, Sola ducked, scurrying between the wheels of the wagon. The demon folk girl immediately looked behind as she continued running, to see if the hero was still pursuing her. He was, and her wagon wasn't going to stop him. Ron proceeded to angle his shoulder while making a beeline for the wagon, and smashed directly through it. One loud crunching of wood later, the wooden cart came to an abrupt stop, severed down the middle. Crates flew into the air, some crashing onto the ground and shattering apart. The aluminum ingots of the boxes were revealed, to almost everyone on that street, in the span of seconds. Frau, in the meanwhile, was clutching her head in disbelief. She was trying, and failing, to keep up with the hero. Ron, wait, Ron, you're ruining everything. Stop this at once. She pleaded. Despite that, There wasn't anything Frau could do to stop. Both Ron and Sola collectively disassembled her aluminum scheme in broad daylight. That was when she decided to stop, in an attempt to calm the crowd of astonished people who were looking on, while simultaneously attempting to cover up the aluminum that was now all over the streets. Somehow, using the chaos of all the rubble, wood shards, and aluminum bars flying everywhere, General Forge ran around a corner and grabbed Sola's arm to pull her out of sight. The two pressed themselves against the wall, holding their breaths as the hero passed right by them. They waited another 10 seconds, watching as the hero continued running ahead. Then, General Forge released a breath. "I think we lost him," the demon folk general said. "But let's go." He stopped. Junel had stopped right in front of the two. She was leaning over, heaving from the exhausting run. She just so happened to glance over to see the two demon folk that had just duped the hero. All three remained still, the only sounds being the clamoring crowds trying to figure out what was happening. "I should be stopping you, shouldn't I?" Junel asked, after catching her breath. General Forge nodded, instinctively. Junel didn't need to be asked twice, and leveled her wand at Forge. General Forge ducked, still holding on to Solo's arm. The healer then blasted off a handful of stinging spells. The demon folk general's intuition had barely saved him, as all the spells went whizzing over his head. Some spells went astray due to Junel's panicked accuracy, pinging off the brick wall and hitting the ground, nearby windows, and other walls. General Forge ran in the opposite direction that the hero had run, and took cover behind a different wagon that was on the other end of the street. Sola ducked behind the wagon with him. Junel was not letting up. She refocused the aim on her stinging spells and fired another barrage. It hit the wagon again and again, sending shards of splinters everywhere with every hit. One spell went off and smacked into the gas street lamps that the wagon was carrying. A particularly familiar wisp woman, who had been on the wagon, stumbled off. "Hey!" Winsol yelled, getting back to her feet. "Watch where you're shooting, you!" General Forge had snatched one of the street lamps that fell off the wagon. He peeked around the side of the wagon and, reeling his arm back, flung the street lamp like it was a spear. His target? The healer. "Wait!" Winsol exclaimed, pointing at the demon folk general. "It's you. I knew you were trouble. Get your hands off those lamps." General Forge grabbed another street lamp to fling at the healer, but Junel had wizened up and closed the distance between the two. She was now too close for him to throw it at her. So, instead, the demon folk general swung the street lamp at the healer. She narrowly ducked it, then fired another few of her stinging spells at him. One made its mark on the demon folk man's shoulder, but General Forge merely winced. Then, he swung the lamp again. The street lamp embedded itself in the wood of the wagon, right beside the healer. Junel had barely managed to step out of the way. There was an expression of shock, as though she couldn't believe that the street lamp was currently where she had been mere moments ago. However, she collected herself, and used the incapacitated street lamp to her advantage. Junel leveled her wand directly at General Forge's face, and unleashed a stinging spell directly into his eyes. The demon folk general could shrug off a stinging spell to his shoulder. One sent directly into his eyes? That was a different story. "Youch!" he yelled, jumping back. The lamppost remained where it was, embedded in the wagon. "Blasted healer, what in the world is wrong with you?" the demon folk general shouted, rubbing his eyes to try to rid them of the stinging sensation. Junel was about to fire more stinging spells, but she was tackled by Sola before she could level her wand at General Forge again. Both healer and demon folk girl tumbled to the ground. "No hurting for her," Sola yelled. The demon folk girl threw a few weak punches at the healer. Junel, in the meanwhile, was simply laying down, surprised by the tackle. General Forge managed to recover from the stinging spells. Rubbing his eyes one last time, he could hear the sounds of heavy footsteps again, coming from the alleyway that the hero had run down. The demon folk general immediately glanced down the alleyway. The hero had turned around and was barreling in their direction. "My lady, let's go," the demon folk general said, pulling her off of the dazed healer. General Forge basically dragged Sola through the next alleyway, to the main street, as the two stepping over planks of shattered wood. They emerged out on the main street, to see the mage trying to gather the bars of aluminum that were now all over the ground. She was also trying to placate the growing crowd. This isn't what it looks like," Frau exclaimed. General Forge ignored the stuttering woman. She seemed unlikely to be a threat. They were never going to outrun the hero on foot, especially going downhill towards the docks, The two needed to get to the fast ships before the first wave of them departed, so General Forge looked around, frantic for a possible solution. General Forge spotted a crate-filled wagon, placed on the flat loading dock next to a building. It had been balanced in such a way that a single push could probably send it down the road going towards the ports, which was how the demon folk general thought up a plan. It was a stupid plan, but it could feasibly work. "Lady Solar, this is gonna be like a ride on the boat," General Forge said. "So get on the wagon." He pointed at the wagon. "What?" the demon folk girl asked. "But it's not like the boat. There's no water." "It'll feel like it." General Forge picked Solar up, despite her protests, and then tossed her right into the bed of the wagon. At the same time, he pushed his back against the wagon, to try to push it onto the downward grade that the road was sloping into. General Forge could feel the wheels starting to touch on the incline, but he also knew that he was barely going to have enough time to get it to start rolling. The hero was making a beeline for them. General Forge muttered a string of curses, and then decided that the slow start the wagon picked up was enough. He jumped up onto the wagon himself, landing on some crates within the wagon, and braced for the hero to strike. The hero crashed right into the back of the wagon. A loud crunch sounded as wood splintered, but the wagon held on. In fact, the hero's push was just enough to get the entire wagon forward. Both General Forge and Solar were jostled by the boost, as the wagon started rolling faster. General Forge stared at Solar, in shock. Both were laying in the wagon, on opposite sides. "I can't believe that somehow worked," he muttered. Almost. The hero's broadsword cleaved right through the middle of the wagon, with General Forge and Solar to the left and right of the sword respectively. The demon folk general could see his own reflection on the blade, which he stared at for just a fraction of a second, before he scrambled away. "Get off of us!" General Forge yelled. He flung several of the crates at the hero, many of them splintering upon contact with his armor and shattering. The contents, which just happened to be aluminum bars, scattered all over the streets. Ron was not deterred. He raised his sword again, ready to bring it down on Solar. "Lady Solar, no!" the demon folk general yelled. He reached out his arm, but wouldn't be able to get to her quick enough. It wasn't necessary. Ron's blade had been stopped on its way down. With a loud clash, sparks showered left and right as Solar effectively parried the strike. That pose between Solar and Ron persisted for 5 seconds, before the hero began lagging behind the wagon. Solar, too, lowered her shovel. Ron eventually could not keep up to pace with the accelerating wagon. General Forge breathed a sigh of relief as the distance between them and the hero increased. And, for good measure, the demon folk general started tossing several of the crates in the wagon out the back, to try to slow the hero further. The boxes were breaking upon impact, scattering even more aluminum bars across the street. "I think we're safe," he muttered. "For now, at least." "Water!" Solar exclaimed. "We're going to water." "For the last time, Lady Solar," General Forge started. "We're not on a boat." He looked to where Solar was pointing, which was the end of the busy street. People were jumping out of the way of the wagon as it whizzed down the road. The road itself continued as part of a large, wooden pier on the docks. The pier itself had plenty of obstacles, most of them crates that were being offloaded from a cargo ship. And, at the end of the pier itself, was water. They were headed straight for it, and were showing no signs of slowing down. "Oh, dang it!" General Forge asked. "Are there brakes on this thing?" He looked around, but couldn't find a lever or anything that resembled a set of brakes. "There's no brakes?" "Seriously?" "None at all?" Giving up the search, the demon folk general glanced at the direction the wagon was rolling. They were still speeding in the direction of the docks. "We should jump off," Solar said. "It shouldn't be hard." "Don't be ridiculous, Lady Solar, you'll get hurt," General Forge yelled. The demon folk girl grabbed him by the shoulders. "Regardless, we jump," she yelled. Then, she proceeded to throw the both of them right off the side of the wagon, right as the wagon made it onto the boardwalk of the dock. The two rolled around, limbs tangling with the other, before they smacked against a bollard. General Forge was the one who took the hardest hit, and groaned in pain at the handful of bruises he had now accumulated on his arms and back. Solar, on the other hand, appeared to be completely unharmed. The wagon did not stop. Men and dock workers ran or jumped out of the way as it continued heading straight for a large stack of crates halfway down the pier. Both the wagon and the crates practically exploded the moment they made contact with one another. The wagon smashed through the first few crates, splitting them open and scattering bottles and vials of potions all over the ground. Some of the glass vials shattered, spilling the contents all over the wooden pier. Despite destroying one stack of crates, the wagon continued its rampage forward. It hit another large stack of potions. This time, the wagon was the one to give out. Both front wheels buckled inward and collapsed. As the rear of the wagon was thrown up, the various crates within the wagon flew upward and downward. They split open upon contact with the boardwalk, scattering more bars of aluminum everywhere. Dock workers and sailors ran for cover as the surroundings were showered in shards of glass, wood splinters, and heavy bars of metal. General Forge rubbed his head, specifically the area around his broken horn which was the sorest, before grabbing Sola by the hand. "Sola, let's go. We've gotta get out of New Frontierland, and our ship is departing soon." General Forge pushed through the crowd that had gathered on the docks, with Sola in tow. The docks for the fast ships weren't far away, but they had to run through scrambling crowds of people who were pushing through the docks. Aluminum scheme might be fraudulent. I need to sell before it all goes down. What was that mage doing? General Forge and Sola had finally reached the port. By then, a near stampede of people in New Frontierland were centering on the road where the disaster took place. The fast ship was waiting there, and it seemed they were concluding the boarding process. General Forge hurried into the line, the two being at the very end. "Lady Sola, let's go. Let's go," General Forge yelled. They soon got up to the ticket booth, with an unamused-looking man waiting behind the booth. "2 tickets?" he asked. General Forge handed both tickets over, and the person at the ticket booth used a hole puncher to punch holes in both. "You're good to go," the ticket attendant said, handing both tickets back. "Just caught us in time." Closing up, both Demon Folk Girl and Demon Folk General made up the gangway plank, the wood creaking beneath them. "Let's go. We're heading straight to the capital." They were soon on the deck of the ship. Only then did General Forge notice that something was off with Sola. "Lady Sola, you've flared." He didn't notice it earlier, due to all the commotion, but it was certainly something he could notice now. Her eyes were returning to their normal color, same with the skin on her arms. "Flare?" she asked, tilting her head. "Sola, you don't feel tired in any way?" "Nope," the Demon Folk Girl replied. "Come on, I wanna explore this bigger boat." Before we get to Luthor. The two steadied themselves as the ship pulled itself out of the now chaos-riddled New Frontierland dock. It seemed that even large incidents like this didn't slow the fast ships, but both General Forge and Sola could see crowds of people converging on the street where all the aluminum had been scattered. Frau was not as lucky as the two. The exhausted mage had finally gotten back to the old house she was basing her operations out of. She was exhausted, having to have used a lot of potions and magic in an attempt at picking up the aluminum bars strewn across the road. She couldn't pick all of them up. Frau felt dread, though, especially when Sela walked up to her with a clipboard in hand. "The market price for aluminum has crashed, Madame Frau," her aide said. It crashed? "Yes. Rumors spread that you were hoarding the aluminum. So everyone began selling." "Rumors," Frau muttered. I'm guessing it has something to do with the mess earlier." "I employed security to tighten up access, didn't I?" "Not tight enough, evidently," Sela continued. "But this was in part because of the hero." "The hero?" Frau asked. No. He didn't say anything. Did he? "He did not, no," Sela continued. "But his involvement in the mess has legitimized it. The printing presses are trying to publish the breaking news as quickly as possible. As for the aluminum market, it is irrecoverable." That was when it hit Frau as to how bad this was. "No," she yelled, clutching her head. "I'm ruined. All those loans I need to repay back. How am I going to do it now?" "You can still sell the aluminum you have left," her assistant tried to say. "Fool," the mage yelled. "If I tried selling now, the price would become cheaper than dirt. I'll lose money employing people to ship it to the buyers." "No, this is terrible." "The loans? They can't be that bad, are they?" Sela asked. Frau had given a shell-shocked stare to the assistant. They're that bad, are they?" Sela continued. "Yes, and the payments are due in a few days." Frau sighed, then looked over to a box of potions that was still inside the building. At least I still have all of those stockpiled potions to sell," Frau said, her voice weak. "The potions market is still strong, right?" "About that, Madame." "What?" The trade ships full of potions had arrived earlier today and finished unloading their potion shipments. A lot of them were the special order ones, too, but when they saw that you might not be able to pay, Seela grimaced. They're currently dumping the potions on the market. Prices there have also plummeted. All our potion assets are valued at single-digit percentages of their original buying price now. Frau crumpled to the ground. She simply stared at the sky, as Seela stepped up to her. Madam Frau, are you all right? Her assistant asked. I'm ruined. Interlude 5. Lord Luth had been twiddling with his thumbs, lost in thought, when the harpy hopped into the cell. Hello to my favorite, Gar. The startled Luth exclaimed, jumping back from the harpy's sudden appearance. The chains kept him in place, though. Scarl glanced at the demon lord. What, did I scare you? Yeah, you did. At least knock or announce yourself before you just tread in like that. Fair point, Scarl replied. But a counterpoint, this isn't your room, it's a jail cell, so you can't really expect privacy. I'm not asking for privacy, just a little heads up, the demon lord muttered. Well, whatever, Scarl replied. Wipe that frown off your face. I've got you some more stuff. This time, the half-harpy had 2 plates on the tray he was carrying, both with a wooden pint glass placed atop and a new, unfamiliar pastry. The demon lord glanced at the sweetmeat, enjoying the fresh-baked scents from it. I appreciate it, but I told you I can't drink milk, Luth said, upon seeing the 2 mugs on the plate. Milk? Nah, it's not milk, you told me already, Scarl reassured. It's actually cider. Hope you like apple alcohol. Hard cider? The demon lord asked. I haven't had a drink in quite some time, especially as I've needed to remain sober for the war effort. Well, why not splurge now? The half-harpy exclaimed. Have a drink, it's not like you have all that many responsibilities. Unless you're a lightweight. I assure you, I can hold my liquor, Luth reassured. He picked the mug up, tilting it a little to glance at the amber drink within. There was definitely a faint smell of alcohol wafting off of it, along with a sweet sour air. I don't even know what apples taste like, the demon lord admitted. It's a human-grown fruit, right? Wait, you haven't tried an apple before? Seriously? Scarl asked. Holy smokes, I should have gotten you an apple pie first. The demon lord shrugged. A good drink is a good drink. I'm not going to wait for a pie to try it. He took a long gulp of the cider, savoring the warming sensation as it flowed down his throat. Luth then let out an audible breath as he placed the mug back down, closing his eyes in delight. That's good, Luth said. Unfamiliar, but very good. You said this was made from apples? Fermented apple juice, Scarl corrected. Press M, squeeze M, and leave M to ferment, I think. I haven't done much in the alcohol business before, but that's what I remember. Luth swished the drink in his cup, then looked at the half that remained. If this is how a cider tastes, I'm now curious as to how an apple pie does, too. They taste amazing, Scarl said. Apples are best eaten when they're almost overripe, they're crunchiest and sweetest then. But, if you bake them in a pie, it softens them and makes them even sweeter. Now you're making me wish I had a pie, too, Lord Luth muttered. He took another swig of the cider, and sighed immediately after. That's the stuff, he gasped. Bet it's been some time since you've drank, Scarl said. Ever since the halfway point in the war, when things turned out in favor of the humans, yes. I can't lead an army if I'm not sober. Scarl's eyebrow shot up, implying that you can't hold your liquor. Me? The demon lord asked. No, I sure can. I rarely drink, but if I do, I go all out. The last time was... oh goodness, I don't even remember how long ago. Well, I can always swipe some more good drink for you, if you want, Scarl said. There was a smirk on his face. The demon lord was not convinced. Are you trying to butter me up, is that what it is? Luth asked. Oh, absolutely not, the half-harpy replied, scooting away from the demon lord. I would never. In fact, what would I have to gain from bribing the demon lord when he is most vulnerable? Scarl's exaggerated reaction said otherwise. Whatever. As long as you don't ask for some groundbreaking favor. Well, I have one, Scarl said. Let's talk about your sis. That counts as one. So, no can do. Oh, come on, the half-harpy exclaimed. I was nice enough to share some pastry with you. Just one thing. Okay, Luth said, with apprehension. What even is it you're so desperate to talk about? Her horns. Lord Luth glanced over at Scarl, with a raised eyebrow. Her horns? Why that? Those horns remind me of something. They make me think of a sheep. Sheep? Lord Luth asked. It sounds familiar. I'm guessing that's a human livestock animal. Yeah, usually shaved for their wool. Prime target for wolves. They're helpless without a shepherd. Well, that somewhat gives credit to you saying that she's harmless. The Demon Lord looked at Scarl. That's just a coincidence, Luth said. You're not insinuating anything, are you? Scarl shook his head. Well, I wasn't. But now that you mention it, I can't get it out of my head. The two continued chewing on their pastry and sipping on the cider. They didn't make much conversation after that, and Scarl had even begun to put his plate back on the tray. The two were interrupted. The illusion that would always appear whenever Sola was in danger proceeded to appear right in front of those two. Whoa! Scarl exclaimed, jumping up. What's happening now? Oh my goodness! Please don't tell me she's in danger again, Lord Luth said. His voice was tinged with exhaustion. The moment the illusion cleared up, the two could immediately see, in clear and broad daylight, the hero chasing Sola directly through the streets of New Frontierland. No! The Demon Lord roared. No, no, no. Why is the hero still going after her? Wait. The half-harpy exclaimed. I think the hero's just trying to. The words died in Scarl's throat the moment he witnessed Ron slice his broadsword through a wall when swinging it, in an attempt to strike Sola. Sola, get away. Get away. Lord Luth yelled, as she turned corners and tried to evade the hero. Don't let him get you. That was when Scarl decided to step in. Luth, calm down, he exclaimed, grabbing the Demon Lord by the shoulders. Calm down? Calm down? Do you realize what's happening here? My own sister is being pursued by the most dangerous man on the continent, and you want me to calm down? Let me be completely honest here. The half-harpy exclaimed. Even if the hero were to capture your sister, I'm willing to vouch for her. What? The Demon Lord asked. What do you even mean by that? Vouch for her innocence, of course. Scarl exclaimed. Look, I might not look like it, but I'm technically part of the hero party, too. I'm sober all the time, unlike Solkin, and I'm not as greedy as Frau. That has to count for something, at least. Even as Scarl stood in front of Lord Luth, blocking the Demon Lord from seeing what was happening with Sola, he could still hear the crashes and sounds of wood splintering. Lord Luth gave Scarl a death scare, placed both his arms on the half-harpy's shoulders, and pushed him away. And, he continued to watch as Ron disassembled anything that got between him and the demon folk girl he was chasing. Just look at the hero! Luth exclaimed. He's tearing right through buildings to get to Sola. Do you really think he's going to treat her gently? Well, the half-harpy murmured. Ron can be a bit theatrical, and he doesn't show much restraint once he's ready to fight. Sola had jumped into a narrow alleyway. For just a moment, it seemed like the demon folk girl had just escaped, before the hero proceeded to push his way right through the alleyway. The sounds of wood crunching made the Demon Lord flinch. Okay, I don't. Scarl said. Ron, what in the world are you playing at? Sola scrambled out of the alleyway, looking left and right, before her eyes fell upon a familiar healer who was outside the alleyway. Juna, nice to meet you, she exclaimed. It seemed like she was going to raise her arm to wave it at the healer. Sola, no, run! The Demon Lord yelled. Sola glanced behind to see that Ron was still right on her tail, and immediately bolted. Both Scarl and Lord Luth watched, in anticipation, as Sola ran into another alleyway. Somewhere along the way, the healer accompanied the hero in chasing her down. To say the least, the chase was nerve-wracking for Lord Luth. It had seemed like Sola would be safe one moment, until the hero proceeded to remove the obstructions through copious amounts of property damage. Sola had jumped out of the window of another warehouse onto the main street, running right past the mage and a familiar demon folk general who just so happened to be arguing with one another. Sola proceeded to yell, Fora, we need to run. General Forge is here too. Why in the world is he doing? He and Sola need to get out. The Demon Lord yelled. Hey, and that's Frau, too. Scarl pointed out. Frau, the mage? The Demon Lord asked. Even she's chasing Sola, too? I doubt it, the half-harpy replied. Looks like she was gonna fight General Forge. Whatever plans they might have had were abruptly halted when the hero crashed his way through the doors of the warehouse that Sola had just emerged from. Lord Luth gripped his hands tight, watching as General Forge and Solar fled down another street, only to hide in such a manner that allowed Ron to bypass them without being noticed. Only for them to be noticed by the healer in question. Not a single word was exchanged between Luth and Scarol as they watched the scuffle between the pair play out. Junel fired endless stinging spells at General Forge, who took a few shots like the champion he was, until a spell landed right on the general's eyes. Even that was enough to cause Lord Luth to wince. Solar had tackled Junel before General Forge pulled her away. They were noticed by Ron again, and they immediately bolted. They're back to where they started, the Demon Lord yelled. The heroes still chasing them. Evidently, General Forge knew this too. The moment he was out on the main street again, he glanced left and right. As if on cue, a particular wagon on the street entered the vision of the illusion right as General Forge saw it. Don't tell me. Luth started. They're going to use the wagon, Scarol exclaimed, finishing Luth's sentence. The two hopped onto the wagon, at General Forge's command. However, they couldn't get on quick enough. The hero ran up fast enough to hit the wagon with his shoulder, which actually gave them a head start. Luth's heart jumped into his throat as he witnessed Ron's sword almost slice the wagon in half. Mere moments later, the hero did not cease his attack, raising his broadsword again. Lord Luth shielded his eyes seconds before Ron brought the blade down. He flinched upon hearing the sound of metal on metal. She parried it, Scarol yelled. The Demon Lord peeked open one eye, to see that Solar had indeed blocked the hero's strike. And Ron didn't get another chance to strike again, as the wagon picked up speed down the streets. They're safe, right? Lord Luth asked. However, he just noticed the direction the wagon was rolling, right in the direction of the dockyards, and the wagon was showing no signs of slowing. Jump out, General Forge, you nitwit! The Demon Lord exclaimed. However, it wasn't General Forge who was going to save them. Rather, Solar was the one who took the initiative. Solar had grabbed General Forge and jumped from the wagon onto the pier, holding onto the demon folk general. The wagon itself crashed into several crates on the pier. Potions and bars of metal scattered everywhere. Mere moments later, as Solar got up from where she fell, along with General Forge, the pair bolted directly to the docks. They're headed to the fast boats, Scarol said. I think they've outrun him. Lord Luth held his breath, waiting for the hero to somehow appear around the next corner that Solar might turn around on. But that didn't happen. The illusion simply dissolved away. I don't believe it, Luth muttered. They somehow escaped. Yep, the half-harpy replied. Seems they're getting onto their fast ships. Be happy, Luth, she's on her way to see you. How can I be happy when I don't want her to even visit me? For her own safety? The Demon Lord asked. I mean, she's putting all this effort to just meet you. Honestly, I'm worried for Frau, if anything. And yet you're worried about the mage when Solar almost. General Forge is with her, so she should be safe, Scarol exclaimed. Lord Luth sighed. Okay, I'll take that. But what's with you and thinking the mage is gonna be in some trouble? From the way things were looking, she seemed to be running an operation of sorts. The half-harpy glanced at the Demon Lord. You don't mind if I change the subject, right? None at all, Lord Luth said. Let's talk about something else to get my mind off of Solar. I'm sure she'll be safe, but Scarol clapped his hands together, interrupting Luth's line of thought. A few feathers shed from his arms. Okay, Scarol said. No more talking about Solar. Let's talk about the mage. I think you should get the gist of her, that she's a terrifying magic user? The Demon Lord asked. Well, not that. It's true, but she's also greedy. A money grubber. Think something like that. She's ambitious and knows how to make money. That's why she's part of the hero party. Is that a good thing? Money makes the world go around, and money is what won the war against you guys. Goodness. You're the Demon Lord and you're not aware of this concept? Luth took a moment to recollect himself, before replying. We knew humans tended to be materialistic, Luth muttered. But to this extent? That's not something I could have ever foreseen. And that's why you lost the war, Scarol jutted in. Because you didn't know you could literally bribe humanity. The war was lost for a multitude of reasons. You bird brain. I don't think bribing a few officials from the humans onto our side would have done much. Scarol then held a finger up to interrupt Lord Luth. Oh, but that's where you're wrong. he exclaimed. "We've had 2 banking crises where a bunch of bank failures wiped out tons of money. If you had the right intel and funds at the time, you probably could have just bought out all the land that humanity had claimed on the continent, and taken full possession of the territories without shedding any more blood." "You're speaking in hindsight, and anyway, I don't think the humans would have given it up without a fight." "Whatever. Not sure why I'm arguing with you, you're just a harpy, after all." Chapter 26, The Capital. Just look at this mess!" Juno exclaimed, her arms outstretched. She was referring to the new Frontierland docks, of course, which were currently a small disaster unraveling in broad daylight. Aluminum bars were strewn across the street that was headed directly to the docks. Most people were running over or past the mess, not ignoring it, but rather, they were headed directly towards the commodities exchange. Some had aluminum in their hands, the aluminum that they had bought with their own money prior. Juno was not a market expert, by any means, but she knew that trying to sell now was a futile task. "The economic damage that this will result in is worrisome," Ron stated. "The Second Coming is far more forward planning than I had anticipated." The healer's head whipped over, to allow her to stare at the hero. "You think this is her fault?" she asked. Ron stared back, through his metal helmet. "Yes, I do," he said. "Is it not clear as to the immense amounts of damage she has caused so far?" "That she?" "Ron, I didn't take you for a fool, but it's clear that your chase was what caused the damage. She was just running away, you were the one bowling over everything." "Even so, even if we were to allow the Second Coming to go free, even if she truly is innocent, would it be correct to allow her to go without any questions, after all the damage that has already been wrought?" Both stood there, quiet. The healer was the first to break the silence. Her voice was low. "A gambler's fallacy," Juno stated. "You've sunk so much cost into trying to apprehend the Second Coming, that you're now using it to justify what you're doing. I see little wrong with justifying our pursuit of the Second Coming. She is a genuine threat." The same applied to the Demon Lord. "It is basic risk assessment, Miss Juno." The healer stomped her foot, then pointed down at the ground in rage. "And this is the exact reason that the other demon folk generals aren't in our custody, either," the healer yelled. "It's partially your fault." The hero stopped. "Miss Juno," he said. "Are you really bringing that up again?" "During the war," she clarified. "You were so determined with confronting the Demon Lord that we didn't bother with trying to capture the generals until after Luth was in our custody." The healer clenched her fists. "And by then, most of them had just up and disappeared. And now one of them's causing problems." Luth was a priority. Taking any detours to apprehend the other demon folk generals would have added, at minimum, a month to the conflict. "So what?" Juno rebutted. "The Demon Lord is captured a month later. All the other generals would have been captured, too." "But you decided." "And those generals are still around." "We just know General Forge is helping the Second Coming, and we don't even know where General Sayes and General Brington are." "Is the war really finished, Ron? Would you call that concluded?" "The other generals are not relevant at this moment, and I am not budging on apprehending the Second Coming," Ron stated. "We have little time to loiter." "Miss Juno, let us go." Juno stood there, even as Ron turned away from her. He paused, then glanced back at her. "Must I repeat myself?" "We will be headed to the capital immediately, before the Second Coming wreaks havoc there." The healer grimaced, then followed him. Both had little time to loiter at New Frontierland. After all, the entire aluminum scheme that blew up in Frowl's face was her mess to clean up, or, as Ron would put it, the mage has taken out obligations that she must repay back, or some such statement that Juno found far too formal for a disaster such as this. The healer suspected that Ron even wanted to help Frowl pay off her debts, but due to his current lack of funds on hand, he had to refrain. Good riddance on that. At least, Frowl needed to learn some humility. Regardless, the healer had swiped at least a dozen potions to hide in various pockets all over her clothes. Considering that potions were ridiculously cheap now, after the potion market crashed, it wasn't all that difficult to pick up a few high-quality potions now. Ron had used his authority to obtain additional fast ship tickets to the capital, under the reasoning of it being a crucial emergency. Additionally, he had also obtained seasickness medicine for the healer. They couldn't get a messenger pigeon to the capital on such short notice, though. So they needed to head there via boat. "It's nice being on a ship and not being sick," Junal muttered. At least you didn't forget the medicine this time. I did not forget because I recall the condition you were under in the last instance, Ron replied. Due to how crucial this is, I must ensure you are in good health when we apprehend the second coming. How considerate of you. The fast boat rocked as it neared the capital. Only an hour had passed into the trip when Ron stirred from where he was sitting. I smell smoke, he said. There is a fire nearby. Junal sniffed the air. She, too, could smell the faint burning of something. Can you tell what's burning? The healer asked. I hope it's not this ship. Very unlikely for it to be, the hero replied. Otherwise, the smell would be far more pronounced. No, it appears to be coming from. Ron pointed at the horizon, and Junal's eyes followed the direction he pointed at. Several pillars of smoke were what had caught the hero's attention. The capital. The two were in mute silence, before the healer asked, What? This isn't what's happened at the capital. The second coming is what happened here, the hero replied. We are still several minutes away. Brace yourself, Miss Junal. The fast ship had soon pulled into the port of the capital, where various assorted boats and ships were pulling out of the chaos-stricken harbor. Several ships at dock had been set aflame. Several water mages from the nearby garrison seemed to be trying to put it out, as plumes of seawater splashed onto the burning vessels. Crates and barrels of product had been thrown overboard, the fast boat bumping into them on its way in. It looks like we can't dock, the captain of the ship yelled. It's way too dangerous. Ron grunted, upon hearing that. Without warning, he picked up the healer. Wow, Ron, what are you? He didn't give Junal time to finish her question. The hero began running across the deck of the ship. Ron, stop this. He did not stop, and jumped the moment the deck ended. That brought him sailing through the air, directly onto the dock that the fast boat would otherwise have stopped at. His armored shoes shattered the wooden planks of the dock as he skidded forward, before coming to a stop. We are here. He placed down the utterly terrified healer, who was shaking a little. Junal stumbled a little as she regained balance on solid ground. Ron, Junal said, her voice quivering. You need to warn me whenever you do that. It was a plan that would have taken longer to explain than to execute, was his reply. The city was a mess. Both demon folk and humans were running around. Some were setting fire to buildings, while others clashed with the knights of the garrison. Ron used his hand to block a brick that had been tossed in his direction, shattering the brick upon impact. Junal flinched as a glass bottle smashed right next to her. Did Sola do this? Junal asked. She somehow commanded all the demon folk to start this? No, Ron immediately replied. While she is a very credible threat, the demon folk here appear to be very unorganized. There are also human rioters within their midst. Regardless, I do believe this is indirectly caused by the second coming. How? Junal asked. She exploited the existing human-demon folk tensions to ensure the garrison of the capital would be far too overwhelmed to respond to her plans. Junal, we need to stop her immediately. The two walked at a brisk pace through the streets. Both human and demon folk alike recognized the pair and gave them a wide berth. It seemed that any streets that had rioting and looting drastically slowed in said rioting and looting once the hero and the healer were seen running through. Once they had passed by, though, the looting continued. I was going to ask if we should stop them, but that's not our priority now, is it? Junal asked. Clearly, we have to handle the second coming first. I had been looking to inform the guards to double the amount stationed at the palace spire. However, the garrison is likely too busy, considering current events. No matter what happens, however, the second coming must not be allowed to come into contact with her brother. A burning wagon blocked their way. The hero did not hesitate to push through it, sending chunks of burning wood debris across the street. He gestured Junal to pass by once the road was clear. I am especially worried about Sir Salkin, Ron continued. She may have known that he was here, and may have targeted him. Would she? Ron did not reply. Instead, he pointed to the large figure that had just appeared in the sky. The healer's blood ran cold when she spotted it, too. Above the capital was a magical symbol, a flare. It just so happened to be one that the demon folk rallied around. Despite the fact that it was mostly unreadable to humans, it was still recognizable as one belonging to the demon folk generals. General says she is here, too. Really? Junal asked. You can tell just from that? My intuition says so. The only demon folk general we know the whereabouts of is General Riol. But, of the four, General says is the one we do not know the appearance of. They had finally gotten to the street where Salkin's factory was. And, of all the streets in the city, this one looked the worst. Entire storefronts were burned out or otherwise torn to shreds, and debris littered the floor. The arbalist's factory, specifically, was a mess. It had been trashed almost thoroughly, almost all of it except the office, which was somewhat untouched. Stepping through the front door, they could see Salkin's secretary tending to an unconscious Salkin. The secretary's hair was messy, as though she had just done it up. Her glasses were askew, too. Ron stepped towards the unconscious Salkin, making the secretary flinch. "Is Sir Salkin all right?" Ron asked. "He was drunk," Saya said. "I'm currently tending to his wounds." Looking over the arbalist, it seemed that he was covered in coal dust. A nasty bruise was over his left cheek, but he seemed unharmed otherwise. "Juno, can you heal him?" Ron asked. "The leeches can help with the bruising," the healer replied. "You're not allowed to use your leeches." "Magic only," the healer grumbled, but whipped her wand out of her sleeve. Tapping it twice on the wall, she conjured up a spell to cast upon the injured Salkin. Meanwhile, Ron began conversing with the demon folk secretary. "Miss Saya, have you witnessed a particular demon folk around here at all?" Saya raised an eyebrow. "The capital is filled with demon folk." "Who are you looking for?" "A specific demon folk girl. She is short, with apricot orange hair. Her eyes are a matching shade of orange. Most notably, she has a pair of horns that curl forward." It seemed that there was a glimmer of familiarity in Saya's eyes when he mentioned the second coming. However, it lasted for only a moment, not long enough for him to think much of it. "It sounds familiar," Saya said. "Why do you ask?" "She is an individual of importance." "But you likely have not seen her in the chaos." "I shall take my leave now." Ron was about to step away from the secretary, and same with Juno. However, she stopped them both before they could step out of the office. "Wait!" Saya exclaimed. Ron stopped, and turned around to glance at the demon folk woman. "I believe she is the one who struck Salkin," Saya said. "I remembered seeing him harassing her." "Oh?" the hero asked. Yes, I think." Saya tapped some fingers on her forehead, trying to remember what had transpired. He grabbed her tail, and she used a shovel to strike him in retaliation. Juno frowned at the mention of the shovel. "That is when the rioting began, as everyone on the street had witnessed it," Saya finished. "The way you are framing it sounds as though Sir Salkin is partially at fault for the riots," the hero stated. "Well, Sir Salkin here has particularly poor habits when interacting with female demon folk. I can attest to that personally." Ron stared at Saya for a good 10 seconds. "I will take this into consideration." "Juno, are you done healing Sir Salkin?" "Just doing the finishing touches and done," Juno said, raising her wand up. The healer then bound after the hero, leaving Saya to tend to Salkin. The two then made their way directly to the palace spire's gates. Even from this distance, what with all the smoke and fire and chaos happening, the two knew that something was very wrong. The large gates of the palace spire were wide open, something that could be seen even from a distance. The pair ran directly at the front gate of the palace spire, running past groups of knights and rioters clashing. Two factories that were closest to the palace spire burned, and the searing heat could be felt even from this distance. It wasn't long before Ron and Juno were now at the front gates of the palace spire. A familiar demon folk general stood guard at the gates. His poleaxe was out, but the demon folk general leaned with his back against the wall of the palace spire. "Sire Ron, you're here already?" General Forge asked. Chapter 27, says. The fast boat was fast, to say the least. General Forge didn't know how else to describe the speed at which they were going, but it was much faster than any form of water transportation the demon folk ever had. No wonder the humans had been able to organize so many surprise attacks on the coasts during the war. Right now, he was watching Solo standing at the bow of the ship. She had her arms outstretched, like a bird, with her shovel in one hand. She raised the arm holding her shovel up, then aimed it directly forward. As though she was directing the ship, General Forge glanced up at the sails, which were very obviously being powered by magic. It seemed the masts of the vessel were made of some type of metal that they were channeling magic into, as evident by the light blue glow coming from them. However, he wasn't specialized much in how magic worked on a fundamental level, so he couldn't really guess how the humans even got boats that could go faster than the wind. Now that General Forge had a moment where he wasn't actively supervising Sola or worrying over her, he had some time to think by himself. His thoughts were drifting to the other demon folk generals. Maybe General Riol could explain to me how this fast boat worked, he murmured. Of all the generals, he questioned the most recent appointee, the fourth demon folk general known as General Riol. She was very intelligent, he could not deny that, and was also very mentally mature. However, intelligence and maturity didn't necessarily correlate with leadership skills. In fact, she was likely the most meek of them all. Before, he saw that as a liability. Now, he could only feel pity for her, since she was now effectively serving as the puppet leader of the demon folk territories. Heck, she was even appointed as such against her will. Right. General Forge pressed a few fingers to the side of his head, to allow him to think. He didn't like the idea of questioning Lord Luth. The Demon Lord did say that General Riol was very useful in innovating demon folk weapons to be used against the humans. Riol became the fourth general late in the years of the war. Maybe if she had been noticed sooner, she could have had an effect. It was probably too late at the time she had been promoted. Whatever benefit might have been gleaned from her intelligence had been minimal, as the humans were already encroaching on the inner demon folk territories. He thought over to the second demon folk general, says. She had supported the appointment of Riol. The first demon folk general, Brington. He had been indifferent. And, of all four of the demon folk generals, the humans were only officially aware of the location of General Riol. Dang it. Did Forge paint himself as a target by assisting Sola? He hadn't really considered it, since he didn't even have to lie low when working as a laborer on the frontier. But the chase at New Frontierland was definitely putting him on the radar. And where were the others now? Brington and Sayes simply disappeared. Had they melted away into the population to live out a regular life, or were they plotting? The second thought actually scared General Forge a bit. He still saw himself as a demon folk general, but was absolutely not looking forward to fighting again. His pride still hurt, even months after his weapon was slashed in half by the hero, and the end of his horn broken off. What was he even doing here? He was snapped out of his thoughts by Sola. She was looking at him from the bow of the ship. Why aren't you jumping around? Sola asked. Being on a boat is fun, isn't it? Right. He was here to help his lady. She might have not been all that bright, but she still was the Demon Lord's younger sister. I don't like riding on boats, he admitted. Prefer solid ground beneath me. General Forge wasn't feeling queasy, per se. He simply disliked the rocking of the vessel beneath him. On second thought, there was a rising uneasiness in his stomach. The general put a hand over his mouth as it seemed to want to bubble up his throat. He decided to step closer to the side of the ship as the general suddenly felt bile rise up in his throat. Oh goodness, he muttered. Maybe I am getting seasick. He rubbed his chest, in an attempt to prevent himself from vomiting. Sola noticed. Don't be a scared person, Sola exclaimed. I was on the barge boat earlier and it was fine. A barge is different, the demon folk general muttered. Those are on rivers. No waves on rivers. Oceans, on the other hand, have huge waves. A spray of water went over the side and splashed onto General Forge, drenching him in seawater. Case in point, the demon folk general muttered. Sola didn't seem to have such worries. She stepped up to the bow of the ship and raised her shovel up, as the wind blew past her face. We're going so fast, she exclaimed. A lot faster than the other boats. As he gazed at the demon folk girl, General Forge remembered that he still had some of the meat pies. Oh, Sola, he said. I got some food, too. Are you hungry? The demon folk girl glanced at him, then smiled. Yes, she exclaimed. I was running a lot, so I'm hungry. He held out the meat pie to her, which she snatched up and took a greedy bite out of. He picked out another second meat pie from the paper bag and took a bite. Human-made foods were quite different from what the demon folk ate, but it was still rather nice, he thought, as he chewed on the savory filling. I see something, the demon folk girl exclaimed. A tall thing all the way in the distance. General Forge glanced at where she was looking, and sure enough, if he squinted his eyes he could see the shimmering spire of a tall building. Wait. What's that? He asked. We're almost there already? It took a minute for the ship to have gotten close enough for the demon folk general to confirm what it was. It was the top of the capital's palace spire fortress, the tallest of the lookout towers on it. Holy smokes, he muttered. How are we almost there already? We're almost there? Solar asked. She stepped over to the bow and shouted out, "Luth, I'm almost there." "Shush, my lady," the demon folk general exclaimed, running up behind her and pulling the girl back. "We can't out ourselves like this. Be careful." It was unlikely that anyone heard her over the sounds of splashing waves and magically enhanced sails rustling, but General Forge wasn't going to take any chances. The capital was approaching very fast. For just a second, the demon folk general feared that the ship was going to wreck itself directly on the island, but that did not happen. The ship performed a tight turn, in such a manner that all it needed to do was decelerate before riding up perfectly alongside the dock that they were going to unload from. "Fast ship from New Frontierland to the capital has stopped." The captain aboard yelled to everyone on deck. "Departures back to New Frontierland will begin boarding in 10 minutes. Everybody off." The crowd surged to the gangway, and it was only by mere chance that General Forge kept hold of Solar's arm, so the two wouldn't be separated by the pushing crowds. They had eventually stepped to the main streets, so the surging crowd of people exiting the boat wouldn't push them any further. The pair now were looking up at the daunting capital before them, with all its various smokestacks and warehouses. General Forge could feel that something was off. It was like a magical itch, a familiar one he hadn't felt ever since the war had ended. "I sense one of the other generals here," General Forge muttered. "Maybe it's General Brington or General Sayes." "General Say?" Solar asked, glancing at General Forge. "Is she here?" "I don't know. Just know it's probably one of those two. I can't open up my magical communications to check, since that'd be broadcasting my exact location to the hero and any other magical detection systems the humans might have in place." "I hope it's Say. She's nice." "What about Ryu?" General Riol? Forge asked. "I don't think she'd be here. She's the one put into power as a puppet governor over the demon folk territories." "Not sure how that girl even managed to become a general in the first place." He glanced over the capital city from the dockyards. The palace spire, which was the primary landmark of the city, stood in the middle. Human naming conventions were lost on him. It looked a lot less like a palace and more like a fortress. If I had to narrow it down, it'd likely be General Sayes. As much as it'd be in everyone's interest to lie low, Brington isn't the type to go out quietly, or, that's what I think. General Forge was trying to evaluate how to get into the palace spire. The imposing castle-like fortress was tall and likely heavily guarded. Things would be really helpful right now if General Sayes and her Strikecaster task force were here right now. But they'd be too conspicuous. First things first, they needed to get to the palace spire itself. General Forge pulled from his knapsack a durable bandage he had packed away in Grand Elm. The demon folk general used it to wrap the severed end of his halberd around his tail. It was the shoe of his halberd, consisting of the second half of the wooden pole and the metal piece at the end which allowed him to dig it into the ground. "There, I'll keep it like that," he muttered. "So I don't lose you." He then looked down the busy, industrious street, the palace spire laying at the end. "Farah?" Solar asked. "Are we going?" "Yes, let's go." "Your brother is waiting for you," General Forge said. Solar decided to take the lead directly to the palace spire. As the two stepped through the busy streets, General Forge was rather surprised at how much industry was centralized in this city. The demon folk capital was, in his opinion, much more beautifully built than what the humans called a capital. The chimneys spewing smoke and the smell of coal in the air did not help with that. Thankfully, not many people paid much attention to him or Solar. A lot of the workers here had been demon folk indentured servants, which meant that the pair, with their rather shabby clothes, blended in well. General Forge had been contemplating how to get through the security of the palace spire, so much so that he didn't notice Solar getting a little too far ahead. He hadn't been too worried. There were a lot of demon folk here, so it was reasonable for him to expect her to be safe. He did not expect a familiar drunkard to stumble up to the demon folk girl. Said individual, evidently a human, placed an arm around the demon folk girl's shoulders, taking her by surprise. In the man's other hand was a bottle of liquor. General Forge noticed and hurried over. "My lady!" he exclaimed. The demon folk general got close enough to hear the conversation between the two. "Name's Salkin. You heard of me, right?" the man asked. General Forge cursed. "Sir Salkin? As in, member of the hero party? What was he doing around here, huh?" Solar asked. She placed both her hands on the arm he had thrown around her shoulder, lifting it off. The demon folk girl glanced at him in confusion. General Forge was one step away from grabbing Mandrill and skewering that arbalist through the chest. "You're a pretty one. But you look familiar." Salkin's eyes were half opened, as he glanced over Sola's face. There was a glimmer of familiarity in his eyes as he examined her features. "Huh. Orangish hair and those horns. Am I remembering someone?" "Nah, it's probably... Ugh." The arbalist proceeded to vomit right on the street. Sola hopped away from the splatter, and even General Forge took a step back. Sorry," Salkin muttered. "Might have had too much to drink. Another swig or two might clear my head." General Forge looked on in disgust as the clearly intoxicated man took another swig from the glass bottle in his hand. Salkin then wiped his mouth with the back of his palm, before narrowing his eyes at Sola. "Man, that hair color of yours reminds me of pain for some reason," the arbalist mumbled. "You're sick, so you should stay away from me," Sola said. "So I don't get sick, too." For some reason, Salkin seemed to take offense to that. "What?" he asked. "I ain't sick. I am perfectly healthy." "But you threw up." Salkin shook his head. "Come on, you're pretty. Just give me a hug." He began stumbling forward. Despite the demon folk girl's lack of life experience, she could feel that there was something off about the man in front of her. Sola stepped back. Her tail was between her legs, the hooked end of it in a position as though it was ready to strike, but she didn't even need to strike with it, as Salkin proceeded to make the worst mistake of that day. He grabbed Sola's tail. The demon folk girl jolted up, as though a shock of electricity had just gone through her body. She remained still for a few seconds, before her instincts kicked in. General Forge looked like he was about to do or say something. Whether it was to grab his halberd off his back or outright tackle Salkin will never be known, as Sola acted first. In one fluid motion, Sola grabbed Shova from her back, spun around on her heels, and slammed the flat side of her glowing shovel directly across the drunken arbalist's face. A loud, metallic bang resonated across the entire street, catching the attention of every single individual within earshot. Salkin reeled from the hit. He turned around, stumbling from the concussion that was granted to him courtesy of the demon folk girl he had just been harassing. This was followed by him tripping and falling into a wagon filled with Rallyines. Silence permeated the surroundings, as the demon folk laborers even paused their work to look at the commotion. A demon folk worker cautiously stepped over to peer into the wagon. He then looked at the others, who were expecting him to say something. "He is out cold," the demon folk laborer exclaimed. "The hero party's arbalist has been struck in the face." Sola, in the meanwhile, realized that she did something big. The demon folk girl couldn't figure out if what she did was right or wrong. Nobody seemed angry or was chastising her, but she was drawing a lot of attention. So, she slung her shovel onto her back and began to pace backwards away from the scene. General Forge, likewise, followed her in stepping backwards. Then, came the sounds of an eruption of voices. General Forge glanced around in panic, as the demon folk indentured servants immediately began smashing their own equipment, and also attacking any humans that happened to be around, too. This is bad," he exclaimed. He grabbed Sola by the arm and began to guide her away as all the demon folk went mad. "Sola, Forge," a vaguely familiar voice sounded out, immediately catching the attention of the two. "Over here." It was an older demon folk lady, waving the two into a storefront and away from the chaos. Deciding that being in a building would be better than the streets, Sola ran up to her and into the building, as General Forge followed. Once the two were in, the demon folk woman closed the door behind her. She sighed, glancing out the window on the door, before looking over at the two. "Sola, are you all right?" the woman asked. General Forge furrowed his eyebrows. Something about her appearance was familiar. The demon folk woman's violet braided hair had streaks of gray through it. And those horns, they reminded him of someone. "Who are you?" General Forge asked. "I'm Sir Salkin's secretary," she replied. "My name is Sayer. I'm currently working under him, but you can probably figure out what I'm here for." "What?" Sola asked. "Nothing comes to mind. I don't know who you even are," General Forge replied, "but you at least waved us off the street." Sayer took a moment to realize that neither Sola nor General Forge even recognized her. So, the demon folk woman pulled the glasses off her face with one hand, and with the other proceeded to undo her braided hair. After letting her hair down, she opened her eyes and smiled at the demon folk girl. "Do you recognize me now?" she asked. "Wait, General Forge said. A glint of familiarity appeared in Sola's eyes. Say, yep. General Says, the second demon folk general and also known as Sayer, smiled. It's been some time, sweetie. How have you been doing? She asked. I've been doing good, Sola exclaimed. But there was a lot of things that happened. There was this train, and this water slide, and all these wagons filled with this metal, and, hold up. General Forge exclaimed, interrupting Sola. This is where you were, Says? Working under Solkin, of all people? My disguise was convincing, right? She asked. A pair of glasses and a different hairstyle. And nobody recognizes you. Not even the hero himself. You even met the hero and he didn't sniff you out? General Forge asked. General Says nodded. Yes. What of it? Well, you're a braver person than I am. But again, what are you doing here? I should say the same to you, the demon folk woman replied. As for that question, I'm simply being discreet. Blending into the population isn't all that difficult. I had difficulty recognizing you myself, Forge, especially the clothes. Oh, these? General Forge asked. These are my work clothes. General Says nodded. Working as labor now? Speaking of, what are you two doing here? To meet Luther, came Sola's immediate reply. Says glanced in confusion at Sola, then looked to General Forge for elaboration. Sola accidentally took Luth's crown of succession, General Forge muttered. She needs to be in person to return it. So I proposed to her the idea of meeting her brother, so she can give it back. So that was the odd sensation I felt a few days back, General Says replied. Indeed, that's troublesome. I take it the hero is after her? How do you figure that out? Forge asked. Intuition. A chunk of coal smashed through the window of the room. General Forge and Sola flinched, while General Says simply watched the chunk of coal shatter on the ground. I witnessed the entire incident, General Says continued. You did a fine job in slapping him, Lady Sola. Did I do something wrong again? Sola asked. When I hit him. No, you did nothing wrong, General Says reassured. Sir Solkin deserved that, for reasons you likely won't understand. But you did nothing wrong. But people sound mad. Well, General Says didn't know how to explain to Sola that her action of hitting Solkin in broad daylight probably kicked off a demon folk race riot. It just happened at the same time. You had nothing to do with it, the older demon folk woman lied. Her eyes flickered to General Forge, in an attempt to communicate to him that he should play along. The demon folk man, he got the message. Yeah, it's not your fault, Lady Sola, he said. We should be getting to the palace spire now. Now would be the perfect time, actually, Says said. The local garrison is probably overwhelmed, but do it quickly, before they regain control of the situation. Will do. General Forge exclaimed. He opened up the door again and gestured to Sola to follow him. Let's go, my lady, to your brother. Yes, Sola yelled, following after the demon folk general. General Says had a hand on her chin, trying to recall something. It felt like she needed to tell the two one last thing. Wait, Says exclaimed. She ran over to the door, but both Sola and General Forge had already departed into the crowd outside. She couldn't see either of them through the chaos. What a mess our little Sola has made, General Says sighed. But with it comes the perfect opportunity she's also set up for me. Figuring that she wouldn't be able to catch the two, the second general decided to take the initiative with her part of the plan that she forgot to notify General Forge of. She pulled from her belt an ornate wooden swagger stick that had the thickness of a fountain pen, and then pulled on the metal end to extend it to an arm's length. I'll need to organize everyone, now. I hope my skills haven't gotten rusty. Tut-tut. The demon folk woman tapped her swagger stick on the nearby wall and then flicked her wrist to twirl it around. The metal end of the item in question began to glow slightly red. She held it up to her eyes, nodded in approval, then swished it down. 4 small balls of condensed violet light formed around General Says, unmoving yet gathering in strength. They slowly grew in strength, as the glow from the magical singularities grew brighter and brighter. Shadows were cast from where the general stood as they grew in power. She held that position for a few heartbeats, and without even looking up, swished her swagger stick at the sky. All 4 spheres of light blasted off, sending back a gust of wind as they did so. Leaves and scraps of paper were kicked up around General Says as her dress was battered by the lift-off of her spell. Now, that should do for a signal, she said, stowing her swagger stick away. The general placed her hands on her hips and turned to look at the mess on the streets. I best get the rest of the men and women under control before they burn the city down. Meanwhile, General Forge and Sola were running through the now chaos-filled streets. The knights that might have been patrolling the streets had been overwhelmed, and there were now clashes between the local humans and the numerically superior demon folk indentured servants. Some wagons and crates had been set on fire, too. The smell of burning and smoke was far more overwhelming compared to earlier. The pair bypassed an entire storefront that had gone up in flames. We might be able to slip in during the chaos, General Forge said. What a mess, so much for being discreet. No doubt this was going to get the attention of all the humans. Indentured servant demon folk rioting against their human oppressors. Even if the treaties drawn up after the war weren't somehow jeopardized, General Riol probably had a lot of work ahead of her. Finally, the two reached the gates of the palace spire, and, despite the chaos, two guards still stood watch at the front gate, a man and a woman. Halt! Nobody is allowed to enter. One of them yelled. They had their swords out, but based on the way their arms shook, it seemed the two were rookies. General Forge frowned. He didn't really want to fight at this point, so he stepped forward with his halberd ready. Will you two step aside? General Forge asked. Both of the knights remained standing, their weapons pointed at the demon folk general. He was undeterred. You are two palace guards, General Forge said, pointing at them. He then pointed at himself. I am the third demon folk general. I believe we both know who will win, if it comes down to that. Both guards faltered, lowering their weapons. They didn't seem to fully get the memo, so General Forge took a loud stomp forward and immediately channeled plenty of magic into his weapon. The blade of it began to glow red. Scram! Go! Quell the rats in the city, or something else productive, he said. Seeing his feared mandrill light up, both guards decided that General Forge's idea suddenly sounded good, and immediately set off into the mess that was the rioting city. The glow on his halberd faded out, as he watched the two guards scurry away. Well, looks like I now got to break this door down, he muttered. Sola, stand back. The blade of General Forge's halberd glowed again. He gathered his magical energy into the weapon, all while taking a few steps up to the heavy double doors. It only took one thrust right at the lock at the center of the double doors. The lock shattered into pieces, and what remained clattered to the ground, allowing General Forge to push the doors open. All right, he said. I've got it. Lady Sola, go. Go, I'm right behind you. The general pushed Sola through the doors, but she stopped. Wait, she said. Farah, you should go with me. My lady, I'll stay behind, General Forge said. She cocked her head. Why? She asked. Don't you want to meet Luther? No, I do want to meet him, the general said. But you're still being pursued right now. The hero is no doubt on his way here. Go, meet your brother. I'll hold off the hero, to buy you time. The demon folk girl paused, trying to make sense of what he was saying. Buy time? Solar asked. We still have money, right? Forget about that, just go. Hurry. General Forge, with his newly found sense of urgency, pushed the demon folk girl through the gates of the palace spire. Once she was safely through, he turned around, mandrel in hand. That was the moment that he saw Ron stepping through the streets, directly towards the gates of the palace spire. The hero stole my horn, he said. But I won't let him take Lady Sola. The grip on his poleaxe tightened. Chapter 28, Ron. General Forge stood with his back against the wall. Next to him was his shortened halberd, the one which had yet to be repaired since the two last fought. He stared directly across him, at the armored hero that stood right at the gate of the palace spire. The healer stood next to the hero. She was silent. Sire Ron, you're here already? General Forge asked. I thought we had a good head start on you two. After New Frontierland, of course. General Forge? The hero asked. I expected to see you with the second coming. Are you not accompanying her? I'm glad my presence was a surprise, General Forge said. Though, you're probably hardly as glad as I am. Ron's armor creaked as he moved his head to get a good view of the demon folk general. Please step to the side, General Forge. I must tend to my duties. Unfortunately, I'm not letting you through here, the general stated. If you want to, you'll have to fight me. The hero stood there, motionless. He seemed to be assessing General Forge's words. You don't want to fight? Ron stated. General Forge remained still. What other response could he have expected? The hero was great at figuring out lies from the spoken word. Congratulations. What tipped you off? he asked. I do not need to disclose my methods. Regardless, lay your weapon down. I can tell that you do not want to fight. Neither do I. You say you don't want to fight, yet you're still carrying that sword of yours that weighs half a millstone. Make up your mind. Without speaking a word, Ron stabbed his broadsword into the ground before him. The weapon cleaved through the stone bricks beneath, embedding the sword a fourth of the way into the ground. I'm now disarmed, as per your request. Not wholly. I am capable of retrieving my weapon at any moment, but it is slightly more difficult for me to retrieve. Will this suffice? General Forge sighed. Of course, you'll stab your sword into the ground like the most chivalrous knight in the world. Because you are. That is my job. It is also my job to ensure the safety of this city, the hero stated. He held a hand out as if to invite the general to his vision. Let us end this madness once and for all. Convince the second coming to turn herself in, and I will ensure you will receive a fair trial despite the fact that you have aided her operations. A silence punctuated the air between the two. The only sounds they could hear otherwise were the shouts of rioters and the occasional explosion from a fire-based spell. Even Junel dared not to say a word, for fear of breaking the tense silence. General Forge closed his eyes after the hero gave him the offer. He seemed to be considering it. What I dislike most about this is how reasonable your offer is, General Forge admitted. If I had nothing but my self-interest in mind, I should absolutely take it. He pushed himself forward. No longer leaning on the wall, the demon folk general brought his mandrel up to his shoulder, and allowed it to rest there. And, I have to admit, I'm not getting out of this one. The capital's garrison is currently overwhelmed, but they'll be able to quell the mobs by sundown, and the harbor master likely has closed the port to all but incoming troop ships to put down this uprising. The hero nodded. Your assessment is reasonable. But, even if you were to escape from the capital, you are a wanted individual now. Any demon folk who would otherwise help you will be charged with assisting a criminal. You will find little assistance from your own kind. Well, I've been a wanted individual ever since the war has ended, so nothing will change there, General Forge replied. He kicked some dust up from the stone brick floors below. But what will happen to Lady Sola? The second coming? Ron asked. Why do you ask? My final decision depends on your answer to that question. Be truthful with me. Ron's response was immediate. She will be placed in shackles, like the Demon Lord, and her magic will be drained to compensate for the immense damages she has caused. She will share the burden of her brother's sentencing. It took General Forge approximately 5 seconds to make up his mind. I reject your offer of surrender. I refuse to allow you to treat my lady like that. He swung his half-halberd down to point at the hero. Despite the threatening display, Ron did not grab at his own weapon yet. Please see reason, General. Ron appealed. You said it yourself. Nobody can escape the capital in its current state. What hopes would the second coming have in attempting to free the Demon Lord? General Forge frowned. That is where you're wrong. Not about the escape part. I'm content with the fact that escape is now impossible from here. No, you've misconstrued why she's here in the first place. You've spoken no lies to me so far. So I'm intrigued as to why you tell me this now. Because you're literally incapable of seeing the actual reason with that hard head of yours. She just wants to meet her brother. The hero stood there and stared at General Forge. You are delusional. Ron grabbed his broadsword from the stone bricks he had stabbed it into. General Forge, meanwhile, tightened the grip around his halberd in response. But you know I'm telling the truth, right? The demon folk general replied. Preposterous. I refuse to believe this. If you refuse to believe it, I guess we have no choice. General Forge kicked himself off the wall, making a beeline for Ron. He angled the halberd to point it directly at the chest plate of the hero. Immediately, Ron pulled his broadsword from the ground and held it up in front of him, the end still pointing down, to immediately parry General Forge's attack. You're so obsessed with a complicated truth that you refuse to believe the simplest explanations right when it's in front of you? The demon folk general asked. General Forge's halberd blocked a sudden counterattack from the hero. Sparks flew off their weapons the moment they made contact. I cannot reason with the insane, Ron stated. General Forge grimaced. He leapt back, to put distance between himself and the hero. And what is insane about what I'm saying? I can tell if someone's word is truth, Ron replied. He had gotten into a combat stance, his broadsword held in both hands right in front of him. But if someone is spouting obvious falsehoods, and I can tell that they believe it to be true, that is little more than insanity. The edges of Ron's armored boots glowed. He kicked himself forward over the ground at a frightening speed. General Forge swore that he could feel a gust of wind from how fast the hero was moving. He recognized this, knowing what was about to happen next. The demon folk general threw himself to the ground and rolled right underneath Ron's blade, which had been swung horizontally. The blade, the edge of which was now glowing white, cut clean through the stone brick wall that was just behind General Forge. General Forge barely stumbled back to his feet. He was now behind the hero. "And I cannot reason with the insane," Ron finished. His armor creaked as he turned back around to confront General Forge again. The general took this opportunity to swing at the hero with his halberd. With the degree his weapon had been shortened, however, he had to get uncomfortably close to Ron to make contact. Ron saw this coming, and pivoted on his heels to narrowly avoid the strike. General Forge halted his attack, skidding to a stop while staring directly at the islets on Ron's helmet. "Call me insane?" the demon folk general asked. "Look who's talking. I'm telling you the truth." Yet, General Forge had readied himself for a strike from the hero, seeing that Ron was raising his broadsword. And ready he was, deflecting a blow with his halberd. "It has to be calculated. It all has to be," Ron exclaimed. "There is no way that the Second Coming has been doing all of this without forethought." General Forge parried another swing from the hero's blade. "That's where you're wrong," General Forge responded. "You're dead wrong. Sol has been making everything up since the beginning," he grunted as another blade impact struck his halberd. But he continued talking, despite the interruption. "She can't even make a coherent long-term plan. If anything, I was the one behind the planning." General Forge finally found an opening for him to slip back, away from Ron's strikes. The broadsword that was swung down in his direction hit the ground, chipping a good chunk out of the stone brick ground. "Then why has she foiled me every single step of the way?" Ron exclaimed. "I demand to know." He raised the blade again and swung it parallel to the ground. "Because you're a genuine idiot when compared to her," General Forge replied. The hero's sword made contact with the general's halberd, which had buried it. General Forge skidded to the side on his shoes due to the impact. "Don't get me wrong," the demon folk general continued. "You're one of the most intelligent people I've ever met. Solar ain't smart. She struggles with even basic math." His halberd parried another strike aimed at his side. Sparks flew off their weapons. Despite this exertion, General Forge continued to speak. "But when you've done nothing but think hard for the years you've fought, I can only guess that you now outright reject the simplest answers that come to mind. Why is this? Ego? Pride?" Sweat was beading up on the demon folk general's forehead. "Either way, you've got nobody to blame but yourself for making you look like a fool," General Forge exclaimed. This struck a nerve with Ron. "I am no fool. The Second Coming is the one who has made a fool of me." General Forge gave an angry grin as it began to click for him as to why Ron was getting so angry. "I see it now. You're mad. Mad that you've been foiled for the first time in forever. And you're refusing to believe that the person who foiled you has the intelligence of a child. Imagine the reactions of everyone if this got out. Oh ho ho. However you wish to frame it, this will not change my mission of apprehending the Second Coming." General Forge was torn whether he should laugh or feel mad at the hero's line of reasoning. So he chose to be mad. "Call her by her name, you good-for-nothing." The demon folk general brought his halberd down on Ron. The hero's quick reflexes blocked the halberd immediately, rendering the strike useless. General Forge's tricks did not stop there, however. He channeled magical energy through his arms, swiping the end of his halberd back in one swift motion, aiming it right at the center of the hero's breastplate, and using even more force to push it forward. The halberd struck the breastplate, and proceeded to glance off, sending sparks in all directions. A dent was all there was to showcase General Forge's risky attempt. His eyes flickered up, to look directly into the hero's eye slits. The hero had both hands on his broadsword, which was raised over his head. With the angle that Mandrel was now pointing at, he wouldn't have the time to effectively block Ron's strike. So, he ducked, buying him a few fractions of a second more, before bringing his tail around to block the broadsword. The metal end of his halberd, which he had earlier tied around his tail, proved to be useful. Another hail of sparks scattered onto both Ron and Forge as the glowing shoe of his halberd stopped the broadsword in its tracks. General Forge's tail now hurt from the impact, but that was better than getting cleaved in half. He began to crawl back from underneath the massive blade that was a finger's length away from his face. General Forge knew that this was not good. He was far too close. He needed to get back before a repeat of last time happened. General Forge scrambled away, out of the reach of Ron's hand. Almost. The demon folk general could feel the moment something grabbed on his head. He attempted to pull away, but stopped when he felt a dull pain at the base of his one good horn. Namely, the horn that the hero was holding on to right at this moment. He struggled, twisting and turning with what limited mobility he had. But Ron's iron grip remained. The struggling stopped, as General Forge peered up at the now suddenly more imposing hero. Ron. Let's be reasonable here. The general started. The hero chose not to be reasonable, and instead flung the demon folk general by his one good horn directly into the stone brick wall of the palace spire. The next few things that General Forge could feel was blinding pain of all types. Physical pain, from being thrown directly into a wall and having said wall crumble on him. Magical aches. He used up a good chunk of his magic, and while he was used to the soreness that came with magic use, the compounding effect on top of everything else wasn't pleasant. A dull, throbbing headache was emanating from where his horn was grabbed. That one was obvious. And, to top it all off, the burning anger and humiliation was foremost in his mind. This situation was all too familiar, because this was the exact same situation that led up to his defeat in his final battle with the hero. Except at that time, he got close and was about to strike, but the hero sliced his halberd in half and then tossed him at the wall by his left horn, which led to said horn snapping. Well, getting one hit was at least an accomplishment over last time. Even though the strike did practically nothing, General Forge never knew the hero's armor was that tough. As he laid there, half buried by stone bricks, he could hear the sounds of footsteps approaching where he was thrown. He opened his eyes to see the hero standing over him, menacingly. I have defeated you, Ron stated. What other outcome have you expected? General Forge coughed out some brick dust. I knew, Ron. I knew. If I couldn't defeat you when I was at the peak of my strength, I definitely wouldn't have been able to beat you with my exhaustion and my halberd in the state that it was. General Forge glanced over at the wall, to see that his halberd was also partially stuck into the stone wall. Then why fight? Ron asked. If you knew you were not likely to win. The demon folk general looked back up at Ron, but he felt far too ashamed to try to hold eye contact, instead allowing his gaze to fall back down. I wasn't looking to win, General Forge muttered. I was trying to send a message. Ron, who was still holding on to his broadsword, stuck it into the ground right next to him. He then crossed his arms. You are still so intent on convincing me of that ridiculous notion about the second coming? General Forge scoffed. Even if you're not convinced, at least call her by her name. Sola. Her name's Sola. Surely you can do that? She is a threat, Ron replied. I see no issue confronting her in the same manner we confronted the Demon Lord. Your words will not convince me. The Demon Folk General shook his head. You've got it all wrong. She can't fight. She's not a threat at all. Stop this, I demand it. The hero said not a word in response to that. He merely stared down at General Forge, then fetched his broadsword and began to step away. Ron, dang it, please, Junil. We are departing now. Let us go. Ron, don't you dare. General Forge tried to reach out with his arm, but winced at the soreness from his shoulder. The eyes of Junil and General Forge made contact. Please, he rasped. Junil's gaze averted from his, at an almost disheartening speed. She, too, talked away, her footsteps fading as she followed Ron up the steps. General Forge sat there, as his guts sank. He was too pained and injured to move, and even if he was in peak condition, the best he could possibly do was stalling the hero. For how long? He wasn't even sure anymore. Due to his shattered self-confidence, it was a terrible situation. But he still needed to make the best of it. Sola needs to get out of here before the hero gets to her. General Forge started to tend to his own injuries. He raised a bruised arm up to the horn that was grabbed by Ron, and sighed in relief when he felt that it was still intact. One broken horn was bad enough. At least his other horn was still undamaged, despite the toss. Now to get out of this rubble pile, which was easier said than done. He shifted his body, and could feel a few of the stone bricks shift around. They were somewhat heavy, but if he could knock a few off, what in the world happened to you? A familiar voice greeted his ears, and he immediately snapped his head in the direction of the speaker. General Says? General Forge asked, in surprise. Sure enough, the second demon folk general was standing before him. Yes, I'm here, Says replied. And I've got the other demon folk organized right behind me. 2. She gestured behind her, where General Forge could see dozens upon dozens of the demon folk indentured servants who had organized with various tools and the makeshift weapons. How did you manage this? They were all just trotting earlier. General Sayes held up a finger. SHHH. We can talk about that later. You look like you're in a pinch. Do you want some healing? General Forge was about to say yes, but stopped himself. You're worried about me? He asked. No, go up those stairs right now and stop Ron and Junel from getting to Sola. The expression on General Say's face dropped immediately. You're saying they're up there with her? Why else would I be in this predicament? Do I toss myself at walls for fun? General Forge grumbled. This is, regardless, we cannot leave you behind, even if I have to dig you out myself. Chapter 29, Scarl. Sola had literally run her way up the spiral staircase. Once reaching the top, she then peered out at the capital, seeing that she was now basically on top of the city. Pillars of smoke rose from the streets, and she could still hear the sounds of clashing and the occasional explosion. Taking her attention away from the backdrop of the city, the demon folk girl then turned to look at the few doors there were around the area. Some were heavy wooden doors, others were metal ones that had locks on them. The locks were no difficulty for her. She could simply cut them open with shover. But there were so many that it was difficult for her to make a choice. One of the doors opened, a heavy metal one, and out came a particular grey-haired harpy. He did not expect to see Sola upon stepping out, and performed a double take. Wait, Luth, how did you get? He paused, then blinked twice. Hold on, you're not Luth. Sola gripped her shovel instinctively. The harpy stepped closer, feathered hands behind his back, as he peered at the demon folk girl. Yeah, I see a resemblance, he started. So you're the one. She immediately raised shover up, which caused the harpy to step back. Bird person? She asked. Get away. I'm going to Luth. Hey, no worries, I ain't gonna hurt ya. He then reached his hand out, for a handshake. Name's Scarl. I've been talking with your brother for quite a bit. I'd ask for your name, but I already know. You're Sola, right? Sola gave a wary glance at him. Scarl dropped his hand, seeing that she did not trust him. You know? Sola asked. About Luth. Oh, Luth, right. Hey, you add that at the end of every name. I almost forgot, Scarl said. Yeah, I know him. I know where he's at. And he knew that you were coming up here, too. Both of us were. Really? The demon folk girl asked. She lowered her shovel, and stared in amazement. You did know? How? That's... you'll have to ask him, Scarl replied. Rather, he didn't want to try to explain to her how the whole surveying system that Lord Luth used. Follow me, he's just through this door. He waved his hand for her to follow, and threw open the metal door. Scarl was only able to take 4 leisurely steps down the hallway before Sola rocketed past him. He stopped the moment she did, staring in surprise at how fast the demon folk girl was. Meanwhile, Sola scanned each dungeon cell to the left and right of her, keeping an eye out for her brother. All the cells were empty, one after another, but then she spotted him near the end of the row. She skidded to a stop and gave a yell. Lord Luth, who was staring at the floor of his cell, glanced up, his eyes filled with light the moment he spotted his sister. Sola. He stared, in shock, as Sola reeled her shovel back. Subconsciously channeling her magical energy through the tool, she thrust it forward into the bars of the prison effortlessly. Another swipe at the upper portion of the prison had the metal bars clatter to the floor, allowing Sola to step through. Luth, she exclaimed again, throwing her arms out to grasp around Lord Luth. The demon lord, too, hugged back, embracing his younger sister. The two held each other like so. Sola, you didn't need to go after me, Luth said. I'm safe here. It's not like... The demon folk girl immediately pushed him back. Surprised at her strength, Luth could only stare into Sola's concerned eyes. Yes, I needed to go to you, she exclaimed. Because I can't find you. And you suddenly stopped with the talking. It looked like the demon folk girl was still hung up over his connection with her getting terminated. Lord Luth sighed. Sola, that wasn't my fault. Well, it somewhat was. They figured out that we were talking, but they cut me off from you. Sola gave an angry frown. They can't just do that. But they did, Luth replied. Sola gave a huff and crossed her arms. Why are they never fair? Oh, I forgot. Her eyes brightened back up when she grabbed for something in her knapsack. After fumbling around for a few moments, She pulled out a familiar piece of dark headwear. Your crown. Lord Luth stared at her in shock. He opened his mouth, then closed it. The demon lord seemed unsure what to say. I want to give the crown back to you, Sola exclaimed. Because I don't want it. My crown? Sola, I give it back to you, she exclaimed. Take it. She pushed the crown into her brother's face, to which he retreated back a step because of the particularly sharp edges. Wait, Sola, just hold it still. You don't need to push it into my, youch, you've got me in the eye. Sola was taken aback as her fell back on the seat and his arms went up to vigorously rub at his eyes. Luth, I'm sorry, Luth. Luth wiped his eyes, trying to get the tears out of them. Just be careful, it doesn't hurt all that much, don't worry. In truth, it hurt a lot. But he didn't want to make his sister feel bad. He gave a sigh, and continued wiping an eye with an arm. But, thank you for returning my crown. After he finished wiping his eyes, he gingerly took his crown from Sola's grasp with both his own hands. He held it up and turned it around on his head, before looking his sister straight in the eyes. Sola, the crown didn't do anything when you had it, right? He asked. The demon folk girl gave a stare back. Do something? She asked. No, I don't think so. It didn't speak to you or anything? Now Sola was really confused. So, she laughed. It's a crown thingy, the demon folk girl said. It's not a person. It can't talk to me. Luth didn't seem too convinced, but he still went ahead with the procedure to transfer the crown back to him. The demon lord placed the crown back on his head, and he could immediately feel a sense of power returning to him. Of course, this new influx would be immediately drained away from him by the chains and shackles around him, but just for a second he felt far more energy coursing through his veins. He closed his eyes to steady his breath. Then, he remembered the reason why Sola had to return the crown in the first place. The demon lord grit his teeth, to suppress the anger he suddenly felt. There were a few ways to transfer the crown from one individual to another. There was one in mind that potentially involved the generals. The system never had any issues, historically, but what transpired between General Forge and Sola might have been a first. Okay, Sola, I've got an important question to ask you, Lord Luth said. And you need to answer it truthfully. Got that? Sola cocked her head, but nodded her head anyway. Tell me, General Forge, did he treat you nicely? Sola responded almost immediately. No, he was nice, she said, jumping up almost a little. There were some times when he was mad, but he wasn't like that all the time. And he even allowed me to get dessert before dinner. Lord Luth blinked for a few moments, closed his mouth, then nodded. He certainly was not going to refute that. But the demon lord still had his own suspicions. Okay, then. How did you learn about the crown? The demon lord asked. Farah was talking a lot, and I heard that there was a crown thing. And I wanted to see it, so I got it. It showed up in my hands. General Forge broke rule number 1. Don't let Sola know about the crown. Lord Luth will have to bring that up later, preferably with General Forge himself. There was no way for Sola to have the crown bestowed upon her otherwise. Lord Luth placed a hand on his sister's shoulder, and gave a sigh. Either way, Sola, I can't believe you've traveled so far just to come to me. Because I said that I needed to, Sola exclaimed. I'm not saying you shouldn't have, Luth replied. But it was dangerous. I saw that the hero almost got you 3 times. But he didn't, Sola retorted. I stayed away from him. He didn't hurt me. She stretched her arms out, to show that there wasn't a scratch on her. See? Luth placed his hands on her arms and lowered them back down. I know, but you were still in danger. You could have been hurt. If anything, you should have tried to get further away from me. Sola brought her hands close to herself. She shrunk a little at the words. Did I do something wrong? Luth softened his scowl. No, you didn't do anything wrong, but doing all of that put you in lots of danger. I don't want to see you hurt, or in danger. You flared up a few times too, right? Sola blinked, in confusion. Flared? Those times when you had a lot of energy, your hands blacken and... Never mind, Luth stated. I'm just glad you're safe, but even then it's still not safe here. Even though you probably... He stared out his cell window. Pillars of smoke still rose from the streets of the capital. The flaring? Oh, I remember now, Sola exclaimed. When I got lots of energy. It was when scary things were happening. Lord Luth nodded. Yes, that. But I want to know, how did you manage to evade the hero? Another voice then chimed in. one that made Sola freeze on the spot and had Lord Luth immediately pull her back behind him. She didn't, Ron replied. He had stepped in quietly, standing within the hallway and staring into the cell. I had been trailing her this entire time. And there was the hero, broadsword in hand. Trailing behind him was the healer, the grip on her one tight. Lord Luth stood tall, shielding his younger sister behind him. Ron, what are you doing here? I am here to apprehend the second coming, he replied. His helmeted head turned slightly to look directly at the cowering Sola. Meanwhile, Lord Luth pursed his lips. He turned back a little, and whispered, Sola, you didn't tell me that the hero was still after you. I didn't know, she replied. Luth shook his head and looked back at Ron. The hero seemed to be trying to figure out a way to get through the bars of the prison. Even though there was a door and a very large hole cut through the bars, he wouldn't be able to fit himself through while keeping his broadsword ready to strike. A familiar grey-haired half-harpy peered from the edge of the hallway. He gave an apologetic look at the demon lord. Sorry Luth, Scarl said. Tried to distract the hero but, well, he just walked past me. Do not involve yourself in this, Ron said, his words directed at Scarl. I have instructed you to report back to me with whatever Lord Luth had been plotting. Now I see that you are taking his side. What possessed you to? Scarl furrowed his eyebrows. Well, on the contrary, I ain't siding with Luth here, but I'm siding with his sis. You've got the wrong impressions from this. Do not interrupt me, please, the hero said. That shut Scarl up immediately. Leave now, Scarl. We will have our own discussion later, Ron continued. It seemed the half-harpy wanted to say something, but he paused. Then, the half-harpy slipped away without another word. Lord Luth grit his teeth at the loss of someone who might have been able to convince the hero. Ron, the demon lord said. You don't want to do this. My sisters. She's not a threat. I swear by it, she's not dangerous. You've already got me, so just let her go. You claim she's not dangerous? Ron asked. He had decided to open the door of the cell and advance towards the two that way. Ron, the demon lord said. Look me in the eyes and listen to what I have to say. Will you do that, at least? Ron stopped. His helmet was facing Luth, and while the demon lord couldn't see his face, he could feel the hero's gaze boring into him. I will humor you, the hero stated. Lord Luth gave a nervous nod. Okay. Listen to what I am saying, and tell me if I am lying. Sola is not a threat. Sola is not intelligent, nor is she crafty. She is a simple girl who isn't as smart as the typical person. Ron stood still. It seemed he was evaluating that statement given to him by the demon lord. The silence dragged on for an increasingly uncomfortable amount of time. Sola's hands gripped around Luth's arm as they waited for a response. General Forge had given me the same ridiculous excuse, Ron said. Lord Luth raised an eyebrow. But you didn't say it was false. Number. I said it was ridiculous. He stood there. The broadsword remained in his hands. Luth was nervously awaiting the answer to be given to him. Ron, Junil said. I think there isn't too much point in trying to pursue this. I did not ask for your input, Junil. The healer flinched at his response. All while this exchange happened, Luth's eyes flickered from between the hero and the healer. There was something up with this here. If even the hero's healer was reluctant, maybe it'd be easier to convince the hero himself. You should listen to her, the demon lord added. This is all pointless. Apprehending a threat to the peace is no pointless matter. Sola didn't do anything wrong, though, Luth pointed out. I've watched all the times she's flared up, one of my passive abilities. You were the one that caused all the damage every single time. The train, that was you. The water slide, you again. Even when you ruined your own partner's venture, that woman who's named Fraud. Right? You. All you. A shuddering sigh could be heard from beneath Ron's helmet. Her name is Frowl, he corrected. And your evaluation of my performance is flawed, at best. You also forgot to consider the riots that your sister has contributed to. Luth blinked, then pointed towards the window. Those riots? She started them? Allegedly. She attacked a retired hero party member, which resulted in the demon folk performing a small uprising. Luth stared at the hero in disbelief, then shook his head. I can't imagine her doing that. She did, and, as a direct result of it, has caused untold amounts of damage. Sola immediately butted in. But, he was trying to get close to me, she exclaimed. That person. He touched my tail and I slapped him. From my witness reports, you've slapped him in front of all of his employees, Ron replied. Why else would you do that, If you were not aware of the existing tensions between the demon folk indentured servitude class and the current human factory owners. The demon folk girl tilted her head. What? She asked. Sola didn't understand half of what the hero just said. The hero shook his head. Do not attempt to feign ignorance to evade responsibility. Sola was frowning. I'm not doing anything, she muttered. The four stood in tense silence. Nobody dared to make a move. The hero's hands remained clasped on his broadsword, the edge of which glowed its distinct grey color. Ron, I think, Junel said, but she couldn't figure out how to phrase her next sentence, so the silence remained. A new voice interrupted the standoff. I refute that assessment. Walking from the beginning of the hallway were two familiar demon folk generals. General Sayes and General Forge stepped together, carrying the swagger stick and halberd respectively, but they were not alone. A multitude of various other demon folk walked behind them. Every single one was wielding some makeshift weapon or tool. Hello, hero, the demofolk woman said. You might have known me as Sayo, Salkin's hard-working secretary. She brought her swagger stick down and tapped it against the wall. However, I am actually General Sayes, the second demon folk general. This is quite the first in-person meeting for us, isn't it? The hero lowered his broadsword, which had initially been pointed at Sola and Luth. He turned his body to face the two newly arrived demon folk generals and their entourage, using his other hand to guide Junel behind him. General Forge, you've returned so soon? The hero asked. It would have taken you days to recover from those injuries. General Forge grinned. His halberd was over his shoulder. Yep. Miraculous recovery, eh? General Sayes here knows some healing magic herself, though she doesn't specialize in it. General Sayes gave General Forge a light kick on his thigh, making him flinch. Not specialized, sure, the demon folk woman replied. But that doesn't mean I'm bad at it. Don't need to be so rough, Forge replied, rubbing the place he was kicked. Before I was interrupted, here is what I wish to say, General Sayes said. Our dear Sola here did nothing to Sir Salkin. Rather, she was provoked by him. She was provoked? Indeed. He gets inebriated rather commonly, and when in such a state, he attempts to romance demon folk that catch his fancy. General Sayes looked over at the demon folk girl in question. Sola just happened to be walking by when she accidentally caught his attention. When the implications of what General Sayes was saying hit Lord Luth, his face contorted in disgust. Oh my goodness. Why did you tell me that? Luth asked. Hold that thought. I'm glad you did. But why did you choose to describe it in those words? You just destroyed any respect I had for Salkin. What other words would you recommend me to describe him with? I know Salkin rather well, having worked as his secretary. He is not the most straight-thinking when drunk. The hero had lowered his blade, but he did not let go of it. So, you had knowingly signed to work beneath Sir Salkin, with the goal of gathering intelligence from him? You knew you were a wanted individual? That's beside the point, General Sayes replied. I wouldn't have revealed myself in any other situation. I didn't want to, but General Sayes pointed in the direction of Lord Luth's cell. The safety of Lord Luth's younger sister is a priority. And the Demon Lord had given you such orders? The second demon folk general gave a TSK, then crossed her arms. Not at all. Both of us haven't spoken in some time. I just exercised my own judgment. And, on that note, General Sayes pointed her swagger stick directly at the two. The end of it was glowing a slight violet color. Hero, healer, I recommend you lay down your weapons now. We've massed our own little army. The hero glanced at the multitude of demon folk who were behind the two generals. They held pitchforks, pickaxes, hammers, and even broom handles that were being used as weapons. You rallied the rioting indentured servants? He asked. Only the demon folk indentured servants, General Sayes corrected. The ones that went into indentured servitude were overwhelmingly members of the demon folk armies, so it wasn't difficult to organize them. There's still some humans rioting out on the streets, but they're probably being swept up by the local garrison at this very moment. The hero stood there, processing her words. Bringing demon folk under indentured servitude contracts to the capital for factory work, to stage an insurrection. I could not have foreseen such a crafty plan by the two of you. How long have you two been preparing for it? General Sayes shook her head. You're misconstruing what I'm saying, and making a few bold assumptions. We didn't plan this. The circumstances happened to line up, in part, thanks to Sola. Should I really believe that all of this is mere coincidence? Yes. After the war, Most of the demon folk military chose indentured servitude over imprisonment. By the choice of the post-war human treaties, they were sent to work in the capital, of all places. And your former party member, Salkin, was one of the most egregious in treating them poorly. So it was only a matter of time before riots like this happened. Sola hitting him with a shovel in public view of all of his workers was simply the tipping point. Which, mind you, the slap only happened because he attempted to lay his hands on her while he was drunk, and she defended herself. Forge looked over to Says. Damn, you're good with talking. Says glanced back at him. I like to think so, too. The hero could not think of a retort to any of the points that Says brought up. What she said made sense. Salkin's behavior was exactly as she described. It was a massive coincidence, for sure. This clashed with the hero's own perception, that he could possibly be wrong. So, he proceeded to take the second best decision he could possibly take, and that was to ignore it. I refuse to believe information from the Demon Lord's generals. Neither will I listen to words from the Demon Lord himself. The hero felt a tug at his arm, behind him. He turned to look down at Junil, who was now visibly worried. Ron, you're going too far, she said, shaking her head. The hero peered at his healer companion. You too, Miss Junil? Have you turned against me? Junil closed her eyes, then took a breath. I wasn't really with the mission from the beginning. I just think it's... The healer opened her eyes, then glanced down. She didn't know how to finish her sentence, but that said enough to Ron. You never had to question my judgment before, he said. It says all the more when I have to question it now, Junil replied. The hero, for the first time, did not know what to say to that. Ron. Sola had taken one step towards Ron. Both her hands were together, out of nervousness. I have a question to ask hero, she said. Second coming. You have a question? What may it be? You don't like me? She asked. Ron was unsure what to expect, but he did not expect such a simple question. It is not a matter of whether I like you or not. I am simply doing my job in apprehending you, he replied. Sola peered up at him. But why? Why what, may I ask? Why do you do this? Sola then waved her arms around, gesturing to the entire room. Why this? Why this? He asked. Because it is my job. You are a potential threat. It is my given duty to prevent a threat from becoming a danger to humanity. But why do you say I am dangerous? The hero wanted to scoff, but he was feeling unsure of himself, especially after Junil's admission. He did not like feeling unsure of himself. You have proven yourself to be one, he replied. Are you not considering the amounts of damage you have done? Sola looked down and fiddled with her hands. But I didn't mean to. What a simple and honest answer to his question. So, Sola continued, I want to do a trade. Lord Luth perked up when he heard her say that. A trade? He asked. The hero was echoing a similar question in his mind. What did she mean by a trade? I want Luther to be free, she said. And you? The demon folk girl pointed directly at the hero. You want me? So we trade. He is free. I go here. She gestured her arms to the cell. Lord Luth immediately spoke up. Sola, don't be rash, but his sister cut him off by raising her arm. I want to. The demon folk girl exclaimed. Because Luther can't do anything in here. Ron, on the other hand, shook his head. Second coming. It does not work that way. Your brother was apprehended for the war. I cannot free him in exchange for you. No, I want Luther to be free. I want to put these chains off. The Demon Lord's sister grabbed her shovel, and raised the enchanted shovel over her head. She was aiming it right at Luth. He held both his hands up. Sola, you can't just... He was about to say, and then came down the shovel, directly on the chains. To the surprise of everyone in the dungeon, except for Sola, the chains broke open and clattered to the ground. Sola picked up those chains and, I can be where he is instead, pressed them against her own body. Upon making contact, the broken shackles immediately reformed, and clicked closed around her. Sola gasped. The moment the chains sapped into her magical energy, but it was far too late for her to take back that decision. Her arms stiffened, her eyes widened. The Demon Lord watched, helpless to do anything. The hero made eye contact with her for just a moment, to see the resignation in those eyes of hers, before they dulled and closed shut. Everyone in the room witnessed her limp body slump down, as she was caught by her brother before she could fall to the ground. Nobody moved, all out of numb shock. Chapter 30. Sola. Nobody then knew what to do when Sola keeled into the arms of her brother. Everyone remained still, in silent shock. Even General Forge and Sayes were at a loss as to what to do. That was, except for the hero. Ron, no. Junil had grabbed at the armored hero's arm. Her feet were planted on the ground, skidding as he walked towards Sola. He did not seem to be deterred at all by her pleas to stop. She struggled against his arm before letting go, the healer realizing that there was nothing she could do. She glanced over at General Forge and General Sayes, looking at them, wordlessly telling them to try to stop him. But it seemed that both of the generals were also glued to where they stood, unsure as to how to react to the situation before them. Despite Ron's stoic and unyielding demeanor, his mind was in turmoil. The Demon Lord was his rival through right. That very same member of the demon folk race whom he thought harbored no love for any living thing was currently cradling his own dear sister in his arms. Lord Luth glanced up at Ron, and bared his teeth at the hero. "You've got what you want," the Demon Lord said. He was attempting to yank the chains off of his sister's arms. It was a fruitless endeavor. I did not get what I wanted, Luth." The hero walked right up to the Demon Lord. Even Junil had frozen still, both out of fear and anticipation at what Ron was going to do next. He kneeled down, his armor clicking as he leaned over to get a good look at Sola. In response, Luth pulled his sister away from him. "Get away from her," the Demon Lord hissed. "What more do you want from my sister?" Ron turned his helmeted head slowly towards Lord Luth. "I am not speaking as the hero to the Demon Lord," Ron said. "I am speaking as Ron to Luth. Now tell me, has she ever trained in magic before?" Luth was hesitant to answer that seemingly unexpected and unrelated question. "I've never trained her in magic." "Why do you want to know?" Luth thought he could hear a sigh coming through Ron's helmet. "These chains were specifically crafted by Madame Frau to keep you restrained," Ron replied. "They were designed to deplete your magic down to 1/10 of its capacity." Luth looked from Ron to the chains that wrapped around his sister. "I had figured. I was exhausted whenever those chains were on. Now, I can feel my energy returning to my body." But the realization soon dawned on the Demon Lord. "But for Sola, if she wakes up, she'll be in immense pain." Ron nodded. "Indeed. She has not trained in magic at all. Her body is not used to the sheer amount of magic that is being drained, hence why she had fallen into unconsciousness." The hero glanced at his healer. "I would ask Junil to grab a potion to supplement her magical energy, but that is a very temporary treatment that may only worsen her condition," Ron said. "I have a different plan of action in mind." Ron held out both of his arms to the Demon Lord, gesturing that he wanted to carry Sola. "May I?" he asked. Lord Luth did not budge at first. "I will not hurt her. Do not worry," Ron continued. Lord Luth was hesitant, but he then gradually lowered his sister onto the floor. The demon folk girl looked so fragile. "I first have to remove the chains from the cell," Ron stated, grabbing the group of chains that were attached to the restraints. The hero yanked on them. Almost effortlessly, the chains separated from the brick walls in a miniature explosion of shattered brick and dust. Lord Luth glanced over at the holes in the wall, where the chains once held. He blinked a few times, before rubbing the brick dust out of his eyes. Or tears. He couldn't tell at this point. Ron then turned to look over at the healer. "Junil, tell me the location of the medical institution you attend." The medical institution?" she asked, after a moment's pause. "We're treating her there. There are no other places in the capital that specialize in demon folk treatment," Ron replied. "Hurry, I will carry her there." Wait. Lord Luth exclaimed. He stood up as quickly as the hero did. "She's my sister, I should be carrying her." "You are still weak," Ron replied. "And, considering that the riots are being subdued, it would likely be easier for me to carry Sola to a medical institute than it would for you to walk around." Luth grit his teeth. "Fine. But I'm still coming with you, because I don't trust you." "You should not be leaving this cell." "I will," the Demon Lord replied, "because I need to accompany Sola, as her elder brother." "You do not plan to make this process troublesome, I hope?" "Well, I'll promise to not attack you, at least. But I'm coming with you, whether you want me to or not." The Demon Lord then looked over to his two generals. "I can also order them both to stand down." Both General Forge and General Sayes blinked, almost forgetting that they had been spectating the entire event. They had grown engrossed in the interaction between the hero and the Demon Lord. We already are," General Forge replied. "My lord, what are you doing?" "Ensuring my sister is safe." "Don't tell me that you're thinking this is the perfect opportunity to do something." "It is," General Sayes admitted. But your priorities lay elsewhere. We'll stand down the demon folk. General Forge waved his hand down, to ensure that the rest of the demon folk wouldn't do anything rash. They all obliged, lowering their makeshift weapons and tools. Meanwhile, the hero had picked up Sola as gingerly as he could, as though she were made of ash. He stepped out of the cell and looked down at the group of demon folk who were crowded in the hallway. Make room, General Forge commanded. The demon folk men and women moved to the side, to allow a path that the hero could walk through. He took large but steady steps forward, ensuring that he didn't jostle Sola too much. Junel trailed him, as the demon lord walked alongside the hero. I wish to know, Ron asked. How many times has she gone manic? Lord Luth frowned. Going manic? Why are you asking? I recall something Miss Junel had told me, the hero continued. That it might be harmful for you to go manic? I had not considered the possibility until now, after seeing her exhausted state. Lord Luth shook his head. Are you referring to those changes our bodies go through whenever we're in danger? Indeed. I know you call it going manic, but we call it flaring. As for the amount of times? 3 times. That's how many times. Both General Sayes and General Forge followed the hero. As they stepped down the stairs, the gathered demon folk followed them. General Forge was directing all of them to shield the hero from the riots as he carried Sola. 3 times? General Sayes asked. Really? How bad is 3 times in a week? Junel asked. General Sayes pursed her lips. 3 times within a week is very bad. Just twice a month is an unhealthy amount of times to flare. Just for context, how rare is it? The healer continued. Some demon folk are lucky enough to only use it once or twice in their entire lives. Junel glanced at Sola, in concern. That doesn't sound good. Once they had gotten out of the palace spire, Ron glanced down at the healer. Miss Junel, direct me to the location of your medical institute, please. Oh it, the healer replied. It should be down the main road to the left, but just follow me. There were a few burning wagons and smashed stands they passed by as they went down the main roads. However, the presence of the hero and the armed demon folk who were rioting minutes earlier formed a shield around the hero. This effectively deterred any rioters that remained. Eventually, they reached the front door of the medical institute that Junel attended. It was a tall structure made of a light gray brick, lined with wooden windows and doors. The entrance had been barricaded from the inside, with several tables and chairs blocking the way. It was evident that this building had been a target of the riots. Some first-floor windows had been shattered. Figures, General Forge stated. Stand back, I'll cut our way through. The edge of his halberd glowed as he started channeling his energy into it. Hold on. I know a side door, Junel said, placing a hand on his shoulder. They probably put up this barricade for a reason. The glow dissipated from the demon folk general's weapon. Fair enough, he muttered. The healer stepped into one of the alleyways next to the building. It was a particularly narrow alleyway, one that forced Ron to step through sideways to fit. General Sayes stayed behind to ensure the demon folk remain organized, as the others made it into the side door of the building. I sometimes use the side door when the front gets packed, Junel said. Factory accidents are surprisingly common. We get a lot of demon folk patients. Really? General Forge asked. I'm glad I didn't have to work in the city. Only because we were unaware of your whereabouts, Ron replied. The general gave a nervous laugh, and scratched the back of his head. You can waive that, right? We will have a discussion about this later, General Forge, came Ron's not-so-reassuring reply. For now, we shall attend to Miss Sola's health. Once they all were in the medical institution, Junel was recognized immediately by one of the workers there. Great healer! One of the workers exclaimed, a healer in training based on the hat he wore. The healer in question frowned. I told you, stop calling me that, Junel muttered. It's Miss Junel, or Junel if you want to be really informal. How's the medical institute doing from the riots? The healer in training glanced over at the barricaded front door. As you can see, he said, we've had some problems. But how many injured have we taken in? We've admitted several injured humans and demon folk, most of them with light wounds. The apprentice said. I see the hero is here, too. Who is he holding in his hands? He glanced into Ron's arms, but Junel waved him down. That's not my information to give, she replied. Are any of the larger patient rooms free? We need one urgently. Yes, he replied. All the rooms against the street are vacant, though I advise you against admitting a patient into there. Huh? Why? Junel asked. Someone threw a brick through a window on the second floor, and we don't want any of the other patients getting injured. That's fine, Junel exclaimed. We can just push up a dresser against the window or something. Come on, let's go. The healer gestured to the hero, the demon lord, and the two demon folk generals to follow her. Ah, great Miss Junel, the apprentice exclaimed, shortly after. There's there. The what? Junel spat. You mean the demon lord? Yeah, he's with us too. No, you're not allowed to ask any questions. Hurry up, get us the necessary medical supplies. You're paid to keep quiet about this, got that? The healer in training nodded his head vigorously. Yes, ma'am. He proceeded to dart off. Junel then walked off into one of the hallways and pointed to Ron to follow her up the stairs. The inside of the building was rather homey. Curtains draped over windows, the ceiling was made of neat wooden planks, and the floor was a clean hardwood. I recall you said this was a medical institution, Ron asked. Yeah, in a sense, Junel replied. I don't own the place or anything of that sort, but I know my way around here. And I have access to a lot of things. I do remember, you mentioned you're a student here? Ron asked. Junel pushed open one of the doors to a vacant patient's room on the second floor. Student, in a sense, Junel replied. This institute's the pinnacle of what we know about medical technology. Cutting edge. So a lot of people here, me included, are uncovering new things every day. Junel placed an index finger on her chin. Speaking of, she muttered, I really need to check up on the latest news. Wonder what's on the bulletin. You can do that later, Ron stated. He gently laid Sola down on the bed in the room. We must prioritize the treatment of Sola. Right, that, Junel stated. And, the whole window through brick issue, as if on cue, something smashed through the glass window of the room. The hero caught it midair and glanced at it, to see that it was a lump of coal. He looked out the window to see someone immediately fleeing from the scene of the crime. Yeah, that's going to be a problem, Junel muttered. Ron, help me push one of these cabinets up to the window. Last thing this demon folk gal needs is a rock landing on her forehead. Junel stepped next to a medical cabinet, one that was placed just right so that it simply needed to be pushed a few paces to block the door. Then she tried to push. Her feet slid across the floor as she walked in place, trying to push the cabinet that was likely several times her weight. I am capable of moving this on my own, Miss Junel, Ron stated. He stepped over, then using one hand pushed the cabinet in front of the window. Junel glanced at the cabinet, then back at him. I don't understand how you're so strong, she muttered. Ron then returned to Sola, along with Junel. What should I get for her? The healer asked. She glanced at Lord Luth and General Forge. What are you looking at us for? General Forge asked. Because you're both demon folk, so you should know something, of course. First things first, we got to remove the chains, Lord Luth stated. And I believe I have the tool that can do that. He held up Sola's shovel, which he had been carrying with him the entire time. Are demon folk weapons not exclusive to the individual they are inscribed on? The hero asked. Since I designed her shovel, I can use it myself, he said. It's made of the highest quality materials I could ever get my hands on. For a shovel? Junel asked. Yes, for a shovel. The healer shook her head. I got hit across the face by that thing repeatedly. Gave me terrible bruises. Lord Luth gave a short chuckle. And you should thank me for that. If I didn't enchant it the way I did, you'd have worse than bruises. What is that supposed to mean? The healer asked. The demon lord tapped the spade of Sola's shovel. This thing, I designed it myself. I didn't want her to hurt anyone, so it's not capable of cutting through any living material. Junel blinked. Huh, that's pretty interesting. I actually didn't expect that answer, she grumbled. I expected you to say some snarky comment about how it's made to not hurt the weak. I could do that, too, Luth admitted. But I don't really see the point. Actually, Ron might like something like that. Simply because someone is physically weak does not mean they are unable to be a threat, came the hero's reply. Luth, may I ask you to assist me in removing these chains? I do not wish to injure her. Right, I forgot, the hero said. He stepped over and charged his magical energy into the shovel. I'm very sure these should cut through her chains. She was able to break them off of me, somehow. The edge of the blade glowed orange, as he gradually guided it to cut through the shackles. And, Junel, Lord Luth said, pointing to the healer. She glanced over at him. Go grab some magic potions for Sola. Best ones you can get. We'll need to give it to her once the chains are off. The healer nodded, then ran off into the hallway to grab a potion. I am surprised that Sola was able to damage them in the first place, Ron admitted. These shackles were designed by Madame Frau. She had assured me that there were very few tools that could break through them. Well, very few tools isn't all exclusionary, is it? Luth replied. Anyway, we demon folk make better tools and weapons than you humans. So I suppose it's something like that. A few careful movements later, and half of the shackles attached to Sola's arms and ankles were split open. The hero kept his hands on the chains, to prevent them from reforming shut. I'm still completely befuddled over exactly what happened, Lord Luth muttered. The hero, helping me? Never would I have imagined. I never would have expected to find myself assisting you in freeing your sister, either, the hero agreed. After Luth used the shovel to smash open the last shackle, Ron pulled it entirely off the demon folk girl, to ensure it wouldn't reform. She's my sister. Of course I'd do this without a second thought. But you by my side? Surprising that you'd be willing to help the second coming, at all. I understand you may still have reservations about me, Ron replied, but I have recognized her as not a threat. She does not possess the intellectual capability to be so. Hey, Luth replied. I know she's not all that bright, but you can't just say she's stupid. She's learned a lot the past few days. I'm aware, Ron continued. Junal had just come back, holding a potion in a flask. The healer seemed a little hurried, as evident by her panting and exhaustion. And, in addition to her, General Sayes had accompanied the healer back to the room. All right, I've got one, she gasped. Took me a bit to find it, since most of the potions were used on the injured. That would do, Ron stated. I will administer it to her. Wait, no, let me do it. The Demon Lord exclaimed. The hero glanced over at Luth. Does it make a difference? He asked. Yes. Luth exclaimed. Well, no, in actuality. But I want to do it, still. She's my sister, I can't just let you do all the work. Very well. The hero handed the potion off from Junal to Luth, who uncapped it. He raised Sola's head a little to allow her to drink some of the magic-infused drink. General Sayes updated General Forge on the current status of the demon folk indentured servants that had been organized earlier. I had them form a perimeter around the hospital, the second general said. So we should be safe. Good job, Forge replied. The silence started again, persisting for a few minutes. Luth continued to administer the magic potion to his sister, as Junal supervised Sola's current condition. Ron spoke up again. If I may admit to this. He trailed off. The indecisiveness in which he spoke the next sentence piqued the interest of the Demon Lord. Admit to? Luth asked. Sola reminded me of my own daughter, he finished. There was a pause. Then, someone said something. You have a daughter? The one who broke the silence was the exhausted healer. Ron glanced over at her. Miss Junil, you are surprised? I'd have expected that question to have come from one of the demon folk. Not you. I know almost nothing about your personal life, the healer exclaimed. I didn't know you were even married. And you even had kids, too? The hero held up his right hand. I am wearing my wife's wedding ring right now. Yeah? Where is it? Under that armor you never take off? You make a fair point. Junal scoffed. I'm not the judgmental type, but I can't help but slightly pity your wife. You are very judgmental, Ron stated, matter-of-factly. And my wife is fine with me, since we are still wed. Junal gave an exasperated sigh. Whatever. Ron, there's one thing that I need to talk to you about regarding Sola. The hero turned to look at her. What is it? You're not going to be chasing after her anymore, I hope? If Junal could see beneath his helmet, she presumed that he would have raised his eyebrow. I believe my actions speak for themselves. Do they not? Junal shook her head. No. That's not enough. You need to say it. You're never going to have any better witnesses for your statement. She then pointed to the two demon folk generals and the demon lord himself, who were both in the same room. All eyes turned to the hero, in expectation. And it's the fact of the matter that you like formality, the healer continued. Let's tie it up here, shouldn't we? That this won't go on any longer? The hero stared at the healer. Then, he sighed. Fine, the hero said. He held his hand up, as though swearing on his heart. On my honor as the hero, I declare Sola to no longer be a fugitive from law. I will cease my pursuit for her. See? Not so hard now, was it? Junal asked. It was not, he said. Well, that's all and done now, the healer exclaimed, clapping her hands together. She then looked at Lord Luth. So, since that's done, I'm guessing things are all good now between us all? Well, I have a hunch that I won't be working as Salkin's secretary now that the secret is out, General Sayes admitted. That, and I need to get back to Grand Elm. The travel fees are going to be expensive, General Forge muttered. Hey, my lord, are we getting paid overtime for this? The Demon Lord glanced over at his two still loyal generals. Well, you did have some pretty good pension plans for your retirement, Lord Luth stated. Good luck trying to cash them out, though. So no, you're not getting paid overtime. Figures. Luth chuckled at the nonchalant reply from General Forge. He then glanced over at the hero, who was still overlooking the unconscious Sola. This must be a mess for you, Luth said to Ron. I doubt they'll ever consider letting me see the light of day after my escape and all the riots. The hero stood still. Then came a rustling of cloth and clinking of armor, as the hero turned to look at the Demon Lord. Luth, the hero said. I will say this to you, and I do not wish to repeat myself, but I probably will have to. You did not break out of your cell. The Demon Lord glanced up at the hero, in confusion. I very clearly did, or, my sister helped me. She was an accomplice. Ron held up the pointer finger on both of his armored gloves. I will bring together two unrelated subjects, and you can connect the dots. I sign off and hold ultimate veto power over all documents pertaining to your current status in our custody. You also never broke out of your cell. That is what the records will say. Luth gave Ron a thoughtful look, rubbed his chin, and nodded his head. I see where you're getting at. I never broke out of the cell. My own story will reflect that, too. This was followed by a grin from the Demon Lord. A bit sneaky, if I do say so myself. Maybe I'm rubbing off on you. But, I have to admit, it feels odd for the hero to tell me I have to lie. Aren't you supposed to be honest? Ron sighed. The Demon Lord, speaking of honesty, while I propose the creation of falsehoods, it feels as though the whole world has turned itself inside out. If I must be truthful, Luth, my mission to apprehend Sola was the first I have ever failed. Imagine my embarrassment when I failed it not once, not twice, but 4 times in a row. His armored head glanced down to the resting Sola. Not only has she bested me, but your sister also taught me a valuable life lesson. Lord Luth raised an eyebrow. And what might that be? Values assessment. Not all the objectives I pursue necessarily need to be completed, through and through. Especially if I realize that those objectives, I learn, do not align with what I believe. Seems like quite the thing to learn. That makes you already better than a lot of people I know. Yes, you're still returning to your jail cell, however. The Demon Lord shrugged. Understandable. You can't just have me roaming around. Then we're in agreement? I can't really say no, so I suppose that's a yes. The hero was about to leave when he felt a light grasp on his armored hand. He looked down again to see that it was Sola, one of her arms outstretched with hands wrapped around 2 of his fingers. No, don't. Please don't take Luth. The demon folk girl was barely conscious enough for her to overhear the conversation between the hero and her brother. But she heard it, regardless. Please do not worry, Miss Sola, the hero replied. His voice had become quieter when he spoke to her, as he kneeled down. I shall not harm you, nor will I harm your brother. Sola tried to say something, but wheezed then coughed. Sola! Lord Luth exclaimed. He stepped up to Sola, on the other side of the bed, and squeezed her hand. I'm here. Just rest, please. The demon folk girl smiled, glancing up at her brother. Luth. Her eyes then flickered back over to look at Ron. You called me by my name, Sola said. Not by their second coming thing. Ron nodded. Indeed, I have. Please rest, miss. You're incredibly fatigued at the moment, due to the issue with the crown. Lord Luth blinked once as he consoled his sister, then glanced over at General Forge. Now that this has been brought up, I've got an important question to ask General Forge here. The demon folk general perked up. What is it? He shrunk back when Lord Luth's gaze fell upon him. The demon lord stood up, then stepped over to his general. Did you break rule number 1? The demon lord asked, which was, don't let Sola know about the crown. General Forge fidgeted with his hands. Forge, we've known each other for years, Luth continued. Be straightforward with me. Fine. I didn't directly tell her, per se. I was just ranting and it accidentally came out. General Forge seemed to shrink under Luth's withering gaze. That is almost as bad, the Demon Lord replied. Regardless, I can't overlook this. General Forge felt a sense of foreboding, as the man he was currently speaking to seemed to suddenly outrank him by a few levels. Which was true, but he'd always seen Luth as an equal before. Lord Luth began speaking. This is a command that comes at the behest of Ron and Junel here. The healer blinked. What do I have to do with this? And if they choose to reject it, I will find an alternative. It is also the way to both reward you for bringing Sola back to me, and punish you for allowing Sola to take the crown. General Forge gulped. He was going to weather through this with his head high. There was no way out of it. What is it, my lord? Lord Luth patted Ron on the shoulder. As I am aware, Junel is having difficulty finding willing demon folk participants in her medical trials. This is in part due to her reputation as the healer of the Heroes Party. No demon folk in the capital is willing to work with her due to that. Wait, how do you know that? Junel asked. Your friend, Scarol, told me of your failures. The healer frowned. I am going to refrain from killing him before I finish my statement. Please. Here is my proposal. Lord Luth held up one finger. First, to ensure my general here is guaranteed employment after his rather unhireable stunt, I am offering his services to Junel. He then held up another finger. Second, Junel can have him assist in medical trials, within reason. The demon folk generals were all chosen for a reason, and General Forge is probably the most durable of all of them. General Forge did not like the way he was described as the most durable out of all of them. Luth then looked towards the nervous Forge. You will be guaranteed a wage. In return, you will have to work under Junel. Is that clear? Junel, in the meanwhile, was trying to speak up. Why, you don't have to force him to work under me. I mean, I understand, my lord. As long as Ron and Junel express their approval. Now you're going to make me feel like a douche if I refuse, Junel said. Fine. You can work under me. It would indeed be wise for the demon folk generals and my party members to get to know each other, Ron agreed. He then glanced over at General Sayes, who flinched at the hero's gaze. As for you, I allow you to continue working alongside Sir Salkin, the hero stated. Ah, wait, truly? I'm surprised, she replied. Is there a condition, I am guessing? Ron nodded his head. Indeed, there is a condition. A simple one. I wish for you to supervise Sir Salkin, and assist him in sobering up his behaviors. Wait up, Sayes exclaimed. I'm simply his secretary. How am I supposed to sober him up? Exactly. Sober him however you wish, preferably in a way you believe would work, the hero said. I have witnessed your own skills at organizing the demon folk. That degree of leadership was why we had wished to detain you after the war. Now that you are here, simply imprisoning you would be a waste. So you're not tossing me in a cell, General Sayes confirmed. That's a good thing. I'm not sure my old bones can handle sitting still for days. But to what extent am I allowed to sober up Salkin? Am I allowed to? She whipped out her swagger stick, and tapped it against the wall a few times. Do refrain from hitting him, Ron replied. However, if you must, I will not interfere with your methodology. General Sayes gave a grin. I've just been given permission to smack Sir Salkin. Do not worry, that permission will not be wasted. And, General Forge, there is something that I must return to you. Return? General Forge asked. What is it you need to return? I don't remember you taking anything in particular from me. This, the hero replied. He had grabbed from his pocket an item and held it out to General Forge. The general's eyes bulged when he saw what it was. That's the end of my horn, the one you snapped in the battle some time ago. Indeed. I wish to return it. General Forge glanced up at Ron. Don't you want to keep it? Since you won that battle and all. Ron shook his head. I do not take war trophies, especially of body parts. I find it in poor taste. I had intended to return this to you after the battle, but you had fled. Of course, I had fled, General Forge scoffed. He took the end piece of his horn from Ron's hands. I didn't want to stick around to find out if you were the type who'd finish the job. But thanks for returning my horn. We can glue it back on, Junel suggested. All right, I suppose that would work. General Forge soon realized the implications of working with Junel. And, I figured that working with you would mean testing medical procedures on me that you weren't able to perform on demon folk before. Junel nodded. Yep, leeches should probably work on demon folk as well as it works on humans. Leeches? Junel grinned. Oh, nothing that should worry you, she said. General Forge had a look of confusion. What are leeches? Epilogue. Forge carefully watched as a few droplets of a clear, red liquid were dripped into one of many glass potion vials, all of them lined up and held up on a wooden set. How does it look? Junel asked. Forge peered into the glass vial as the mixture began to cloud up. He adjusted the leather strap on his glass goggles while doing so. I don't see how this is supposed to work, General Forge replied. It should, to some degree, Junel replied. It works with poisons. The most potent antivenom out there are made with some of the most dangerous venom that exists. These are deadly chemicals you scraped up off the ground, Forge replied. I didn't scrape them off the ground. They were controlled samples from the volcanoes in the demon folk territories, Junel retorted. Yet, I don't see how mixing it with any of this will make it less deadly. It just will, okay? Junel snapped. Forge peered from between the glass vials and the row of plants, half of which were dead. I don't think trying this experiment out 10 times in a row with slight variations will make any differences, he replied. The healer sighed, and plopped her clipboard onto the table. Then what else do you suggest we do? Forge stood there, then shrugged. I don't know. You're the one who proposed the experiment. Junel rubbed her forehead. But I think we should abandon this, Forge continued. No point wasting time trying it further. If you really suggest that we... Junel was interrupted by the door swinging open and slamming against the wall behind it. Behind the door was a particular demon folk girl, a familiar face, yet her hair was black and shoulder length, and her eyes an amber color. Fora. Juna! She exclaimed. My pendant has a problem. Forge was holding onto the stand of vials to keep them from shaking after she slammed the door open. Sola, be careful! Forge exclaimed. There's chemicals and poisons in this place. I don't want you to knock any of them over. Don't worry, Fora. She replied. I make sure I don't. My lady, you can't just make sure, you need to be careful, he replied. Meanwhile, Ron stepped up from behind Sola, urging her into the room. I do apologize. She outpaced me up the stairs. And across the street too, I'm guessing? Forge asked. Yes. She has a lot of energy. Anyway, why are you two here? Junel asked. She pulled her glass goggles up over her forehead. We're in the middle of an experiment. I have spotted a few irregularities with Sola's disguise pendant, Ron said. May you take a look at it, Miss Junel? Yeah. Can you take the magic gem thing off? Sola asked. Feels weird. Forge looked from Sola to Junel. Pause the experiment? He asked. Junel groaned. Fine, I'll take a look at it. Forge stepped over and unclasped the necklace from around Sola's neck. As it came off her body, Sola's short, black hair began to lengthen again, and her amber eyes faded back into their apricot color along with her hair. Sola rubbed the spot against her chest where it had rested. It feels weird, like branches scratching, or dry leaves, she said. The pendant will take some time to adjust to, little one, Ron said. I recommend bearing with the discomfort for the time being. Sola frowned, but nodded. I know. It does building character. Ron stared down at Sola, then turned to look at the former general. I have noticed her mention it a few times. But where did she learn the concept of building character? Ron asked Forge. Oh, that? I think it was one of the other generals that held her to that standard. General Brington. He was the only one out of us four that actively dissented against how sheltered Sola was. Are you aware of his whereabouts? You're not? I knew he was involved in the last battle between you and Lord Luth. I have seen him there, yes. But nothing more after that battle. Forge leaned back in his chair. I don't know, either. Maybe he fled. West or north? How come you are not aware? Geez. This feels like an interrogation. Well, I didn't know General Brington all that well, not on a personal level at least, so your guess is as good as mine. Meanwhile, Junel was fiddling with the pendant, which glowed in her hands. A few magical circles lifted off from the surface, enlarging for her to examine them. She used her wand to inscribe a few additional markings across the various runes in the pendant. I still don't think paying off the entirety of Frowl's outstanding loans was the best way to repay her for the disguise pendant, Junel said. The money was to also purchase her silence about Sola, too, Ron replied. Not that I necessarily mistrust her, but remaining within her goodwill makes the price acceptable. And I do not wish to see a former member of my party fall into such a state. It was a lot of money, though. She sullied her own name and left New Frontierland in disgrace. Would you say that is punishment enough? Junel paused her work. Pursing her lips, she said, you've got a point. Indeed. And Frowl is the best mage there is. Who else would I assign the creation of the disguise pendant to? Junel scoffed. I get your point. Stop kicking my argument further into the ground. The healer drew a few more lines across the enlarged magical circle. Got to ask, how is her alias doing? The healer said. Luna was Sola's public alias, along with her appearance. Junel said it was uncreative. Forge decried it as atypical to demon folk naming traditions. But Sola herself had been fine with it, and Ron did not have any objections himself. It is doing fine, Ron replied. Nobody has suspected her true nature. And how would you know if anyone suspects a thing? Junel asked. They would typically go to me for threats they believe are connected to the former Demon Lord's armies. I usually receive a lot of mail for tips on subversive activities. Most of them are inconsequential, cultural misunderstandings, or anti-demon folk paranoia. Junel, again, paused her work and scrunched up her face. Oh, don't tell me you read through every single one of them. Number. I hired Frowl's former secretarial workforce and former General Sayes to read through my mail. Oh, Junel replied. Forge perked up at the conversation. I thought Sayes was taking care of Salkin and making sure he remained sober. She is doing both jobs. I raised similar concerns, but she assured me that she is able to handle both the roles of secretary and supervising Salkin. Forge whistled. Tough lady. I envy her time management. She indeed is an impressive individual. I am glad to be working with her. Ron then peered down at Sola as he heard a tapping sound coming from her. She was tapping her tail on the floor. He quickly recognized that she was getting impatient. Miss Sola, are you aware of what today is? Ron asked. Sola looked up. Today? Yes. You are meeting your brother today. The demon folk girl's face immediately lit up. Meeting Luther Day. Let's go. Right before she shot out the door, the hero stopped her by holding onto her arm. Ron nodded. Indeed. Let Junel finish tuning the pendant, and we shall be on our way. Just at that time, the healer was putting the finishing touches on the pendant. She flicked her wand, sending the enlarged magical circles and runes to retreat back onto the engraved metal, then picked it off the table. Here, tuned up some of the runes on it. I think I have an idea what's going wrong, so it should work. I hope. Junel stepped up to Sola, and the demon folk girl in question turned around to show the back of her neck. The healer then raised the necklace over Sola's head, then lowered it back down so that she could clasp it around. The moment the pendant made contact with her again, the changes came immediately. Sola's hair shortened and flickered into a black color, and she closed her apricot eyes and opened them again to reveal that her irises had turned a bright yellow. She then turned back to look at Junel, and smiled. Thank you, Junar. Sola exclaimed. You're welcome? Junel replied. She still wasn't used to being called that by the demon folk girl. Meanwhile, Ron had already opened the door out of the building. Miss Sola, are you ready to go? The hero asked. Yep. Sola bounded out of the room, a merry bounce in her step. Ron followed her, closing the door behind him. Left in the room were Forge and Junel. All things considered, those two get along pretty well, Forge said. For the better, I suppose, Junel replied. I never expected Sola to forgive Ron so quickly. I don't think it's surprising. She's simple-minded or enlightened. Only the really dumb or really smart forgive the worst transgressions. Forge shook his head. I'd laugh at that, but it wasn't me who duped the hero 4 times in a row. Junel sighed. She then peered around the room, at the experiments scattered across the table. She took a look at the 5 dead potted plants, and made up her mind. Forge, get the rags. We're gonna start cleaning this up. What? You're the one that suggested we stop the experiment. Now it was Forge's turn to gaze at the half-completed experiment before them. I don't think we even should have started it in the first place. Yeah, you should have said so earlier. Now grab the rags, this mess isn't gonna clean itself. Former demon folk General Sayes sat in her office. Through spectacled eyes, she looked down at the instruction manual in her hands, before looking back up at the newly purchased typewriter on her desk. She furrowed her eyebrows as she glanced between the expensive piece of equipment and the booklet. She was about to press a key, but hesitated. Again she was about to press one, but stopped. What if she had set it up incorrectly and would break it if she typed anything out? As if on cue, the door to her office swung open. Say, a very familiar voice shouted from the door, and bounding in was a demon folk girl. Although she looked rather different, she still had the same tone of voice and intonation that was very familiar to the former general. Hi, Sola sweetie, Sayes said. If you are here, I am guessing that Ron is here, too? You would be right, the hero replied, ducking his head through the rather short door frame. Miss Solar, please slow down. I am unable to keep up with you at times. Ron is slow. Solar exclaimed. I am capable of traveling at speeds to catch up with you, Ron refuted. However, I do have to mind other individuals on the streets, due to my stature. Please do stay with me whenever we travel, Solar. Solar lowered her head a bit, as a response to his changing tone of voice. Is it a bad thing? She asked, slightly sullen. It is not. You have lots of energy and enthusiasm. However, I am required to keep you safe, and I cannot do that if you stray too far. Ron raised an armored glove to pat Solar on the head, but stopped when he realized that her horns would get in the way. Speaking of, Says said, what are you doing here? Solar wished to see you, Ron started. Earlier, we had gone to Junel to have Solar's pendant fine-tuned. It was faintly flickering. I did not wish to take the risk. That sounds like it could be trouble, Says replied. If you ever need me to, I can take a look at it, since magic is also my specialty. I apologize, Ron replied. The magic belongs to Frau, and I am not allowed to allow an examination of it by anyone outside the hero party without her permission. That is fair. You've got your secrets after all. Solar stepped up to Say's desk, and scanned her eyes upon the items on top. The moment her gaze landed on the typewriter, she pointed her finger at it and asked, Say, what is this? It's what the humans call a typewriter, Says replied. Supposedly, it is faster than writing. A typewriter? Ron asked. He leaned over to peer at it, too. I have heard of them before. You can indeed put very legible script on paper very quickly with that. That is what I am trying to do right now, Says replied. She then peered up at the hero. Do you happen to know how to use this? I do not. I still handwrite the majority of my documents. I thought you'd have the best of the best. I typically do. However, a typewriter is far too cumbersome to carry around. True. I'm still trying to figure out how this works. I prepared a sheet of paper and filled the device with ink, but the instructions do not tell me how to proceed. Solar, in the meanwhile, had been examining the typewriter. She raised a finger over the keyboard, her eyes scanning over the enticing keys and letters. Says noticed her eyeing the device. Solar, hold on for a moment, the demon folk woman warned. The demon folk girl did not stop, and pressed a single key on the keypad. Immediately, a mechanical arm of the device emerged from a gap near the top, impacting the sheet of paper for a fraction of a second, before retreating back down into the typewriter. Says had been about to raise a hand to stop Solar, but she froze upon seeing the device work. It's that simple? Says asked. She flipped open the manual booklet again, peering through her glasses to skim through some pages. It appears so, Ron replied, slapping the booklet closed. Says sighed. Guess so. I was worrying over nothing. Thank you for confirming that, Solar. Solar merely gave Says a confused glance. She then shifted her gaze over the typewriter again, before losing interest in it. Ron, when are we going to see Luther? Solar asked. We can leave now, Ron replied. Just ensure you say goodbye to Miss Says here. Solar waved an arm up. Bye. Say, I will be going to Luther now. Almost instantly, Solar shot out of the room. Ron had still been holding the door open and merely stared out the door in surprise. Solar! He exclaimed. Remember, do not go so far. Ron then looked back at Says. I hope we were not too much trouble. You weren't, Says replied. And miss, you're making me feel young again. I refer to others according to formal title or marital status, Ron replied. As I am aware, you are yet unmarried? Ouch. But true. Ron took a step out of the room. I must depart now. Solar has a 10-second lead on me yet again. Do take care. You too. And good luck with the typewriter. Thanks. The door closed behind the hero. Says then looked back up at the typewriter and tapped a few letters herself. Each tap was accompanied by a satisfying click, before she neared the end of the sheet of paper. A loud ringing noise startled her slightly. She figured that was the signal to stop. Now what do I do? Says asked. She looked down at the instruction manual in her hands, scanned a few lines, then looked back up at the typewriter. She pressed the enter key, and pushed the paper carriage all the way back so that she started a new line. Humans truly are innovative, the demon folk woman said. Scarl hammered some metal nails into a wooden plank, then paused to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Phew. Hard work, he muttered to himself. Don't forget this, Scarl, It'll all be worth it in the end. What are you doing? Came a bright, cheery voice. Scarol almost jumped out of his own skin, startled by Sola's voice coming seemingly out of nowhere from behind him. "Oh, it's just you!" Scarol exclaimed. The ruffled feathers on his wings and back began to relax as he calmed down. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to see Luta," she exclaimed. Scarol shook his head and rubbed the back of his neck. "Of course, what other reason would you be here? He's where you'd usually see him." "Oh, and here's the keys, too." The half-harpy held up the set of keys to the cell, which Sola snatched up. She immediately turned to scurry away, but stopped and looked back with a smile. "Thanks, Skara." Just as her tail disappeared around the corner of the door frame, the hero himself showed up to peer through the door. "Sola is an exhausting young lady to follow," he said. "She has refused to heed my warnings to not go so far ahead 2 times so far." He then turned his head to look at the half-harpy. "How have you been, Scarol?" "Hard at work, as always," the half-harpy replied. "Still building my flying machine. It appears to be coming along nicely." Scarol turned to his flying machine. "Yep, just need to work out the magical theories and all that to make it actually fly, though that's a headache, even though I'm smart and all." He then turned back to Ron. "And it seems you're also having trouble with Sola, too?" "How's that little ball of energy?" "Not trouble as much as over-enthusiasm on her part," Ron replied. "But I do have my share of experience in that before." The half-harpy flicked some of his feathers. "Really? From where?" "You." Scarol recoiled, in an almost faux recoil. "I wasn't that bad, was I? And when did you learn to banter?" "Your current probation within the palace spire speaks otherwise," Ron replied. "Regardless, I must tend to Sola." Ron was about to step past the door too, before stopping and saying, "Oh, and I'm also very much smiling right now." "Banter certainly is fun." "You're still wearing your helmet?" Scarol pointed out. Without another word, Ron walked past the door. Scarol grumbled. "That man is going to age himself to death trying to take care of that girl." Once Ron had caught up with Sola yet again, he could see that the cell door stood ajar, with the keys still in the lock. In hindsight, teaching Sola how to operate a lock was probably not the best of ideas. Peering through the metal bars of the prison, the hero could see Sola hopping up and down while grabbing a hold of one of Luth's hands, chattering excitedly while the former demon lord tried to get her to slow down. Whoa, Sola, how'd you get here?" "Is Ron with you?" he asked. His question was answered immediately when he flickered his gaze up and met eyes with Ron. The hero stepped to the side and pushed the prison door open fully, to allow him to squeeze through the door. After doing so, he did a quick examination of the cell to ensure that nothing was out of place. A few changes had been made after the agreement between Luth and Ron. Luth's shackles had been redesigned to be far more reasonable and accommodating. The bands of metal around his neck and waist were done away with entirely. Gone, too, were the ankle cuffs. All that remained were the shackles around his wrists, which were not attached to each other, but instead chained to the wall with a rather long pair of chains. In other words, he now had the freedom to move wherever he wanted within the confines of the cell, compared to how restricted he had been prior. Luth now was also getting properly fed. He could see a small stack of empty plates along with a half-filled glass of water, off to the side, on the same bench that Luth was sitting on. "Greetings, Ron," Luth said. "I can only presume that Sola here outpaced you again?" "She has, indeed. Despite repeated warnings." Luth sighed. He then gazed at Sola, who shrunk down a little. When he spoke, "Sola, make sure you don't get too far ahead of Ron. He needs to be close to protect you." "Okay, okay," Sola muttered. Luth continued. "Besides, he's old. If you force him to run too fast, he might pull a muscle." "I am not that old yet," Ron replied. "I like to believe that I am rather healthy, and I likely have around 20 years of fitness left in me." 20? Luth exclaimed. "You're either vastly overestimating yourself or you're the most impressive human I've ever met. And considering you're the hero, it's more leaning towards the latter." "Flattering," came the hero's reply, as Luth rubbed a hand through Sola's disguised hair. He glanced over at Ron. "Ron, I can only guess you want to ask something of me?" he asked. "How could you tell?" "Most of the time you usually stay out of the cell when Sola's visiting me, and the few times you haven't and stepped inside were times when you were asking me important questions." Observant of you, Ron responded, almost immediately. Your intuition is right. I wish for information on one of your former subordinates. Luth glanced back at Solar, then fixed his gaze on Ron. Sure, I don't know every single person under me, but if I recognize the name, I'll tell you what I know. It regards one of your former generals, namely, General Brington. Are you aware of him, Brington? Luth asked. I should have expected. He's the only general you haven't found yet. Yes, I know him. He's one of the older generals, up there with Sayes. What do you need to know? His whereabouts. Would you happen to know where General Brington might be post-war? Luth paused. He turned his head up and closed his eyes, as if needing to think about that question. Brington dated back to when my father was still in power, Luth replied. Which was a while ago. He was appointed before my time. I don't know him all that well, I have to admit. Ow, Solar, don't pull on my horns, please. Ron watched the two, amused by the demon folk girl's antics. You know little of Brington. Compared to the other generals, it's almost nothing. Forge, Sayes, and Riol were all appointed under me. Not Brington, though. You do not trust him? No, I do. Your questions just made me realize how little of him I actually do know. This is worrisome. One thing that I know for sure is that he's an intelligent man. That likely means he'll be standing down. Always saw him as a more relaxed individual, so he's probably enjoying his time off at one of his personal remote island getaways. You believe he will be of little issue? Ron confirmed. I never said that, Luth replied. He was rubbing his hand through Solar's hair. Just that he's probably keeping to himself. Just as long as you don't go look for him, I suppose. Ron nodded. I see. Thank you for your advice. The hero stepped away to exit the cell, to allow the two siblings to have some time to themselves. But then Luth snapped his fingers to get his attention, before saying something. Hey, I'm still indebted to you for your help with Solar. If you ever need my advice with anything, you can always consult me. Luth then smirked. I even heard General Riol is having some trouble with managing the reorganized demon folk territories, so if you need me to help manage a few things in lieu of her, your assistance is appreciated. However, I do believe the leaders of the human nations would greatly object to putting you in any position of power, Ron stated, matter-of-factly. Drat, thought that would work. This time, it was Ron's turn to give a slight chuckle. I never said that doing so would be impossible, Luth. Have a nice day. The hero turned away, leaving a bemused Luth in his wake. The former demon lord sat there, his mind befuddled, before his cheek was tapped by Solar. Luth, are you awake? She asked. Sleeping with open eyes? What? Oh, no, I'm just thinking, he replied. He pulled his sister into an embrace, as the chains round his wrists rattled. Glad to see you're getting along with the hero. He's nice, Solar exclaimed. He still chases me though, but only because I go too fast. How about the others? Sayes, Junil, Forge, everyone else? Are they doing fine, too? The demon folk girl nodded. Yes, Farah and Junar is doing tricky stuff with magic potion bottles and colored water experiments. Say has a metal clicking thing that does stuff, and Scarar is still making his thing that can fly. Luth knew that all of them were doing fine and also had a general idea on their respective projects at hand, but he certainly liked hearing it from Solar's perspective. That's great. Wait, you said Sayes has a metal clicky thing? Yes, Solar replied. It has a lot of these round metal bits that you push on, and when you do this little other, having difficulty finding the right word, the demon folk girl moved her hands in an arching motion, to try to convey the message. These little things move and hit paper, and it puts marks on the paper. But Solar can't read it. Marks on paper? Luth asked. What is this device called? A write-to-typer. I think that's what Sayes called it. Luth smiled. He knew what a typewriter was. Scarl had talked about it with him before. It was nice to see that his former subordinates were branching off to use new technology. On that note, however, the former demon lord had also been confronted with an old mistake that he had to contend with. Solar, do you want to learn how to read? The demon folk girl paused, to think about it. Then, her face broke out in a grin and she nodded. Read? Yes. I wanna know what the word letters say. That sounds great. I'll talk with Ron later to get you a tutor, but we can start with something simple right here. Maybe your name. Luth waved a hand in the air. Although he wasn't able to cast powerful magic due to the restrictions put upon his restraints, He had been allowed to use some lighter spells to improve his quality of life. Being able to cast light drowsiness spells on himself again was a blessing. He also had the ability to write in midair. As his fingers danced around, they left behind glowing orange lines that, when finished, spelled out a particular name. Here's your name and how it's spelled. Solar. Now, the first letter of your name is an S. It makes the SSS sound. Afterword. My first original. While I've been writing for years, almost 11 years at this point, this is actually the first fully original published story I've ever completed. And, I'll say, it's quite an improvement over my first original works. Prior to this, I had mostly been writing and publishing fanfiction. While fanfiction is fun, I wish to do entirely original stories from now on. Part of the demotivation that would prevent me from completing a fanfiction was the fact that, in the end, it was simply fanfiction. Not only is it a little difficult to attribute fanfiction to yourself, even if it's a particularly successful one, but I figured that my own abilities in writing narratives would transfer well to creating an original story. Building something from scratch has its own challenges. With fanfiction, I've found that it's rather fun creating an interesting narrative that cleverly fits itself into these pre-existing elements and lore of a series. Therefore, it felt like I was cheating by creating and manipulating a setting that I could change at my whim, in any way I want. But I think I did well with wrapping up the multitude of elements in this story to a final conclusion. Every single character has a purpose, every single description exists for a reason. Admittedly, I was particularly self-conscious about publishing this story, and at two primary points, halfway through the project when I realized that I underestimated the sheer scale of this project, and around the end, when I was doing the animating portion. Imposter syndrome is an occupational hazard of content creation, however. So I was determined to send this off. The story, the inspiration for the general premise of this story is an intriguing one. For the longest time, I have always had an interest in story premises that revolved around a pursuit, except the character being pursued is actually innocent of whatever they are being pursued for. I am not sure if there is an explicit name for this trope, but I've seen it played out a few times in crime and detective stories. In this case, it is a bit more innate than that. Solar is being pursued because she happened to be the brother of the Demon Lord. She's done nothing wrong. Ron and his immeasurable amounts of cognitive dissonance were the primary driving force behind the pursuit. Add on to the fact that she's not intelligent enough to be aware of this, much less trying to clear her name, and you have a story where the only way the antagonist will stop is if he gets it in his thick skull that what he's doing is wrong. I do feel this story would be quite darker if Solar was far more intelligent, or even a regular person. While the setting itself is a little fantastical and the world building a bit parodic in some aspects, I typically have my characters take themselves and their surroundings seriously. For that reason, I actually have a question to ask you readers. What impression or atmosphere does my story give? What do you think is the youngest my story's audience could potentially be, where they'd still be able to understand what's happening? The story itself contains little profanity. Solar is a lovable dork, and nobody gets grievously hurt or killed. But there are definitely aspects that would go over the heads of a younger audience. Frowl's market manipulation, the economics of the setting, Salkin's constant drunkenness, and the literal riots at the end. In that sense, I'm reminded of movies like The Incredibles. The action appealed to a younger audience, but the plot and intricacies of the setting could keep an older audience engaged. Inspiration. When I was writing this story, I went back to my roots. I thought back to stories that I read in the years that I'd consider starting as a story writer, and pulled minor elements from those stories that I enjoyed. It was quite the trip down a nostalgia memory lane, I'll say. I'll give one example. Okay, so many people might not remember this, but do any of you remember that old Minecraft animation series, Digging Holes and Building Things? That particularly surreal series was one that influenced the beginning of my story, as you can tell with the railway. It's an obscure example, and just one of many small elements that made up this story. I've researched other pieces of media like Forrest Gump, Of Mice and Men, and drew from personal life experiences to write Solar. Given that she is essentially a child in the mental sense, I also tried to incorporate some quirks that children might have. Solar's primary tick is that she ends all that names in R. Makes no sense, until you realize that she has had little contact with people before, and she knows her own name ends in R. Thus, she reasons that everyone's name must end in R. I recall a particular anecdote where someone, when they were young, assumed that because a company named Texas Instruments existed, there must exist a California Instruments or a Florida Instruments. It's an incomplete and blatantly incorrect extrapolation of their limited knowledge, but that's the impression I wanted. It doesn't make sense to a reasonable adult, until you explain to them how the child reasoned themselves from point A to point B. Thanks. I wrote this entire story on my own, but if not for the help of a multitude of individuals, I would not have finished it nearly as quickly. This ranges from a long list of individuals I have consulted for information and have asked to volunteer their time for proofreading. To them, I give my thanks. And finally, I give my thanks to you. Although I've written works on other platforms, I wouldn't expect anyone here to be familiar with it, so welcome aboard. I sincerely appreciate you taking the time to read my work,